time, even though we were working for Tim that night to watch them and the Lost Boys. And I see from a distance that Slick got Wolf trapped over, got in the corner with his hand on his chest up by his throat, telling him to chill out. They knew each other. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? So then we kind of like broke it up. And Slick told me that Wolf was trying to, grab up on Tim. And I told him that I got him tonight. I'm bodyguarding him tonight. I'm with him tonight. Just chill out. And Wolf wouldn't chill out, so he snatched Wolf up. So then next thing you know, Wolf had walked away. And I walked with Tim. We were going over there, I guess, where they were shut the front door where they was, the people were coming in. And then next thing I know, I heard a shot in the air, a loud shot. And it was like, now what, Slick? Now what, Slick? Slick, now what? And I looked over there. It was this guy, Wolf, that I didn't know at the time, in the middle of the party, and everybody running crazy. You know what I'm saying? And it appeared to me that he may have did the shooting in the air, but I didn't know for sure. All I could hear him say was, now what, Slick? So I just ran as fast as I could towards him and put my elbow right on the side of him. He fell down. He got shook. And I just stood on top of him, grabbed him. The next thing you know, NYPD was there.
Oh, okay, so that situation happened.
Right.
And then, a bit after that, in Atlanta, Suge's best friend, Big Jake, gets killed in a club.
Right.
And this part's kind of fuzzy, but there was a rumor that Wolf was the one that did it. Puffy got blamed for it, and so forth. But I guess Wolf wasn't the one who did it, but still there was some sort of blame that Suge had on Bad Boy over that situation, right?
I don't know if Suge had blamed Bad Boy for that because the situation never came, when I got with him, the situation never came to us like that. Now, I've heard Wolf talk about it, and Wolf told me personally that he didn't do it. And I know everybody knew the guy who did it. It was a dude, he's dead now. He got killed in Atlanta about 2 or 3 years ago. His father was from the Bronx and he owned the cleaners. Now, did Wolf and them know him? Yeah, they probably knew him. He was from the Bronx, his part of town. His father owned the cleaners. They knew this guy. You understand? Him and Jake was arguing over this chick or whatever. Now, did Wolf do it? How could Wolf do it when he was next to Suge? He was right next to Suge when Jake got killed. But everybody want to say Wolf did it because that glamorized the situation.
Right. Right. Okay. And then after that, Wolf actually reached out to you and asked you to come back to Bad Boy to help out his deal.
Well, I told Wolf he had to straighten out his thing with Slick. We met on 125th Street, me, Slick, Rico, and Wolf. Him and Slick talked and everything, and it was cool and everything. So he said, yo, Gene, I need you to come because we need somebody who was in law enforcement legal that could carry a gun and everything to be with us. And he said, and if you ran after me, and this is his own words, because I didn't see it and I didn't know it at the time, he said, if you ran after me and I had a gun in my hand, I want you on my team. I said, I don't fuck with Puff like that, bro. He said, from the city college shit. He said, yo, you're going to have your own contract. You're going to have your own days. All you have to do is listen to me and make sure we're good. I said, all right, man, we'll see. And that's why I went back.
Okay, so you joined the security team at Bad Boy with your own contract.
Right.
Right. And Wolf was already over there, and Big Paul was over there as well.
Paul, yeah.
Paulie. And Paulie was kind of Puffy's everyday guy.
Yeah, Paul was the guy who Puff helped him set up a security company. Had him set up a security company, so he did the security at the house, the apartment building or whatever, and Sean John, and over at Bad Boy, and the studios. So he set up all the security for those places.
Okay. And when you joined, You were Puffy's personal security as well?
Puff, that's all I did was Puff.
Okay. And I guess every so often, Puffy would put you with Big during circumstances, right?
Well, like if we was on stage or Big was on stage, he felt threatened for Big, I guess. He said, "Yo, Jay, go watch Big." So I go.
Okay, so you doing some work for Big, and the two of you kind of formed a relationship.
I think me and Big we formed a relationship on two occasions. One when he was in DC doing Howard University. He made Puff shut the door down, and people shut the door down.
These are
I
exciting
think
times for the
D-Rock
company.
birthday is the 17th
If you
or
want to
16th of
expand,
October,
Secure
and he
Serves
made him shut
updated
down
with
the
an
place.
opportunity to source and resell high-value vehicles. And some
Me
garage
and
space in
D-Rock
the
bought like
buildings
5
become
outfits
available on
together, then
Dynasty.
everybody else bought an
Stop by
outfit.
the office soon
And
and I'll
then
show you.
Big used to just give me all the clothes that he didn't want. Like, you had Nike, Lugs, you had Mecca clothing line. They would bring big boxes to Big everywhere he was at. And then he was like, yo, whatever he didn't want, he said, yo, D-Rock, you want this? D-Rock like, nah, I don't want it. And then, yo, Big J, you want it? And then I was like, man, I'll take it and give it to the guys on the block, who was part of our crew or whatever. But the kid was just good like that. And then we had a situation where we were in Atlanta that something was bought, and he thought I was going to lie about it because Puff was trying to say it was his, and it wasn't his, it was Big's. And you know what I'm saying? And he said, and they had made a bet that I was going to go on Puff's side. So when I got to the studio, I said, nah, Puff, you had that one, and Big had that one. And that's what it was. And Big looked at me, and you could see a smile on his face like, yo, this nigga's on.
Okay. And before all the drama began, did Tupac ever come around? Did you ever see Big and Tupac interact together?
No, I never seen Big and Tupac interact together. I seen Puff and Pac interact together, but I didn't see
really?
Big. Yeah.
In what capacity?
Like we was at Roxy. They used to give functions and parties there. And then one time me and Puff walked up in there. It was this is after Pac got shot and everything like that. And it was Pac and like 4 other guys. And Pac put a cigarette in his mouth. The dude lit the cigarette. I started laughing. Felt like a cigarette film. So then him and Puff talked, and that was it. It was nothing.
Okay, and then the incident happened at Quad Studios.
This was after the incident at Quad, when I seen Pac with Puff.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. Well, when the situation happened at Quad, Biggie was reporting, I think it was Sean, and I think Puffy was there, Lil C's was there, probably some others.
I think Big was recording with the Junior Mafia, and Lil Sean was recording on his own, and Puff was in there with Puffer came down there, but he was with Jimmy Henchman and Andre Morel in another part of the studio.
Right, and Tupac was over there, I guess, to lay a verse. And as he was getting ready to go up the elevator, 2 guys ambushed him, shot him, robbed him, and then started some level of friction between Bad Boy and Tupac. Yeah.
Well, I don't think it was between Bad Boy and Tupac and Bad Boy. Not at all. Pac knew where that came from. You know what I'm saying? This is from the streets and over the years. Pac at that time knew where it came from. He knew Bad Boy had nothing to do with it. Because I'm just saying his name is Zeke. He was Pac's friend who was actually there with him. He was a good dude of mine. You know what I'm saying? And I know him. Me and him have conversations. He's a good brother, spiritual brother. He personally told me, he said, yo, I was there. You know what I'm saying? He was there with Pac that night that it happened. And he said to me that the next day, he went with Big, and Big got the gun out the piano, and he went to the hospital to see Pac the next day. So Pac knew that had nothing to do with Big at that time, because his man told him and made him understand it.
after the fact, I remember Pac did an interview about it. And he was like, you know, look, this dude is supposed to be the king of New York. This happened in New York. You know, I didn't expect me to tell, Big to tell me who it was, but I expected a certain level of support and help. And he kind of compared it to the situation when Trench got into in the 60s. Pac went out of his way to try to kind of remedy the situation and so forth. And I guess he just felt like, as his friend, Biggie wasn't really trying to stand close to him during the situation.
Brother, you can't expect another man to do what you do. And the way that you roll as an individual, you can only hope and pray that somebody would do the same for you. But everybody ain't built or cut from that cloth. You understand? Big had told y'all his man got killed on his block. He didn't go around his own block no more after that. You understand? He knew that king of New York shit was only the phrase that came from the movie. What was that? With Christopher Walken? Was that King of New York? Was that the movie?
That's the movie.
He said that phrase only came from the movies. It's nobody the king of New York. You understand what I'm saying? New York got too many boroughs. New York got too many spots. And some of the guys in Brooklyn won't go to the Bronx. Some of the guys in Bronx definitely won't go to Brooklyn. Manhattan, stay clear of both of them. You understand? So it ain't no king of New York. You know what I'm saying? So you have guys that are strong in their areas, are known, but he knew that was a bunch of bullshit. Big could not give Pac any money when Jasmine and Jada Pinkett came to him. Because he didn't have no money to give Pac. And nobody was smart enough to say, yo, Big, do a show for your man. Get a club, and all the money you make on the door, let that go to Pac defense. You understand? He couldn't give nothing to Pac for his I guess when he was trying to get his sentence, what Suge did. He was trying to get the money to get out of jail. You know what I mean? So Big.
Customized scarf. It's back and make markup. Only pay for what you need.
You can give nothing. So Pac probably used that, and then now he was messing with Puff heavy. He's doing the whole bad boy thing, and him and Puff didn't like each other.
Okay, so that situation happened. And, and from what I heard also was that when Pac got caught up in that rape case, right around that same time, Biggie had left his guns in Pac's room, and Pac ended up, taking that charge. He didn't say that it was Biggie's gun and so forth. So there was some friction going on between him and Big on a personal level.
Well, when I spoke to Big when we was out in L.A., he didn't know why dude was acting like that. And that's what he said to me. I don't know why dude was acting like that, man.
Okay, so Pac ends up getting convicted of the situation with Ayanna Jackson. He ends up getting locked up. And then things sort of escalate in their own way. So Biggie releases Who Shot You? And I remember speaking to the producer of that song, and he told me it had nothing to do with Tupac. But from your point of view, you felt like that Puffy knew putting that song out right after Tupac got shot would create that level of controversy.
Well, anybody with any sense know that if your man just got shot, you understand, and there's a little beef, that the people who are involved, they tell guys records that they can't do. You understand? You'll do a record, and here it is, not the producer, but Clyde Davis or Diddy or something. No, you can't do that record. You can't do that record. They knew that wasn't a good time to put that record out, but they knew that record would bring on a lot of controversy. That record would bring on a lot of emotions from the people, because people would automatically think, oh, he talking about Tupac. Everybody thought he was talking about Tupac. Why wouldn't they? You understand? So it wasn't a good idea for us streetwise to put that out there, but business-wise, it was great. Big wasn't doing that well. Big's first 6 months wasn't that well until he did the song with Craig Mack.
Well, right after Kushacha comes out, the Dog Pound is out in New York with Snoop, recording New York, New York, which originally was supposed to be an homage to New York rappers, right? Because it takes the same title as the Melly Mel song and so forth. But as they're out in Brooklyn somewhere filming this music video, and I've talked to people who heard this, who were with the Dog Pound and Trady and Corrupt and all that. Big gets on the radio and was like, yo, New York, we looking soft out here. The Dog Pound is shooting this music video out there. We're looking soft. And then a shooting happened on the set of the music video. No one actually got hit. But, the actual music video set gets shot up. And then when the music video finally comes out, Snoop is like kicking over a bunch of New York buildings and stuff like that. So now the thing escalates again. Right. Do you remember that time?
I remember.
Okay. Why did Biggie go on the radio and kind of escalate things?
I couldn't answer that. I couldn't answer what the next man and why he did it. You know what I mean? It was his choice. He come on, man. When you young, dumb, and full of cum, and your testosterone levels up that high, you might say anything. But as you get older, and if he had the opportunity to have gotten older, he probably would have said it then, or probably regretted that he said it.
Yeah. So my point is that the escalation is kind of between Bad Boy and Death Row is now getting a little more serious. There's shootings and so forth.
Right.
Okay, so Tupac is out. He's with Death Row. He's blowing up. Bad Boy is blowing up. And then there was a situation where Suge takes a photo with Puffy's baby mother.
That's
and
bad
his
business.
son. Right. Tell me about that.
I don't know if it was one of the press guys, but we were out and about, and I think we were about to go in. I was like, I'm tired, man, I'm going in. You know what I'm saying? And I was happy because, once he go in, I'm done for the night. And so then, here come Wolf. Always staring up shit with this cat. Wolf came, and he said, yo, Puff, look at this. And he had a magazine. I think it was one of those artist press magazines. I don't know what it is, but it was from Death Row. And Suge was in the magazine with Misa, with his arms around Misa, while she had Justin in her arm. And it said, the caption said, what the East Coast won't take care of, the West Coast will. I seen a van come across that kid's forehead and then neck. And then he got on the phone, he was screaming and hollering. I don't know what, we must have stayed out until the next morning. Then I had to be there at 9 o'clock again. You know what I'm saying? Because it was on the weekend. But he was living. He was going crazy behind that.
Do you think that photo was the real start of the East Coast West Coast beat?
I think that photo, what it did was, for Puff, there was no coming back from it. Because before they did hit him up, Eric B had a conversation with Suge. This is what I heard from Chaz. Eric B and Big D them had a conversation with Suge and said, yo, you gotta tell Pac, he gotta do something, he gotta direct his anger towards the people that he was mad at. So he has to let the people know who he's talking about, because he can't keep saying all New York niggas is fake, phony, and faggots or whatever he was saying about New York cats. So he had to get that shit straight. So Pac did the song Hit 'Em Up and directed all the people that he was mad at. He said who he was mad at, put their names out there, because they was going to start the Death Row East Coast. You know what I'm saying? So Eric B and Big D was going to be over there. You know what I'm saying? So he directed that information to them. And prior to that, they were all out here in New York, and they were trying to have a meeting to squash the shit between Big and Puff. Puff didn't want to have nothing to do with it. Big and Pop, and Puff didn't want to have nothing to do with it.
Well, when Hit 'Em Up dropped, and hip hop fans would argue, but I think most people would say that is the greatest diss record.
No, not at all.
Okay, I would say, like I said, people will argue. Some people say no Vaseline. Some people will say, back to back, whatever. Like there is an argument, but it's in that conversation no matter who's talking.
Yeah, but if you want to talk about diss tracks, the GOAT, LL Cool J. he was
also the conversation.
He was massive in a diss track is when you could end somebody's career. When LL got on the track and he dissed you, he ended your career.
Okay.
All right?
Fair enough. But I would say that up until that time, Hit 'Em Up was the most vicious and personal diss record. He started off talking about I fucked your bitch. Like he really popularly crossed a lot of lines with that particular record. When that dropped, and it was a hit song on top of it. It was being played in the clubs and the whole nine.
Right.
When that record dropped, how did Puffy take it?
I don't know how he took it, but nobody really even discussed it or said anything about it. It wasn't like because they knew Big could have got back at him if he wanted to, but they took the high road.
Yeah.
But he wasn't.
Yeah,
he didn't discuss it that much. You know what I'm saying? He was upset when we were in the clubs and place that people played it and everything like that. But he didn't do nothing about it.
Right. From what I understand, Puff was telling Biggie not to really go back and forth with Pac and start a whole, back and forth rap. And Big kind of touched a little bit on Pac. If we had twins, they probably had two Pacs, get it, two Pacs. But he didn't really go hard at Tupac the same way that Pac went at him.
Well, Big had to listen to Puff. He had to listen to Puff because Puff owned his publishing and his marketing and marketing, and he wanted it back. He found out how important that was for an artist and somebody in this business. So he had to listen to him. He had to, go against what he may have even thought was right or wrong. This nigga on my marketing, on my publishing, I gotta listen to him, I gotta do these things, you understand? But when I was in the Winnebago with him, he said, man, next motherfucker mention my name on some wax, I'ma tear their ass up.
Right, and I remember Biggie did an interview about that. He said that when he was still recording his first album, he was broke, he was fucked up, and he approached Puff for some extra money. Puff was like, well, you can sell me back part of your publishing for I don't know, it was $25,000 or some real small amount. And Big did it, not really realizing the implications of it.
He gave him $200,000. I don't know how much it was. I don't know how much publishing that entailed, but I bet you it was more than 25% or 50% of it for $200,000. And he told me, he said, yo, listen here, man, the people who were managing me didn't know what the fuck they were doing at the time. But they all work for Puff and they got their schooling from Puff. So what else they gonna do?
Okay, so Hit 'Em Up comes out. Things are becoming more heated between the two camps. And then they run into each other at the social media.
Right.
And you were actually Puff's bodyguard that night.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you guys weren't actually part of the altercation when Big and Tupac ran into each other.
Not at all.
Okay, so
We were running. We heard it over the radio. So me and Puff is running and trying to get there. The next thing you know, this little light-skinned Muslim guy stops Puff. And we about to get into it with these Muslim guys. I ain't know what the hell was going on, but I'm not going to let them touch Puff. And they wanted to talk to him, so they surrounded us. You understand? And it was about 6 of them. And this dude was trying to talk to Puff, and I'm moving him. You know, I got Puff in one arm, and I'm moving him, come over this door right there, until Mustafa saw us. Mustafa is Farrakhan's son. And then Mustafa said, brother, back up. Dude didn't move. And then Mustafa said again to your brother, back up, they with me. Dude was crazy heated. And then Mustafa got in his face, hard body, like, brother, real hard. And you know, like, and I was like, oh shit, this shit about to go. You know what I'm saying? And next you know, next to Islam guys start running, coming from everywhere. And so they backed up and then Puff took off, running to the corridor.
I'm in a bad way, Doc.
As he's running to the corridor, I see Pop and Suge and the rest of them come right there. And we're at the end of the edge where if you take this left, you have to jump down into where the televisions and the media was at. It was like a little small embankment or whatever like that you can jump down into. So Puff was on my left. Puff was right here behind me. And they coming. And they talking amongst each other. I see him. And I looked at Puff. And I just said to him, I said, yo, Puff, don't worry about nothing. I got this. Just take care of my family. You know what I mean? And when I looked the other way, next thing you know, he jumped down in the embankment and took off running. And I just put my back against the wall, and they just walked past me. And that's when Pop got that award for album, I think, or something of the year, rapper of the year, whatever.
I did a really extensive interview with Keith and now, he was saying that around that time, you know, Keefy and the Southside guys were around Puffy going to some of the shows, having various events and so forth. Before it hit him up, was Puffy approaching y'all for security and protection?
No, he had a West Coast. He had a West Coast tour coming. San Diego, San Jose, you know, San Anaheim, LA, stuff like that. Vegas. So he called when I get a Zip. I don't know whether he had set this up or not. Zip can't pick it up and go to the
What? You think I'm an idiot? I'm gonna tell an 8-year-old that he can dig a coal in the backyard?
When people, the CEO do. Yeah. Yeah. What's going on with y'all? You know, niggas is doing let me know today. Some pictures. But I see you trying to play us in Crips, Blood. Sugar, Blood, Crips.
Okay, so he just gave you guys some tickets to the show. Now, how did you see, you know, Keefy and the Southside guys?
Well, I would only see the headliners. You know, Keefy D and whoever he brought with him, and they usually meet up in a hotel and come. He didn't bring the whole Southside Crips and everything. Like, it'd be like 1 or 2 of them. And they'll come upstairs and they love to gamble. So it'd be Zip, D-Mac, Puff, a couple of Crips, and we up there and we gamble. That's it. We shoot dice. And one day it was, the first time I met Keefy, it was Tretch, Arnell Simpson, D-Mac, Puff, Zip, and we were sitting in the hotel room and they were gambling.
That's great, yes. I can come anytime for an
And you know, based on conversations I had with you, from your point of view, you said that Puffy never really directly paid Keefy and them. He would give them tickets to shows, so it looked like, you know, they would all show up. So it looked like they were all together, but it's not like they were actually on payroll.
Yeah, the oldest trick in the book, man. You know what I'm saying? You get a lot of your friends to come and get them free tickets, and now it look like you got a crew of guys with you. You know what I mean?
Like I said, things are still escalating. Things are really bad. You did an interview a couple of weeks ago, and you said that you heard Puffy say something. You said I don't care if Pac gotta die, I don't care if Big gotta die, something has to change.
Right.
When did he say that?
Right after the Soul Train, man. He said, we got back to the house, we did a walk around. My man went upstairs, and we did a walk around. He stayed in the limousine. You understand? So now I got Chaz on the phone, and I'm like, yo, Chaz, I can't believe, man, I was about to, blase, whoop-de-whoop, and this nigga ran. And he said, yeah, he ran. I said, yeah, Chaz. So Pump came in and everything like that. And Pump went upstairs. He said, yo, he did what? And as Pump was walking up the steps, I said, yeah, he ran, man. And he said, why you tell him I ran? Why you ain't tell him I took the left? I was like, I just took the left. He said, Chad said, what did he say? He said, why I tell you he ran? I should have just told him he took a left. And then Puff came back downstairs and was he said, yo, Gene, I got 126 employees.
Yeah, I got you,
And
man.
these people
Look, I'm down.
depend on me for their livelihood. These white folks
Listen, bro.
thought, or
As
they
long
would
as we're
think
not out
that I had
on the
anything to do with any kind of gunplay,
I don't give a shit.
they wasn't gonna fuck with me, and they not gonna fuck with me. He said, I'm a businessman. I'm about making money. But something gotta change. I don't give a fuck if Pac gotta die, Big gotta die, or Suge Knight go to jail. Something's gotta change. He took upstairs, he turned around and walked back upstairs. And it didn't dawn on me what he said. And then my man looked at me and Ron was like, yo, that nigga said Big. I said, yeah, he sure did. He said, Big gotta die? He said, Big. And today, I look at that as being some probably, I guess, you would call that, I'm trying to get the word for it.
Foreshadowing?
No, it's not foreshadowing. It's like he had this thought, or somebody had told the way he said it. It seemed like somebody had told him that before, or said that. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know, bro, but the way you said it seemed like he had heard it before.
Well, not too long after that, there was a big Tyson fight that happened in Vegas. Tupac and Death Row guys all go down there. And Keefy D, the Southside guys, are down there as well. Zip is there. According to Keefy D's book, and he kind of backtracked a little bit on this, I guess that Zip was with Foxy Brown. So the fight happened. Mike Tyson even spoke about how guilty he felt because he kept pushing Tupac to come down because Tupac had done a song that Tyson was going to use to walk out to the ring.
I feel a little guilty about him coming in the fight, he's crushing him, like, hey, don't be entertained. I was going to go out with him, and I'm through 662, and I guess I wouldn't really opening stance, I'm still in the
So Pac is down there and it was living their best life. And then in the lobby at GM, Trayvon Lane points out the guy that jumped him and tried to take the death row chain. Tupac makes a beeline towards Maiden Lane, attacks him, big fight happens, and then shortly afterwards, the shooting happens, and the car that Tupac and Suge was in gets shot up. Suge gets grazed, Tupac gets killed. And, I did a very extensive interview with Keith about this when he was in the car. And they killed Tupac. He didn't say who the shooter was.
This
but,
is she.
It could be one for him. It could be one for him. I'm not sure.
Well, I do have a television.
Well, in the book,
No,
You said
honey, I
that
just watched the local
as
TV.
you're
I
driving
need
up
more than that.
towards the end of the short drive
Thanks
to
anyway. Bye.
Chrysler's, and you said number 2 pop pulled out there.
Don't know what people
Did you actually see a gun?
oh shit. Once you got the reason, I got the duck.
So someone from your car
That's what I
started shooting at Tupac and shooting. When you heard the news that Tupac got shot in Vegas, what did you think?
I thought he was dead. Tupac got shot. They said they got them niggas. And that's what I heard. I heard that night. It was about 4 or 5 o'clock. We were sitting on the stoop on 112th Street. And got a phone call from somebody who was actually with Keefe D and them. You know what I'm saying? Because what happened when Keefe and them saw them, and this is what I've heard from another individual who was there. He said, Keefe said, we're gonna go to I'm gonna talk to the niggas right now. You know what I'm saying? And they took a left and the other people took a right going back, whether to the hotel or whatever like that. And the individual said he'll tell us what happened when he comes back to New York. When he called us that night.
Are you talking about Zip?
No, it was a dude that was with Zip.
Okay, got it. I mean, according to Keefe D, Zip was the one that provided the guns for the actual murder.
I don't believe that.
You
I don't believe that. You know, for the simple reason is that when is it the Southside Crib have a problem getting it done? When are you going to eat? When are you going to, you traveling somewhere, you know for a fact that you're going to have artillery there when you get there or whatever like that. And how is it that Zip could come all the way from New York or California and have guns and they can't?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, and they were driving. It's not like the Southside guys were flying
Right.
and bring guns with them. They were all in a Cadillac, and yeah,
Right.
that makes sense. Okay, and then Keefe in our interview claimed that after Tupac got shot, Puffy called and said, "Don't let us." Which at this point is just
Robbie is like the
hearsay.
most
Yeah.
far out thing ever, man.
Okay.
Whatever,
When-
dude.
And it took Tupac a few days to actually pass away. In the beginning, everyone thought that he was going to make it. And then, as the days progressed, he kept hearing worse and worse news until finally he passed away. Okay, so after the situation happened, and Tupac eventually passes away, with Tupac being the main spokesman of the beef, the one that was doing the songs, the one that was doing the interviews and kept attacking everyone, how did everyone at Bad Boy feel when Tupac passed away? Was it a sense of relief, or was it like, oh no, this is about to escalate further?
Well, we knew it may escalate further, but sense of relief, I don't think relief. Big was devastated. He was so devastated that he got smoked out of his mind, gave Lil C's the keys, they got smoked out their mind, and they had an accident, and Big went through the car window. So he could have been dead then. He broke both of the three bones in his body.
So you're saying that accident that happened between Big and Lil C's, the car accident, was almost like a side effect of Tupac dying?
Yeah, that night. It was like when he heard the news, it was that night. You know what I'm saying? He gets smoked out of his mind because, the kid was hurt. You know what I mean? Behind his relationship with Pop. You know what I'm saying? So, and then you were like, it wasn't going to get any better until people sat down. And still in all, it wasn't Big that needed to sit down with anybody. It was Puff.
Well, Keefe talked about, various meetings he had with Puff, and there was words thrown out, according to Keefe, and Puff said, well, I'll pay $30 to make this problem go away, and so forth. And then, after, Tupac passed away, there was a rumor that a payment went from Puffy's camp, and it was supposed to go to KDD and Southside guys. And according to TK Kirkland, Zip got that money and he kept it for himself. Well, the story that has circulated was that after Tupac got killed, Puffy allegedly gave the money, I heard, to Zip.
Yes.
And Zip was supposed to give the money to Keefe.
Yes.
But he never gave the money to him.
But thank God he never gave him the money. Right? Think about it. If he gave the money, Puffy would be in prison now, money for hire. A murder for hire. So thank God. It's just a true story. I'm not saying yes or no. But if he would have gave them the money, it'd have been a murder for hire and Puffy would be locked up.
Now, you had mentioned something about a check. Can we talk about that?
Yeah, I can talk about it. I mentioned it on Doggy Diamond platform, and I had, I told Ilmrak and some other people, if anything happened to me, this is all what happened. They got the whole tape. They got everything that that went down or whatever like that I said, and I've already said it. What happened was is that you had to understand who Zip was. Zip was a mastermind, a gangster, a pimp, a hustler, and he had more game than Kellogg had flakes, brother. You understand? So, just for instance, before I break this check thing down to you, Zip used to do shit like that. He had 20 guys in the club with him, right? And he gonna say, yo, we got all these girls, you got chicks. We're gonna get 20 bottles of champagne, 5 bottles of Grey Goose or Belvedere, and we're gonna get 5 bottles of Hennessy. Now, he'll tell all 20 of the guys, I need like 400 or 500 from each one of you. You understand? Because they know in the club bottles are $200 and better. You know what I mean? So we can drink all night and we can show how the girls like that. Boom. Zip already went to the manager, and most managers and people in the clubs thought he was Puff's uncle. He already went to them and made a deal with him on the bottles. You know what I'm saying? So these guys are giving them $200 to $500, you know what I'm saying? Giving their money out. He's giving the bottles at cost. You understand? Because he's getting so many. You understand? And when he go to get the managers some money, it's only a tip for the bartenders. Because he already paid for that. You know what I mean?
Right. And to expand on that, when I interviewed Mike Tyson, he went into this whole story about how he was hanging out and Don King showed up with $600,000 in cash for a fight. And Zip basically finessed Don King out of that $600,000, basically grabbed the money and shooed Don King out the room before any contracts got signed, and basically the two of them spent that $600,000 themselves.
Zip took like $600,000. Yeah. Dom, and he came in with the money, he tried to do something, and then let's come make it. Hey man, let me get some of that money to pay some people. I gotta pay the people. Let me be staying in the come back. And Zip, you never mentioned that. Zip is such a gentleman. The kid come back. Wait, no, it's not good for it. Just right. And then we look at money and wow, what? Let's get some bitches. Let's get everything. So do it tonight.
So Zip is known for just robbing people in various
I would
types
say rob. You know what I'm saying? Because ain't nobody took him to court.
Finessing people.
Finessing people. I told you he had more game than Kellogg had flakes, man. You know what I'm saying? Gonna talk a well out of water. So now, after Pac got killed, and we heard about, somebody got a check or something like that. Zip came up on my man's spot, because, he used to always try to, show him new cars and everything. Every time he got something new, he would come on the block, our block, and show it to us, either to the game room or on the block when we was cooking or whatever we were doing. And he came up there, and I heard TK Kirkland interview with you. He said he got a check for $500,000. Wasn't no check for no $500,000. Zip had a check in his right back pocket, and that check was for $1 million. He said he got the Jimmy Hitchman got him the check from Barry Hankerson or something like that. Barry Hankerson, I think, that was a leader, uncle or manager or something like that, gave him that check for Black Ground Records. That's what he said. Follow the paper. I didn't know he had a record label. I didn't know he had a record company, Black Ground label, and that's what he said he got the check for. You understand? I'm not the only one that's seen the check. There's other people that I'm not going to mention their name, but they know, they know well because we already discussed it and talked about it. You understand? And I told people that I was going to let the people know. He had a check for $1 million. But he said that Jimmy Hitchman got it for him from Barry Hankerson for Black Ground Records. I didn't know he had it for a record company.
Well, ultimately, Keith D and them never got the check, which in the grand scheme probably worked out best. Puff actually did write a check for that, otherwise connected to that situation. So, everybody said keep the money and kind of shield the situation.
So he's a savior.
Yeah, in a way.
Seriously, I could use a drink
and
just
rest in
thinking
peace,
about it.
Eric Von Zip, passing away some years later, I think, from cancer.
Right.
So, whatever stories Zip has, essentially.
But that's crazy. You know, that cancer, that cancer didn't show up until after he got shot. Yeah, it was crazy. I used to work this club. See, everybody trying to say I didn't know Zip. I knew Zip just like I knew the back of my hand. I think I even told you how for my birthday he brought 2 prostitutes up to me and be like, yo, here go chocolate, here go vanilla. He was holding them like this. Like, here go chocolate, here go vanilla. It's your birthday. You can have them both and be greedy. Or you can take one or I can take one. I say, yo, I'm good. I'm good. You can have the room. And I went down to the tour bus. You know, he was general like that. He ate my food. I love to cook. I used to cook for everybody on the block. You know what I'm saying? He used to come eat out. We used to make fried turkeys, from macaroni and cheese, greens, cornbread, all that shit like that. And Zip used to always come out. We knew him. You know what I'm saying? When he had an issue or problem, you understand? It's people in Slick and the family that he called to make sure that he wouldn't have no problem. You understand? So I knew Zip very well. You know what I mean? I worked at his club.
Well,
Stop by the office soon, and
the
I'll show you.
situation with Tupac happened. Tupac passes away. Biggie and Bad Boy are still moving forward and doing their thing. Biggie ended up dropping Hypnotize, which was a massive hit. Anyone thought that Biggie just had one solid album, that pretty much changed the whole thing. Big, huge budget video and so forth. So then, leading up to March 9th, 1997, I guess Biggie had already finished his album, and he went out to LA to work on Puffy's album.
Correct.
Oh, okay. And I guess leading up to that night, Mace was at a celebrity basketball game with the Dog Pound, the Death Row guys, and I guess he was told that, hell, the beef is still on, there's still a lot of tension, there's still a lot of bad feelings on this, right?
Correct. Yes, he were.
Okay. So then Mace told that to Big, to Puff, to both?
I don't know if he told it to Big, but I know he told it to Puff.
Okay. And when Puff heard that, how did he react?
I think Puff didn't really give 2 shits in a shake for it. You know what I'm saying? Because you gotta realize this kid was a young kid, and I'm gonna just be straight blatant. He got his girl Kim Ford out there. He fucking Sally Richardson. You know, so I'm staying in the room. Next to me, we got the presidential suite. I got a room. He got the room. I'm right there. I'm the one who answered the door and everything. So he's fucking Sally Richardson and everything like that. So he's the man. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't give a fuck. We was running around. Me and him was running around LA, going to the House of Blues. We were going to the movies. We were just going out there. We see Dre them sitting out there on Melrose eating. We were going over like he didn't have a care in the world. So, I don't know if it was because he was young, dumb, or he was stupid. I don't know what he thought it was. But when Mace told him that, I thought that we wasn't going to go around. Because I never was ever the individual to say, yo, let's not go in, let's not do this, let's not do that. I'm young, dumb, too. Then I'm for the bullshit. If it whatever it is, I'm for it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna make sure you're gonna be all right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why Puff was like on some shit like he didn't give a fuck.
Okay. So you guys are out in LA, and I guess Biggie is not really going to any of the clubs.
I ain't seen
He's
Big.
pretty much.
You know where I seen Big at? I seen Big at the studio after the fight with Charlie Baltimore. You understand? And I seen him at the Peterson Museum. He didn't go none of the places we were at. And on the video shoot.
Okay, so you mentioned Charlie Baltimore. So I guess right before the incident, him and his girlfriend Charlie Baltimore get into like a domestic dispute.
What was the name?
Where I guess he put some hands on her.
I missed the
They
name.
seen some pictures of him with some other girls. I guess she threw his Rolex and his ring out the window. And
You must have seen our program, Vlad. You was looking at the Jay Deal show, man. Stop that smart shit, Vlad.
yeah, man, I've been doing research. And I guess, you know, police showed up and potentially could have arrested me for that.
Right. And me and Puff talked him out of it. And Charlie never gave up no name or said anything. They rolled Big out the hotel. And I feel kind of fucked up behind that, but it's life, you know, because if he got arrested, he wouldn't be able to go to no parties. Under that new OJ law that they put out for domestic violence at the time.
Right, when the police show up for domestic violence, someone has to get arrested.
Yeah.
Because when they didn't arrest OJ time and time again, Nicole ended up getting murdered later on, and LAPD got like partially, of course. Okay, so then the night of March 9th, 1997, there was a big vibe party at the Peterson Museum in LA. I guess Puffy talked Biggie into actually attending.
Yo, that whole week, man, Puff was like, yo, man, yo, Big, you gotta come to this party. And he like, yeah, all right, cause now he, you know, I know why he's calling him Diddy. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, all right, Diddy, all right. He like, this, yeah. So then Puff was like, yo, Big, you gotta go to this party. You know, and he wasn't getting the response that he needed from Big to make sure that he was going to the party. So, this was real odd. Puff came one day and he had Sally Richardson, her makeup person, and his other chick, I think. And he said, yo, I need D-Rock to ride with me. And then he said, Gene, you stay here with Big. I was like, which was weird. So D-Rock stayed gone the whole day with Puff. And that never happened, you know. So I guess the chick liked D-Rock or whatever. That's what Puff wanted her to do. And next thing you know, I've gotten phone calls. I got a phone call from Unique from Mecca Audio, right? And Unique from Mecca Audio said, yo, that's up. You know, these guys is coming to get you. I tell Chaz, the day of the party, I spoke to Chaz. He said, yeah, it's gonna be some street shit, bro. Let you know that. So now, I called my man, I forgot his name B, but I called him, he used to fuck around with Joseph. I asked him, was they coming to the party? Because we going to the vibe party. And he said, nah, we ain't going. So, I come in the house, because I was at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and I go directly upstairs. I say, Paul, what Puff at? He upstairs with Kim. So I call him, I say, Puff. He comes to the top of the staircase. And I say, yo, Puff, I got some intel, brother. You understand? Now, Puff know, he ain't never heard me ever tell him not to go nowhere. And I didn't tell him not to go nowhere that night. I said, Puff, I got some intel. The guys are coming to kill us tonight at the museum party. He said, Gene, I don't want to hear that shit. He said, you ain't got to go if you don't want to go. You understand? But I don't want to hear that. So quiet as it kept. I'm the only one with toast. You know what I'm saying? I know Paul don't have none. I know D-Rock don't have nothing. I brought 3 with me. So I'm thinking all kind of crazy shit. I was like, yo, damn, this motherfucker said I ain't gotta go. So I went in and Andre Guerrero's, he had this long wooden table in this like dining room setting. Oak wood, a beautiful table. And D-Mac, couple puff kids from the street team, and one of his best friends, what's his name? Charles. They call him Charlie something. They was all at the table and stuff like that. And I just started bamming on the table. Boom, 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 boom. I said, fuck, man. And he said, because I had that feeling inside me, and something just came over. I said, yo, but I had my vest on and I was like, yo, this shit's around. And then I said, somebody said, well, Gene, what's wrong with you? I said, my man, niggas is coming to kill us tonight, and y'all niggas is joking like it's a joke or something. Y'all niggas act like this shit is a joke. Y'all talking about some fucking party. And D-Mac said, nigga, we locking low together. I said, I don't see nobody locking, I don't see nobody loading. I called a block, because back then you used to call on the payphone, they're in the payphones. I called my block on 112th Street. Sean and Shay. Sean, I think Shay picked up the phone first. Well, I think Sean picked up picked up the phone. And I said, put Slick on the phone. I said, yo, Slick. I got a call from Unique and Chad and told us niggas gonna come, get at us tonight. He said, listen, brother, don't fuck with him, don't go. I'll say, told you not to go, don't go. I said, nah, I ain't gonna leave them kids out like that. I'm gonna go. So then I hang up the phone and I just realized I walked outside. Guess who's outside? It's Big, Tone, D-Rock, and Lil C's, and G-Money. They in the car right there. Tone and D-Rock is outside. They had a Nerf basketball playing on this little basketball goal. And so then I say, Big. He said, yo, what up, Gene? I said, yo, man, niggas gonna try to come kill us tonight, Big. I just got some intel. Lil C said, Gene, go head on with that old cop shit. You think you know everything. So me and Big had a big conversation that night that day in the Winnebago, all the time that Puff and D-Rock was gone. And I said, when Lil C said, go on with that cop shit, I said, yo, what you need to do, Lil C's, is get you a GED. You know what the fuck that is? He said, what's that? I said, a good enough degree. So they don't cheat you out your money like they did your man right here. And I was pointing at Big. You know what I'm saying? Because we used to snap at each other, you know what I'm saying? With the Harlem and the Brooklyn shit like that. So he said to me, yo, Gene, go ahead with that bullshit before I have Tone and D-Rock hold you while Lil C's get his shit off. I said, man, let me tell you something, bro. All that shit sound good. It may make you feel good, but it won't be healthy. And Big said, started laughing. And then next thing you know, Puff come walking out the door. Let's go. We all hops in the car. Go to St. Peter's Museum.
So, all you guys go to the vibe party.
It was 23 of us.
23 people go to the vibe party. And then at one point, the fire department starts to shut it down.
Now it's only 12 of us. Because them motherfuckers that left, they must have felt something.
Seriously?
You know. What's the name? Chuck Ball. That was Puff's friend. Yeah, he was with us. Chuck Ball. They must have felt something, and they left and went to Steve Stout's house in the Hill. Because Steve Stout was giving a party that day, too.
Okay. So, half the entourage leaves. Half is still there. You go and grab all the SUVs and have them pull out in front. So when Big and Puff and all them come out, they can just jump in their cars.
And we can leave.
So tell me about the scene outside as you're waiting for everyone to get in their cars and start to take off.
Hello,
So
this
first
is
we lined up parallel
This is
to
Lifestyle Management.
the door in which they have to
There are
come out.
specialty vehicles available for
Right.
purchase online. If it can't be delivered
You
to your
follow me?
garage, we will organize
All right,
stress-free
we lined
delivery.
up parallel to for the doors they have to come out. So if they come out right here, the car's right there. They're right there. So then Big is taking his time because his fibula bones and his thighs are broken or whatever like that. They fractured or whatever. So it's taking him a long time to come out. So they get out, Big gets in the car, everybody get loaded up. I said, come on, let's go. We're ready to go. Puff is running back and forth like, he'll see the girl, he'll go grab the girl. He said, yo, Gene, remember her? She coming to the party tomorrow. I've never seen him act like this ever, because he don't act like that. Because even in New York City, once Puff get in the car, he'll leave his mom. We gone, we out. So Puff is like looking, and if you see the cameras, you see him running back and forth, looking and everything like that. So I said, Big man, what we standing around here for? He said, that's your man. That's your man. And I said, right. So then I said, Puff, what's going on? He said, yo, Paul them ain't got their car yet. I said, this guy's a cop out there. They can't get his car out the garage thing. I got all these cars. I got these cars out. What are you talking about? You understand? So now we pull out the driveway. When we pull out onto the driveway, now this is the driveway. We pull onto the driveway, and I don't know the street. Is it Wishaw or Fairfax? Which street is right there on the side of it? Is it not sure. Wishaw or Fairfax? Well, whatever street is right there, when you come out the driveway, you got to make a right turn. So we parked up in the driveway. So it's Puff, it's Big's car. I still think we're waiting for Paul in the car. So now they get people coming by. Now y'all seen a lot of videos, and in those videos it seemed like it was a lot of people right there, when Big got shot and everything like that. That's on the other side of the video. Where all those people was walking back and forth right there. Because on our side of the street, it was nobody over there. You understand? So this guy in this blue and white shirt comes walking down. So he walks down and he just goes through the garage, you know what I'm saying, while the cars is lined up. I have my gun under my shirt. With my hand, sideways to the trigger like this. You know what I'm saying? You don't put it on the trigger or nothing like that. I got my gun on side. So the guy walks through, and I see Paul. I say, yo, Paul, what's up? He said, yeah, and the guy just kept on walking. I said, Paul, you see the guy in the blue and white shirt? He said, yeah, I saw him. He said, yo, you puff all right? I said, yeah, puff straight. So just keep your eye on him. So the guy walked away. You know what I'm saying? So then next thing you know, less than 5 minutes from that, here this guy come down. He dressed in a blue suit, white shirt, blue bow tie. You understand? He comes and he just, it's a pillow right here. Puff is in the driveway. If you're walking down the street, you can't see me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm standing right by the pillow, right? So you can't see me. So when he got to the point, because he was walking closer to the curve than he was in the middle of the sidewalk, he was walking closer to the curve, close to the cars, I see him. And Puff is about, I would say 10 to 15 yards from him, right? And I'm about 5 yards from him. So the guy, when I come from over the pillar, he stops immediately. And he just looked at me and I looked at him. He didn't say nothing. So I lowered my arm. And he could see my gun. He looked me in my eye and turns right back and walks down the street. So when he got far enough from down the street, maybe 4 or 5 car lengths and everything like that. I said, yo, y'all ready? He said, yeah, we ready. So we pulls out the driveway, and now we lined up side the street. There's cars parked there from the opening of the museum all the way down to the corner. So we parked right there coming out the garage, and I see Paul now. Big's man is across the street. He has a white Land Cruiser. He's from Philly. I think Charlie Baltimore may have been in the car with him. I'm not for sure. So when we pull out the driveway, Paul comes up to me. I say, Paul, you good? You good? Y'all ready to go? You ready to go? He'll say, all right, because we had already made, Puff had already made the decision that we're going to Steve Stout's house now. So when he gets up there and he said, yo, we were just leaving. No, we were going to Steve Stout's house. I had got a call from Chaz. I had called Chaz and I let Chaz know. I said, yo, Chaz, we about to go to Steve Stout's now. I said, no, I'm coming down there, man. Y'all don't go to Steve Stout's house. Y'all don't go to Steve Stout's house. He didn't say anything on the phone. You know what I'm saying? I'm on my way down. You know what I'm saying? So he had left Steve Stout's house. So we parked on the side of the Peterson Museum. So when I said to Paul said we was ready to go, I said, I lost. I tried to ride on the side of the car. Puff said, yo, Gene, what you doing? I said, I'm riding on the side of the car. I have my gun out. I'm on the side of the car. At the time, I'm 265. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the street 30. You know what I mean? So I was a little slimmer back then. So he says to me, Gene, if you don't get in this car, you ain't gonna never work for Bad Boy ever again. I said, man, how the fuck you gonna try to tell me how to do my job? He said, Gene, we don't need that look. We don't need that look. Get in the car. As I go to get in the car, this motherfucker looks down and let his seat all the way back. So now I gotta put my legs sideways. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is you doing? And so then Kenny said, you ready? He said, you ready? I said, Kenny, run the next 3 lights. Run the next 3 lights, Kenny. Kenny said, for what? I said, motherfucker, run the next 3 lights, Kenny, or I'm gonna drive. Run the next 2 lights. Kenny just took off. When he took off, we got past the light, because it was a flashing red light. We got past the light, and we got across the street. Tone, who was behind me, said, yo, somebody in the car pointing a gun at Big now. I goes to open the door. Fucking, next thing you know, you hear it say, pow! Pop, 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 pop! I do 5 or 6 guns, like, pop, 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 pop! Right? Fucking Kenny goes the car going forward. I said, Kenny, what the fuck is you doing? He said, they shooting at Big. He said, we don't know who they shooting at. He then goes up the block, stops, and do this 3-point turn like that U-turn, comes back. And as we coming back, we see the guy turning the corner from the corner. He was parked on the corner. Because there's no way he could have got on the side unless his car was already parked there. You understand what I'm saying? So now, we stopped right in the middle, right in front of Big's car. We stopped. Puff jumps out the front seat and runs around there to Big's car. All that shit running around the block. I ran down the block and shit like that. That's bullshit. When we got in front of the car, he jumps out the car, ran over to Big's side of the car. So now I'm behind Puff, and I'm looking down the block and everything like that. Those girls who was right there on the corner talking to Puff and them, they had, talking to Big and Lil C's and them. I don't see them. The street is clear. Tone said, G, come on, let's go. Me and Tone hopped back in the car, trying to floor it, but it had one of those government chips in the car. So every time we get close to 100, it goes, go all the way back down. So we could see the guy at the top of the hill. Oh, it was the top. We see the guy up at the top where he made a right. When he made that right turn, when we got up to the top of the hill, we ain't see shit. So I said, Tone, let's go back, man, and make sure everybody all right. Because I'm the only one got a gun. I got 2 of mine and I gave Paul 1 of mine. So we get back. And as soon as I get out the car, I go down to the Peterson Museum. And I just, that little corner where I said that I was at before the Muslim came out, right there, I just chilled right there, like it was nothing. While they was all at the top. You know what I'm saying? Now they got ambulance, fire department, and the police department on the other side of the museum. Wasn't thinking. Should have ran over there and got the ambulance guys to get it. Wasn't thinking, man, at all. So that's when I see DJ Quick come up the block. He was coming from up the block. And he said on his phone, he said, yo, I think they got one of those bad boy niggas. They said they was gonna get him. I said, they said they was gonna do what? And then Paul come running down the street. Yo, Gene, we about to go, we got to go. What are you doing down here? So I looked at Quick looked at me. I went away. I went, ran up the street with them, got in the car. Puff got in the car with Big. He was sitting behind Big, right? D-Rock had came back, because they all had ran down the block once Big got shot. All that shit Lil C said he was behind the truck, he was a lie, because you guys come running down the block. So D-Rock was like, yo, they shot my man, they got my man. And Puff got in behind Big, and I said to Puff, whatever y'all do, don't let them go to sleep. Don't let them go to sleep. Whatever y'all do, don't let them go to sleep. And Kenny jumped in their car, because he said he knew where the hospital was at. And now Tone was driving our car. So Puff said, Ken, you know where the hospital is? He said, yeah, I know where the hospital is. And Big said, and he said, yo, Big, I'm going to get you to the hospital. Big, I'm going to get you to the hospital. And Big said, just do it before I close the door. He said, just do it.
Mr. Crest said we should talk.
Well, she said he didn't say that. But I see he's a 17-year-old kid. He in shock and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? When those shots went off, I heard somebody was on your program say, everybody ducked down in the car. Only one person ducked, and that was Puff. Everybody else was trying to look back or was looking back at the situation. Kenny was driving forward. We all was trying to look back. You know what I'm saying?
So, Mr. Crest said you might be able to help me out with
the
something.
car was shot 4 times.
So that's clear.
With the 4th shot
helping.
Being
and I want to understood that I am not
by the time
just a bystander
got to the
doing
hospital,
a favor.
and
this is not an offer of employment so much as an opportunity.
He was 24 years old.
Well, anyway, this is getting a bit technical, but the point is,
Yeah,
sometimes our fair and legal justice system makes mistakes.
Still a young kid,
And this is one such time.
literally half
Here
my
it
age
is.
right now.
Professor Maxim Rashkov.
When you guys were outside,
You know the
did
professor?
you see Keefy
used to
D,
be
the
head of
Southside
research
guys
for
in
the
front of the
Army.
museum
I see
before he
Keefy
raised
D.
the cop?
I seen Keefy D when he came upstairs.
Polymath,
'Cause I wanted to do something big.
sociopath, tedious, egomaniac,
Kind of like your
control
big, you
freak,
know him?
geneticist,
Big like that.
weapons development,
I said, Big,
engineer,
you don't know him?
car
This
nut,
is
but
one
definitely
of
not a people person. Accused
you
of
call him back
espionage
today?
along with everything else? You don't remember? Well,
Head,
lucky you. Exceedingly vain and self-absorbed
there's a
man,
terminology
brilliant
to
in
give
everything
the
he
guys who
does.
was bosses.
Yada yada
You know,
yada.
back then,
Makes
you
you
know,
want
I
to
see
puke.
him,
He's a
this
goddamn
one of the
traitor.
bosses from out there.
I mean, he's a rat,
PCD,
but he
one of the
pays.
Crips. He was like,
Incarcerated
they
for a
gave him to
crime
the
he did commit, but well, let's just say money talks,
Okay.
and he's going to.
So,
So we got a few
the
things to
Muslim
get
guy that
ready,
you
all
saw
pretty straightforward.
that
Doing
night
one at a time, but
before the
any way
incident
you
actually
like.
happened,
Standard
later
off
on,
for
there was
a
police
fast
sketches.
breakouts. You know what I
They're
mean?
saying that The guy's name was Amir
All
Muhammad.
right, first things
Does
the
the
plane.
police sketch
Then we got a
look
bus.
like
Then
the person that you saw?
two things. We got the inmate transfer
No.
schedule and Rashkovsky's car.
It's
More on that
similar.
later. Let me
Like
show
I
you.
said, the
We
bone
need a
structure.
plane to
I
get the
told him that.
professor
I
out
said
of
the
the
bone
country.
structure was
It's
a
currently
little
being
higher.
used to traffic
You know
drugs
what I'm
by
saying?
transnational
Black,
street gang, the Vagos. The bus.
This is what I do
Need a
for a
standard
living. You know, I'm
Bolingbrook
just New York State
transport
parole
vehicle.
officer.
The
We
least
had to go
traffic
to
is on the
school. We
route
had
from
to take
Lido
classes. We
Bay.
had to take
All right,
things
that's
with the
where you're going to be
DEA,
able to
with
get both. You can
the
get a hard
Secret
copy
Service.
of
We
the
had to
inmate
take
transit schedule
classes
at the
with
LSPD's Mission Row Station.
NYPD.
Go in unarmed,
You know, state
play
correction
school,
and
you
all that
might
stuff
not have
like
a
that.
problem. That's
So,
a two-person job, max.
when I
The other
told them, I
two-handers are
said,
guys
yo, the
Price
bone
Casco.
structure,
We believe
was
it's
a
about to
little
be shipped
different.
to Korea by a
You
luxury
understand?
car theft ring.
he had everything right,
Okay.
the blue suit, the white shirt,
Chris
the
said
blue
you
bow
guys are at
tie,
least
the whole 9
semi-competent,
yards.
so
And how we found that out
Professor
was just
Rashkovsky
that
pays well.
little C's at the hospital. He said a Muslim shot big. And I said to Paul, with the blue suit, white shirt, blue bow tie, he said, Gene, how you know? I said, that motherfucker walked up to Puff car first. But let's go a little further than that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this is your interview. I'm going to let you ask the question. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go further.
No, but everybody's trying to say, you got to take the witness of what they said that night, that week, or whatever. Whenever they gave their first statement, listen to what they said. You understand? Now, the guy walked up to me in Puff's car. There's a picture that the LAPD, when they came to interview me with my lawyer, Eloise Nurse there, and they made a mistake and showed me that picture. How they make a mistake? They were taping me without my consent, without my permission. New York is not a two-party state. You have to have an individual's permission to tape them. They were taping me, and the tape clicked off. When the tape clicked off, they had pictures under the sheets, under the cover, right, with the tape recorder. So they had to move the blanket now, the sheet now, to get to the tape recorder, right? Then my lawyer said, you taping my client without his permission? They give this excuse, oh, we can't remember everything, so she said, no, we're not doing that. He's here to help y'all, and y'all sitting here, infringing on his rights, breaking his rights, whatever terminology, legal terminology used at the time. And then they had a bunch of pictures online. I said, what these pictures is? And I grabbed the picture. And the picture was the Muslim guy, me, and Puff in there. And it didn't come from no videotaping somebody, because they had the Muslim guy facing me, had Puff on the side and the side of me. So it came from some kind of camera from the Peterson Museum. But they had the face of the Muslim guy messed up where I couldn't see it. You know what I'm saying? I'm clear, Puff clear, his suit and all we had on was clear, but his face wasn't. And then they giving me this shit that they gonna have the computer regenerate some kind of photo and stuff like that and show it to me at a later time. And they were gonna come and show it to me in 2 weeks or fly me out to LA. I never heard back from him ever. Until the deposition.
Well, Amir Muhammad, who they say is the Muslim guy in that photo, is I believe, a mortgage broker somewhere in California, claims he has absolutely nothing to do with this. He's not going to interviews. Basically, he's trying to separate himself from him as far as possible. C's said what he said, but ultimately there's other stories that have surfaced on this. There's a guy named Pucci, who was one of Suge's guys, who they say was paid to kill Biggie.
What did the witness that night say? Who was there? The eyewitness that saw his mentor, the eyewitness that saw his big brother. What did the eyewitness say that night? He said that a Muslim shot Big.
Some more background on the Vagos.
I place the Muslim at the scene. I don't give a shit what nobody say 10 years later, 15 years later. What? Because they rappers, they black, what we saw, what we experienced don't count. You want to make up something? Everybody duck down in the car. Nobody duck down in the car. Who ducks down when they hear a shooting? Nobody. We look and see where the shot's coming from. First. That's what we do. We want to know where they're coming from. End up ducking into something. So, my whole thing about it is, they're not taking what the eyewitnesses has said into accountability. Why would we say don't have no leverage? What we say don't mean a damn thing. Come on, bro. We were there. If I placed the guy there and Lil C said that's who shot Big, then why don't y'all show that picture of me, Puff, and the Muslim guy?
When you finally got to the hospital, you found out he died.
I knew he was dead. I already knew when we pulled him out the car. And I know people going, because you know how the internet is. Oh, you didn't have to say that. When he had soiled himself, let me just put that way. And I grabbed him, and you had the stick. I dropped his leg, man. It's like all my strength had left my body. You know what I'm saying? And then I heard somebody say, G, what you doing? And I just grabbed him. And we put him up on that damn stretcher. That's a lot of dead weight, bro. But I was like, Paul came to me and said, yo, G, what's wrong? I said, he dead, bro. He said, nah, dog, he just was hit. It was trauma. I said, nigga, you pissed the shit on yourself, you dead. And so then, I walk in the hospital. Puff come running out the back door. And he grabbed my arms. He grabbed both of my arms. And they was giving the people in the hospital a lot of problems because now fans and people in there, entourage like that. I'm like, y'all get the fuck out this hospital right now. Now I'm in my beast mode. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody, I hate to be like that because it's hard to come back from that. And it always got me in a lot of trouble. But Puck grabbed me both of my arms. He said, Gene, we gotta pray. And I pushed that nigga hands off me and I said, pray for what? That nigga's dead. Called Chad. Chad said he on his way. Chad's bringing whole food to the hospital. I was like, it effed with me for, and it's still effed with me when I hear the music, it's still effed with me because you was around and you was a part of hip-hop greatness. And to see that kid go out like that, when he had so much love, man, when Big was showing me his contract and talking to me about his artists and everything like that, and we was laughing and joking, it was like, spiritual. You know what I'm saying? It was on a whole nother level. I see this kid right here, he was on a whole nother level. He knew he was going to be, that God had afforded him the opportunity to be greater than anybody ever thought he was.
Quite a boss to this day. Still considered one of the greatest. We can't have an all-time great last ever conversation without him.
No, he wrote 6 albums. People don't know that. He don't get credit for the 6 albums, but he wrote 6 albums.
Yeah, he was writing for Kim, for C's, for Puffy,
Junior Mafia. You know what I'm saying? He did his Mafia album with his everything. He wrote the whole Junior Mafia album.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He did 75% of Kim's album.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Well, he couldn't take claim for none of the stuff he was doing because somebody owns his publishing.
Right.
Puff owns his publishing. If he take claim to that, that money goes to Puff, not him, or the people that he put in place.
Well, after the incident, law enforcement showed up at your job, and like you said, you know, you were law enforcement yourself, so you start to cooperate, you know, as any other citizen would. And from what I understand, when Puff got wind that you're actually working with the investigation, he stopped working with you, stopped contracting.
No, Puff had already said when I called the office to get my money, but it wasn't for the big thing. It was for 2 jobs that I did with him for Arista, because Arista was looking for my Social Security number. So Puff told Kirk Burrows that he didn't want to use me no more and everything like that. It was cool. It really, you know, listen to me. They had been trying to get me to quit my state job and retire out because I can get tenured in. You can retire with your weapon and go like that. Man, I'm not doing none of the above. You know, I got a dental plan, I got a health plan, I got eyeglasses, and you know, and I'm getting, at the time it was $75 to $100 and some thousand dollars get working my job and still running a illegal security company and still doing parties. And I was that dude. If you look at that, you know, everybody think that I was so-called just a security person now. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong with doing that. There's nothing wrong with working law enforcement. But Puff, if you listen to that SMS Volume 4 at the 20-minute mark, the 15-minute mark, Puff is calling out all the crews in Manhattan and New York. And he called out all the guys that he felt that was big back then. And he called, yo, Slick, what up, Big G? You know what I'm saying? So he was calling out the dudes who was about it in New York at that time that he knew of. So when you get to this internet, this 10, 20 years ago and stuff like that, people want to try to put like, yo, this cat was just some jealous security guy, stuff like that. No, bro, I worked hard. I worked hard to put myself in a position, you know what I'm saying, to be that dude out here that I was linking the streets with the record industry, because a lot of guys in the record business were scared of the streets. I introduced Chaz to the record business and to the people like that. You understand what I'm saying? They was terrified of him. Because you know his background. You know he's one of the nicest men in the world. But he was a terror back in the day. And they knew that.
You said that Biggie had showed you a contract that he was going to sign with another label after this next album.
Yeah, Big had a contract, and what happened was when me and Puff rode on the plane coming back down there, Puff gave me his briefcase and everything like that, like, yo, here, like, me tracking this shit. Yeah, I got 5 hours, 6 hours, and everything. Let me see what's in the briefcase. And I seen Big contract, and it was talking about, well, you get $250,000, you know, for signing. You know, you get another $250,000, and then you go gold, and you gonna get this much, and you gonna get that much. And then at the end of the contract, I was skimming through it, and the contract said, we're going to discuss about you getting your publishing and your marketing back. Right? So I was asking Big's question about it, because I didn't know what publishing was, I didn't know what marketing was. And Big was showing me a contract, because I was saying to Big, and Big was like, yo, Gene, I like you, I would take you with me, bro, but you love that nigga too much. I said, love that nigga too much? What the fuck you mean I love him? He said, yeah, you love him too much, bro. I would take you with me. I said, nigga, how you gonna take me with you and you broke? He said, I'm broke. I said, yeah, nigga, you broke, man. You owe Mike Gadget $30,000 for the system and them drop boxes you put in your truck. And he was like, yo, how you know that? I said, niggas talking like they mouth. Yo, he said, oh, shit. He said, but I'm about to get this money. So he showed me, I said, you about to get that money? He said, yeah, look at this. They had Charlie Baltimore, Cameron, Lil C's, Lil Kim, Junior Mafia, Tracy, I don't know, Tracy Lee, and the commission. And I think the contract was for so many years to like $62 million. It comes out to like $62 million. I was like, that's what I said. I was like, damn. I said, yo, big. You know what I'm saying? He said, big, because he was smoking those soft pack Newports. I said, big, you want a Newport? Because I wouldn't give him a Newport at first, because I had the box Newports. You know, so like, I said, big, you want a Newport? He was like, yo, G, my man. So, you know, he was like, oh, now you want to give me a cigarette now. I said, nigga, you gonna be a man with that. He said, yeah, man. He said, but listen, I'm gonna give you a whole Jimmy. They gonna have to start writing. They gonna get people who want to be there. You're not, you know, it's in business now. You know, they're gonna have to start writing and holding their own. He said, I said, what's up with little Kim there? He said, yo, he said, that's my bitch. She good. She don't mind working. I said, all right. So then his mother had called. And she was fussing with him on the phone, I could hear, because he owed the contractor $60,000 for a house that she was building in Philly. So then, when he got out the phone, I said, motherfucker, I told you was broke. Because he was telling me, Mom, don't worry about it. Give me the number. Just give me his number. He ain't going to stop building nothing. He ain't going to stop building nothing. I'm going to handle it. I'm going to take care of it. You understand? I was like, yeah. I told him, I said, you know what? I told you was broke. You know what I'm saying? And then we was just talking. I said, yo, Vic, I get in the video tonight? He said, yeah, you can get in the video. And so then I got a phone call. I had to, I don't know if I had to be in court or I had to testify or something like that. I had to go back to the city for a couple of days. And I got on the jet out that night, the red eye that night, and came back to New York. And I came back out and
Well, we're now nearing 25 years since this murder, and it's still unsolved.
I don't think it's unsolved. I don't think.
Well, I mean, officially, according to law enforcement, it is unsolved.
Right, according to law enforcement, unsolved. But if you got all the information and you are stopping the public, you are stopping FBI agents, and you're stopping people who can solve the case, you understand, and bring it forefront to the world, then it had to be a reason why. Everybody know that if they find that the LAPD, because, bruh, you and I both know, you've been to Beverly Hills, right? What gang member is doing a murder in Beverly Hills and making it back to Compton, or making it back to Watts, or making it back anywhere? Ain't nobody doing no murder in Beverly Hills and making it back nowhere. Helicopters, everything is out, everything is showing. You know, they put helicopters out for somebody jaywalking. How the hell they not gonna put helicopters out when somebody has been shot? And then there was a shooting in the air prior to Big getting shot that brought the police and the fire department on the other side of the museum anyway. So why wasn't the helicopters and things out there? You understand what I'm saying? So my whole thing about it is that it had to be some people that had some influence to get that murder done and get away with it. It had to be people, because you and I know who was at the vibe party that night, Black?
White people?
Black people.
Black people.
You know, black people. They got cars up in there that cost hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars in that museum. What the first thing they're gonna make sure is working? Their security cameras, inside and outside.
Wow. Of course I can
Right?
tell you about it.
What they're gonna make sure that they have enough security, enough police, enough presence that nothing don't go wrong. There's no way that you're gonna tell me there was a bank across the street that they didn't get the LAPD didn't get the footage from the nearby places when it was told to them that car was parked on that corner all night. You understand? They have the evidence to make this case. They just not giving it up. And that's real talk. They don't want to because if they find their own has something to do with it, it was going to cost the city $400 to $600 million.
Easy.
Easy.
Because of Big E's future earning potential,
Correct.
which was massive.
Right? His clothing line, you know what I'm saying, his marketing, his clothing line, is not only just a music thing, just him as a person. You know, he had Biggie shoes, sneakers, and all this other shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's sad, man. And then in 2003, Wolf gets killed during a situation with BMF,
Right.
which he ended up shooting first. They returned fire and ended up killing him. I was actually with Big. I actually ended up being thrown out by BMF like right around that time. And I was at Big Beach's house when he saw the ankle monitor. And from what I understand, which was kind of crazy, was the standoff happened. Big Meech and those guys in self-defense ended up killing Wolf. And then once Big Meech gets off house arrest, Puffy throws him a big party.
Bruh, you know, I don't know where you get that part of it from, man, but we were all cool. You understand? Terry was more friends with Wolf, but Meech partied more with Wolf because Terry didn't really do all that partying and stuff like that. So I even spoke to Meech about this in Cancun. This is about some gangster shit, you know. Some like this girl knocks Wolf hats off in the club. She was actually pregnant by Wolf. You understand? Pregnant, and Wolf thought it was his, and he was trying to get her to get rid of it or whatever like that. But she was with this other dude, and she 3-4 months pregnant by Wolf. So she's with this other kid, fucking with this kid, and she actually really wanted Wolf. She comes, knocked his hat off, he grabs her up. So Beach said something to him. But when do you start talking to Wolf, you know, like that? You understand? Or whatever the circumstance situation was. But see, what people don't know was Puff was putting a battery in Wolf's back, talking about, I don't need you no more. When I get this, do this universal deal, I'm giving you $300,000 and leave you the fuck alone. He said, Wolf, you could never leave me alone. You understand? He said, but them guys ain't tough like you think they are. So he put a battery in his kid's back. You know, I'm listening to all this shit like that, but Wolf don't care. He said, yo, them niggas ain't like that, I'm telling you. He ain't like that. You understand? Well, Paul was talking about, I don't need you no more. I don't need you no more. You know, so I'm good. So whatever happened to him in Atlanta, happened to him in Atlanta. Wolf decide to, when they come outside, he shoots at Meech, which caught Meech in his butt. If you get caught in the butt, you going in the opposite direction. So you didn't want it. Meech ain't want to do nothing to him because Meech had enough people and he had enough crew outside that he could handle that stuff. But the dude who got close to him was the dude who killed him that he put down with BMF. It was this dude from Brooklyn that he put down because he needed some money. He was a shooter. Yo, Meech, look out for my man. Put him on your payroll. You need somebody to do work for you just like that. Whoop they whoop. He did that. You understand? And that's the dude who shot him in Britain.
Yeah, man. Just
His own man.
A lot of tragedy, a lot of sadness. You know, G&D, I appreciate you coming in and sharing your story, man. I'm sorry for your loss. Big, especially, you know, being there and seeing the events unfold and, you know, what you could have done a little bit differently, or haven't you done this or that, or having to basically live in your own head for all these years, because, you know, it's been 24, almost 25 years since Biggie's passing, and, you know, he's bigger than ever. You know, it's as if he's still here. You still hear the songs on the radio. You still people referencing him. People are still discussing him. And he really, you know, I mean, although there were other artists on Bad Boy, really I feel like he was the root of the Bad Boy tree. And everything that happened after him, I felt was based on his success. And based on what he put in.
Somebody would say that, but if you were there from the start, you know, the root has to start with a seed, and the seed was Craig Mack. You understand? And Craig Mack started the success, and because they pattern themselves after some of Pac shit, to be honest, they became famous from it. You know what I'm saying? That whole that Pac formula. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So my whole thing about it is that, man, I think my show, Cooking and Conversation, has helped me. You know what I'm saying? Meet people out here, talk with people. You know, I met a lot of great people that has helped me where I don't have to sit on nobody's couch and, you know, tell them my stories and shit like that, that I can get on here and discuss things. I would hope to come back and maybe I'll tell you that 50 Cent and that Ja Rule beef on the next one.
On the next one, man. On the next one.
All right.
Gene Deal, man. I appreciate you coming in.
Yes, sir.
Until next time.
All right.
Peace.
Peace, bro.
All right, here we go. Mob James, welcome back to Vlad TV.
Hey, good to be here, man.
It's been a while. It's been some months.
Yeah.
You know, we were toughing it out through the pandemic, slowly coming out of it.
Man, it's been rough during the pandemic too.
Yeah.
You know, I keep my grandson in the house, and he run around playing the game, talking to himself. So it's taking a toll on both of us. You know, I go by and I had to go buy a swing set. I had to go get him a jumper to the swimming pool just to keep him busy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just basically me and him at home. You know what I'm saying? Trying to stay away from all the crowds.
I feel you. Is the mom or the dad trying to take him anytime soon?
No,
or is
they
he-
both incarcerated.
Oh,
Dad got 17, and my daughter be home in October. She come home. I'm preparing for her. She'll have a car. She's gonna stay. I already got a plan. She's gonna stay with me.
Okay.
For 3 months. That's our first. So she's gonna have to work there 3 months. Trying to find a job. She'll have a car. She don't have no excuses. She get a job. She worked for 6 months, get her paychecks and money up. She looked for a place, and then I know she's ready to take her son.
There you go.
I got at least another year with her.
Okay.
After she come home.
There you go. There you go. And how's the show doing? Gangster Chronicles.
That's fine. It's good. We just built our obligation with Black Effect and we negotiated another deal with them.
Okay. Shout out to Charlamagne.
Way more money than we started before, but
Good.
yes, great.
Okay, and Reggie Wright, is he coming back to the show? I mean, number one, is he out of the hospital at this point or no?
The last I seen, I haven't talked to him. I
Oh.
got a different number, but I go through John to talk to him from Bomb first.
Okay.
And he keep me updated. Reggie done did maybe 2-3 episodes with Bomb first. But, you know, I didn't really see him doing that. I wonder why. I question why. I'd rather see him heal and get himself together and then come back and not let people see him at his worst.
Okay. So is he still in the hospital or is he out of the hospital?
He's in a rehab right now.
Aha.
The last update I had was he was having problems with his limbs, his legs and his hands.
Now, COVID's a motherfucker, especially when you're heavy.
Yeah.
When you're heavy, you know, like I had mentioned a while ago, that was my, you know, reason. So
People know that, like 50 and Jimmy, they give you
when I saw it,
to stop saying you got it.
COVID.
It would be a check. They bought it.
And I
You know,
cried
but
when
even
I
died
seen
sometimes.
it. Right, I
Stop
cried
saying
when I seen
the
it.
can't tank tops and all.
I knew what they looked like. But he looked like Tom Hanks. Remember when Tom Hanks got started on that?
Right.
And he had the ball and all that shit and grew all the beard. He looked like that kind of
And I stopped saying like 50
Well, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Charleston White.
Right.
So last week, the video started circulating of interviews. And the video that was circulating, it looked like it was almost like what's like the main camera, someone's phone in the corner or something. Okay. So let's go into the whole story. Now, you live in LA. Why were you out in Texas?
I went to Texas because which is him, who Charleston worked with, called me and asked me would I come and do an event for the kids. There was a campsite, and I think they had 51, 25 kids. So me being passionate about what I'm doing, I said yeah. So I jumped in my car and I went to Texas. Now he asked me what I do about this. It felt kind of funny, not again, but you know, wherever I go, I'm prepared. I'm ready for whatever. I'm going to Texas. You know what I'm saying? So I'm already prepared for it. I get down there. We start doing this show. I get a text on my phone. So when I get a text on my phone, it's my boy that's with me. And he tells me that Charleston got a pistol on his right side in the chair. I ain't worried about that. I got my pistol on my hip. And so I'm like, okay. So I lean back and I look over there at Charleston. I don't see his phone at the time. So people start calling in and saying, y'all live. So Uncle's looking at his phone, you know, whatever. So we do our video. So, the show. So now he just start getting professional. Like, what up, homie? I'm talking to you. Now, mind you, I had 2 previous conversations with Charlie about bashing the Bloods and the Crips. And the first time it was okay, homie, what you doing ain't right, yada yada. I let it go. We supposed to be good. He went right back into it. So after he said, fuck Monster Cody, fuck Nipsey, I reached out to him again. I pretty much explained to him that, you know, you're doing more harm than good than what you're saying. You think it's good to bash and whatever, but their kids could be watching this. And you calling them dope things and guys and parts and all this shit wrong. And I'm passionate about it because I lost my brother. I lost my cousin. You know what I'm saying? So we went from there, like, oh, all right. Now I was emotional when I was getting at him because I'm more mad than anything. Because when people ask me about Charlie White, yeah, I deal with Charlie White. Yeah, we work with them, our podcast, we link and whatever. How can you work with this guy? And that was one of my reasons to get at it. The other one is, I used to be a blood. I used to be a gang member. So it wasn't about Bloods and Crips. My point to him was, you bashing on somebody that you don't even know. If anybody should be mad at anything, it should be me. I lost my brother by the homies. So I should be the main one mad, but I'm not mad and I'm not putting everybody in one basket, the Bloods and the Crips, for my situation. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I just thought it was reckless, and when I got down there, he did all of this, yada yada, and he really made me mad. He made me mad. And when he stood up, you know, I'm paying attention to the whole scene. Now, he's sitting over here by his gun, and I got mine on my hip. I ain't tripping, so now I'm knowing why he talking the way he talking. So, when he got up and walked away from the chair, and he was going at it, that's when I stood up and I met him. And now we're face to face. You know what I'm saying? And I asked him a question. I asked him one thing. Just tell me you want it. And I wouldn't have got no strike. I didn't go down to Texas to touch Charleston. It's making it seem like LA got a problem with Texas. California don't have a problem with Texas.
gangbangers don't blood our Crips. Not that I know of have a problem with Texas. Texas ain't doing shit to us. You know what I'm saying? So that narrative, he needs to knock it off. He needs to stop trying to make it it's the Bloods and Crips are this or that. They all broke. They all, stop talking about the dead. It's very disrespectful. And I feel like, it's not on me. It's in me, what I used to be. You know what I'm saying? And I took pride in what I used to be. And I kind of like felt like this dude got to stop. You know what I'm saying? Because he ain't only disrespecting them, he disrespecting me. But if you fuck with me, stop disrespecting me. I'm not a gangbanger, but you know what I was. I was in a house. And for a person not to live in California up under our laws, our rules, you got no right to speak.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. This is serious. You have two grown men with pistols on,
Right.
and you say, "Let me know if you want it," knowing that he's armed, knowing that you're armed. The ramifications of this situation escalating is potentially.
Only if I had the intent to pull my pistol.
Well, he has a pistol as well.
His pistol was in the chair. He done got up and walked away from it. So,
Okay, so he's away from his gun.
yeah, when I got close to him. So now the pistol
All right, got it.
thing is out of there.
Okay, got it. Right, because he's a relative. He's physically smaller. So, not to say that small guys can't knock out big dudes, but from the outside looking in, he's smaller than you. You're bigger than him. You have a pistol. He does not.
Right.
So chances are it won't escalate into a more serious situation. But then again, there's other people.
Right.
And Texas is one of these states where, you can go to a drive-thru and get a carry permit. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's got guns in Texas. Unlike in LA, where a carry permit is very hard to get. It's almost impossible. So, by you asking him that, if he said, "Yeah, I want it," what would happen?
And until Johnston, during the interview, he said, "I get the ATF. If you touch me, you fuck with me, I'm gonna send you to jail." That was something that was sticking in the back of my mind. It was kind of funny the way he was saying it, but I thought about that. I'm way in Texas. Now, if you got all these Congress people and everything else, I'm up shit creek. If I do.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Congress people. I mean, it's just basic laws. If you assault somebody,
Right.
you'll go to jail.
Well,
Right?
if it would have came to that, then I had to deal with the consequences. Because I would have felt that I was in the right. Because I felt that he was being disrespectful. So, as two grown men, let's accept the consequences. Why would we bring the law into our situation? I'm not going to pull a pistol out and touch Charleston. That was not my intent. My intent wasn't to go there and rah with Charleston. My intent was to conversate with the brother and just, okay, now we on this topic. Why do you do that? Why do you say what you want? This is how I feel about it. And then he went into Charleston White, Cat Williams or whomever he is, Brad Williams or whatever. So I didn't expect that.
Well, I know Charleston White. He's been on my show twice. He was on the Gangster Chronicles as well.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not like this is a stranger to anyone here.
Right.
We all know him. You know him, I know him, we know each other.
Right.
Etc. He's very opinionated.
Right.
And he's not scared to say his opinion. Sometimes you go back decides to change his point and he's made a name for himself by doing what he does. I hate to see what happened between the two of you.
I did too.
Yeah, because I know you, and I've never seen you get annoyed.
But you gotta look at it like this though, Vlad. I feel strongly about what I was, being a gang member. I was a gang member. And all of us are not fortunate to get out of our situations like me. You know what I'm saying? Some of us don't have that and can't get that phone call, "Man, I got something for you. Would you love to do it?"
All of us don't got that. We're so stuck into fighting ourselves. At some point we'll get it, or we'll stop. But it don't take a Charleston White for us to see. And some of the points that he make are right. You know what I'm saying? He makes some valid ass points. But when you get to Latin and talking reckless, you lose the point.
Right, because this is someone who spent a lot of time in the prison system. He committed a murder and had to pay the
No,
consequences.
he ain't spent no. Charleston White went and he was with his friends. They committed a murder. He went to jail, did 7 years. Everybody else went on to do 15, 17 years.
7
He
years.
got out in 7.
7 years still.
As a juvenile. He had his record sealed or whatever the case. I mean, that's their life. You know what I'm saying? So I really can't voice my opinion on how he lived his life. And this is what I'm trying to tell him. Bro, you were a crip at one point. What? It didn't work for you. So now you're against and bashing. Your primaries were scripts. Your partners. Still today, your partners. But not even to speak on the person that you're mad at, you put all the Bloods, all the Crips, and even the dead in your situation. You shouldn't do that.
Well, what happened? Well, I mean, the interview went on. I mean, both you guys stood up, got his face, and at one point both of you sat down, right?
I sat down, and then after I turned my head around and I felt he was being so disrespectful, lean on me, let me get up and leave. I don't even want I don't want no parts of this, and I don't want people to see me at this point. So I got up and walked away from it. Told him I don't know this shit. And I walked away and I left.
Which honestly was a mature thing to do.
Yeah.
Some people are gonna say whatever they're gonna say.
I'm worried about what
and
people say.
who cares? Because at the end of the day, both of you left that situation without anybody hurt, without anyone arrested, without any property being broken or people around you, being involved.
And I went outside to the trunk of my car, made me a drink, sat out there, waited till they finished their show, and I kicked back. The next day I see Charleston at the campsite.
Okay.
And I went over there and goes, hey, Jimmy, what's going on? You good? Just to show him I ain't on no whole shit. I ain't tripping. We went where we went, and that's it. I'm done with that. He helped me start the fire for the kids and shit. Nobody in Texas knew how to start a fire. I'm done with it. I know how to start a fire. So I started the fire, Charles with his assistants, and that was it. So the next day, Charles doing video, fuck Mom James, whoop, 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 and all this other shit. Wait a minute. I just shook this dude in and just said, "You all right?" He said, "Yeah." Now I ain't even thinking about yesterday. I'm thinking about we working with these kids now. We at the campsite, 45, 50 kids. So I wasn't even tripping off of it. And then he just went into, y'all motherfuckers coming up here to check me? If I wanted to check you, me checking you, I'd have had to touch you to check you. Fuck the conversation. Mad as he made me, I didn't check it. I didn't get it. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't feel Charleston as a threat, and he shouldn't have felt me as a threat. Because we have conversated many times. You know what I'm saying? So what he did with this video and putting it out here going live when he's doing his podcast, he over here being sneaky and shitty with his phone. You know what I'm saying? To me, that was disrespectful. Why is you doing some shit like that and I'm on your podcast? This how y'all treat y'all guests? And then now you want to get loud and don't want me to speak. What's my name, bitch?
I mean, although when you are a podcast, you have to assume it's all you.
I do assume it's being fair. That's what I said.
You got a camera pointing right at you.
Shit,
Two cameras,
exactly.
actually.
And that's what I had then.
Right.
So when it be appropriate, out of respect to say, my guy over here got a camera, he's filming.
but for his own personal use. I'd be like, okay, cool. Even if Charleston did that, okay, cool. So don't say at the end of the day and get on the video and say, ha, me and Mark James got you. How we get you? We planned this. And I want everybody to know, how the fuck would I plan something like that? I didn't got time to play.
So, have you guys talked after last talked?
Yeah, yesterday he called me and he apologized.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, and I accepted the apology. He felt that I was out there with Sean, Raymond Washington, daughter was there to set him up. Set you up for what, bro? Some other guys came out, and you know, with my conversation with them, it was like, okay, they feel the same way pretty much as I do. Now, I didn't see them coming to plot to get Charleston because they would have came to the podcast. They knew I was going to be at the show talking to Charleston. So they would have came that night. Unfortunately, they came to the campsite. I don't see them coming to the campsite with just them two to try and do something with Charleston. That would have been totally disrespectful. So I didn't see him, and they didn't come across to me like that. You know, he was from, I don't know if he wanted his name out there, but, you know, he seemed like a cool brother. You know what I'm saying? And we chopped it up at I did an interview with Tap In. He went, when I was leaving, he was coming. We conversated. This little bro did a little video thing. I didn't know they was going to use their videos to go after Charleston, or whatever the case would have been. I ain't into politics, you know what I'm saying? So, at the end of the day, everybody's saying is they're doing this for this, and Charleston was doing this to get a grant. I don't care about that. My purpose was to go and talk to the kids, and I did that. Whether me and Charleston had an issue or not. I went to that campsite, I talked to the kids. Saturday night, stayed late Saturday night, and got on the freeway at 1 o'clock in the morning. And came home. You know what I'm saying? And that was about the extent of it.
Okay, so now the two of you are okay at this point.
I was okay right after it. Right after it happened, Vlad, I went outside, parked my truck, we had a drink, and I'm sitting there drinking. I'm like, man, I can't believe this dude. So everybody hit me and said, man, I see you live. You okay? You okay? What you mean, am I okay? Yeah, I'm okay. What you talking about? Right. So, but you got Washington, Texas cats, and I didn't feel like the Texas cats was going to come at me and then do whatever. But if so, I was ready for it. Wherever I go, I ain't gonna underestimate nobody and nowhere I go, no place I go. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna carry my pistols because I'm going out of state. I'm in Texas. I don't know if I gotta shoot a rattlesnake. I'm ready. You know? So that's all it was. I didn't mind taking my shit wasn't for Charleston White. Because now I'd be disrespecting him, which is all. I'd be disrespecting him. I'd be disrespecting Dewberry. Those are good people. You know what I'm saying? So no, that wasn't. It's over.
All right. Well, I'm glad it is over, and I'm glad there was some positives that were said, and nothing physical happened. Like I said, I know both of you. You know, so watching it was like I just kind of just rolled my eyes. It was like,
Everybody. I even talked to you afterwards,
right?
Man, but it's been a long time since somebody took me to that place to where I feel that I might have to do something. Or that I just have to show you I ain't playing with you. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I gave him the opportunity to say if he wanted it or not.
Well, when was the last time you actually physically touched something?
3 months ago.
3 months ago.
That's so.
That's gonna be that answer.
3 months ago. I don't know who he is, but he was talking crazy to me. And telling me I better fucking move, get the fuck out of the way, yada yada. I'm putting it in. hop out of his car and tell me, don't you see me? Talking like that. And he was pulling out, I'm coming in, and after he did that, wait a minute, you don't know me. And I'm like, man, let me tell you something. I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass out here, yada yada, and all of this. So the guy that's pushing the car, man, y'all wrong, man, y'all not even like, I want this, man. So I can't take my eye off of this cat. He just like, next thing you know, he didn't have a throat. I just grabbed him by my throat, my grandson in the backseat of the car, talking about paw, and I let the man go. He went banging and did shaking and got in this shit and just continued to leave. That's what he should have did.
There you have it. There you have it. Well, you mentioned Monster Cody. Passed away. This is someone I've been wanting to interview forever. In fact, I read his book like maybe 20-something years ago. It was probably the first gang member, biography that I ever read. He was mentioned. There's a book that was written about him, and then there's a book that he wrote himself. I read both, and it almost started my journey of interviewing Crips and Bloods and so forth. And we've been trying to interview him for years. We never really came close because he was always like in and out of prison. We would talk to like his son or someone claiming to be his son or something, and it never ultimately happened. And then I found out that he was dead a few months ago. Did you actually know?
No, I never really. No. I know of him like all of us do. We know of each other. To me, it's disrespectful to exploit the dead and then to speak on the dead the way these people do. You know what I'm saying? In our days, we didn't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? It didn't matter if he was a blood, a crip, or whatever. The man is gone. So I find it disrespectful for anybody to speak fucked up on him like that. I didn't know Nipsey. And I find it fucked up for people to, our own people to speak the way we speak toward each other. So it's just disrespectful. And it gets to I haven't gangbanged or shared power room in 19 years. You know what I'm saying? But right here, it hurts because here we are, we got a lot of brothers such as myself trying to get out of this situation. And we all know it's hard. Some of us take the selling drugs to try to get out of our situation. And then to our demise, we wind up back in prison. You know what I'm saying? Some of us are not strong enough to hold the cocaine in our hand without opening our hand and testing that shit. Or fucking with it. Here it is, 2021. And some of us experiencing trying to sell drugs to get the fuck out of where we at. It's harder than what people think it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, Monster Cody had an interesting life.
He was something else.
From what I understand, at one point, he was processing. Right? He was picked up as, dressed like a woman. And I remember having a conversation with someone about this, about how, you have people who are gay or bisexual, and they spend a lot of time in prison. You sometimes wonder whether, that's a place where they just feel comfortable, expressing it. Because there's, it's a society where it's just men.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I'm like this, man, with you and anybody. That man is gone. I really don't care what he was.
Yeah.
I knew, and I felt the same way he did when, he believed in what he was. And he represented what he was to the fullest. That's the only thing that I would call. Now, if he was here, it would be something different. If I could get in front of the camera with him like this, and say, man, you used to whoop, you did whoop.
Fair enough.
You know what I'm saying?
Fair enough. Well, I mean, this is not rumors. This is an actual police report.
But it could be. But I know what I've heard from him is, and this is from some of the homies, that the dudes with the business.
Right, he was a trade, right?
Yeah. And you got a lot of guys out there that's like that. But at his age, trying to get out of certain, situations. But it's just not that easy.
Yeah, no, I think he was institutionalized so early. He started doing it as a kid, and he's not ready. He's been some kids, but get out, shoot some people.
It's the story of the majority of us. That's our life.
Rest in peace, Monster Dog. He was tied to the Suge story, to the Tupac story, somewhat. I mean, apparently, there was an article all the time. He was lying against the Suge. Suge told him, Tupac should have right, the first person to actually go on record, actually say that, right? Years later, we're not sure if it was, but man, we sure. We should. Well, not exactly, because there was more people in the car.
And only one person had the nerve to shoot, and that was the hit. That's the one that was with the business. That's the one that did the fuck. But I gotta get him. He was the I gotta get him guy. And his reputation preceded him. He knew who the guy who best. She met him. And
yeah, he died in the shootout. Right. Oh, yeah. That's the story.
It's crazy.
Well, there's a rapper named Indian Red. You know about this story?
Yeah.
I actually, I saw like an edited version of this in a live video. Just they told me it was on the live. Like they basically block out with a big black box in space, and then you just hear the shooting, and you hear him still trying to talk after he's been shot, I think 16 times. I mean, number one, what area was he from? Was it Inglewood or?
Well, he was from Inglewood, but apparently from the streets, he was aligned with Power Road. That's out of Compton. And he converted over to jail. But, one thing these cats gotta understand, that social media, people find out where you at. All they gotta do is that location shit, whatever. They find out your location, and, social media, these dudes with all this money and doing all this shit, putting it up there, they find them. They getting killed. What he did wasn't fashionable. He shouldn't have been up there doing some shit, disrespecting the dead. But a lot of these cats don't understand what gangbanging comes consequences.
Right. Allegedly, he was raping over 15 years-old and disrespecting.
So doing a video in front of it and all of that. What point do it make? And these little cats don't understand that. It don't make no sense to do that. That man did. You know what I'm saying? However they want over him, whether it's through a mirror or music or whatever, let them people do that. Who am I to go and disrespect? It don't make no sense. That man can't fight back. So to put it on video and do all that shit, it was just out of line. But, they just don't understand the consequences behind the things they do. Did it have anything to do with being a gangbanger? From his point of view, fuck themselves or whatever. But it's not a gangbang thing, because you had Bloods and Crips mad at that situation.
Yeah. Well, he was just 21 years old.
Your birthday is on Wednesday.
Black, they dying out there at 14. Dying out there at 15 years old. Getting shot 15 times with an AK. They put you in your body. So people are out there playing. And they playing for keeps.
Yeah, I mean, it seems so sad that someone actually lost their life. I understand what it means, and I understand the symbolism behind it. But it's just a piece of concrete. That's what it is. He did not take anyone's life. He did not rape someone's sister or steal a bunch of money from someone and so forth. He was clout chasing, spray painting over a mural. It's very foul, but he also could have gotten set straight. Like, let's just say the shooter put the pistol in his face and said, "We're going to have a conversation about this, and I'm going to give you this chance. You know, you're always going to remember this moment that you could have lost your life. But I'm going to show you that what you're doing was wrong, and I'm going to assume you're never going to do it
But
again."
to my understanding, that wasn't the case. He had a whole different situation.
Was it over a girl or something?
Yeah, that was a whole different situation. So,
So what happened over the girl? I heard that also.
well, him and the girl was messing around, and him and another dude they both was involved with the girl. The girl called or whatever. I wasn't there, so if I elaborate there, people gonna say, "Oh, fuck, he know."
Okay,
That was part of the situation. So it was over a female.
Isn't it always?
Yeah,
Isn't it always?
but you know, these kids gotta understand, man. Times have changed. It ain't like it used to be. You know, times is worse, way worse. These kids
What up with you? Happy Father's
don't
Day.
understand where they going with it.
Hey, I appreciate it.
For the rest of their life, it's
Yeah, what up with you?
Oh yeah. I
Oh,
don't know
shit,
if you
shit,
caught the
he's
shooter.
not laying in the bed. How's the job going?
They ain't
I
gonna
start
fix
tomorrow.
this.
You don't think so? Like Instagram
Yeah,
Live,
10:45.
all this happened, and they know the location. And
Yeah, I start tomorrow.
the cameras around.
And I broke down when I saw that little boy.
Nah, what you was trying to do something or what was you
See
doing?
when the bullet hit, his nose started.
I was just laying down asleep.
Oh, you actually saw the real video.
Yeah.
Get some rest for the week.
And you know,
Well, what y'all
it
doing?
was sad to see,
I don't know, like
That just
Texas
don't-
Roadhouse or something. I don't know.
but some of these young cats need to see
Y'all,
things like that because they're not.
bless
Back in the days,
y'all in
they
the
used
house
to
for
take
real,
kids
for
to
real.
the mortuary.
you.
They used to show the photo album. What
Yeah, nah,
happened
that-
I got a
where
hard
kids that were shot by different
Yeah, that makes sense.
pistols, stabbed, and all that. They died from.
Nah, okay,
They used to
okay.
really
Nah, I
scare
was
kids.
just checking.
You know what I'm saying? They don't do that. They don't have that
I
type of shit.
appreciate you. God bless you.
You know, where
Tell my mama I said hi.
kids.
Yeah,
And get
So,
the baby for
get
me.
back to that because
yeah.
watch
How
that
mama
video,
doing?
man, just brought me
You
to
doing okay?
She resting too.
It's cold. And
Yeah.
to hear him say
Well, all right,
where he
Papa.
was at.
Get your
and
rest
tell
on.
the boy,
All right, I love y'all, man. God bless you.
Early to
I'm sad, man.
All right. So he actually got shot in the face all those times.
Yeah, he got shot somewhere in the neck or something. Wherever he was hit, and he was like this and had his arm up. He was trying to tell the people where he was at. And he started bleeding from the nose and mouth. And I think some shit they should. I mean, wow.
Well, rest in peace, sir. I remember the whole world kind of got to know him that day.
Right.
And, it was over a girl, over something. Regardless, man, whatever it was not worth it. So it's like,
No words.
and whoever did it, if they get caught, probably have to spend the rest of their life in prison because you're not getting a slap on the wrist for that. I mean, that's life in prison, possibly death penalty.
Right.
You know, because you could say,
Well, you're going to take a plea deal. You ain't going to want the death penalty. You're going to take a plea deal, 15 to life, something like that. But is it worth it? You know, a lot of us sitting there regretting the fact that we did what we did. And if I'd have kept my ass at home, if I'd have stayed laying up fucking my girl, if I could have kicked it with moms, I wouldn't be here today. But we don't think like that.
well, I just recently interviewed Malik Lee, who was Snoop's bodyguard.
Yeah.
And he went into the whole story over the guy that got killed.
Okay.
That was, that ran up on him. And you were actually in death row at that time.
Yeah.
Were you actually, when the shooting actually happened, were you in death row?
No, I wouldn't. Yeah, I was always with death row, but doing my own thing. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't there when that situation happened.
But I don't mean physically there, but were you around?
Yeah, I was still doing.
Okay.
After that, I was there for Malik and Snoop.
Right, for the trial.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're in death row, and you're hanging with Suge, and you find out that a murder just happened with the biggest artist on the world.
Right.
What did you think?
Well, for number one, the first thing you heard is, we got to get him out of jail. Suge knew he had to get him out of jail. You know, I say a lot of bad shit about Suge, but at that time, Suge was a businessman and he did look out. But he did it for his reasons. So when he got them out of jail,
Well, Malik didn't get out of jail.
no, when he got Snoop, he got him out of jail. Snoop was his main priority.
Right.
And he had to get him out of jail. And when he got out of jail, I think Suge was able to relax. It was cool because Snoop still had prior shit that he was doing. So that was his only concern. And everybody was like, oh, Snoop been going out with all this stuff. But Snoop was more worried about going to jail than the situation in itself. He wasn't trying to go to jail. He just started to live his life.
Right, he had been in jail already.
Nah,
For a little bit. It's county shit.
Yeah,
He never did anything stretches. But God knows you're now becoming the biggest artist in the world.
Now you go to jail for murder. Now you go to
jail for murder. Right.
You know what I'm saying?
So Malik sat in the county for like 8 years.
Alright, put that on.
No, that long.
A year?
Malik.
I don't think he said that. Yeah, nobody know. I don't think he said that.
That's what he said.
I don't know if it was.
They wouldn't give him up. That was the whole thing. Because you remember, he's the shooter.
Yeah, they
Snoop is the accessory.
Yeah.
Right? Technically, although they were being charged together, there was different charges for each person.
Yeah.
So he had the more serious charge of actually betraying.
I didn't know it was a year.
Yeah,
It didn't seem like a year.
Yeah, it was a while. And he described the situation. It was one of those things where in Venice, this apartment, they were next door to each other. So some gang members were outside tripping with the dog pound, whatever. They leave to go to the studio, and then they realize Daz had forgotten the data player. The fact that they were recording on Daz. They turn around and come back. And then one of the dudes that was there was like kind of flagging it down and said, hey, listen, we're really sorry, my homie was tripping, he's diabetic and hasn't taken his pills or whatever. And then this dude comes out the bushes, starts to reach for his gun, and then, Malik opens fire and kills him in self-defense.
Well, on the way back, going down the street, we see this guy like in the middle of the street, it's just kind of like waving us down, flagging us down. It's kind of strange to me, but I noticed who it was. I noticed it was one of the guys that was in the front seat. He's waving us over. So we kind of pull over, Snoop pulls over, and I'm thinking, okay, this could possibly be a situation. So I set my gun on my lap. He goes over off the sidewalk now, and he's kind of standing up by some bushes. And I do remember him saying, hey, man, don't be sorry, who you are. The boys be tripping sometimes, man. My body. I still remember him saying something about medication. I don't think he took his medicine. I still kind of vaguely remember that because I think about this lifetimes. And, to make a long story short, about 2 or 3 now the deceased tried to run out of this and they got grabbed him and pushed him. And when he pushed him, he reached. And when he reached, that's when I found him.
So then the trial starts. Now, leading up to the trial, we talked about this, there was threats going around, there was stories that witnesses were being intimidated and everything else like that. From your point of view, when the trial starts? Was it tense? Was there situations around?
That was one of the reasons why I should have wanted me to come and sit up there every day. People was coming up there saying that they gonna tell a different story and make sure Snoop go to jail, get found guilty. There was people pretty much making threats as, if you don't give me this is what we gonna do type of shit. Suge felt the need, if those cats come up there fucking Snoop, then Snoop got somebody
She told me she wanna go to Steak and Lobster.
make sure
She
it's
gotta
all
show
right.
me at least 3 or 4
So Suge
times
was
she can eat Steak and Lobster. Cause if not,
that was a long time ago, but
it's
I don't
2022.
think none of the jurors was intimidated by nothing and nobody. The jury at 12 was, well, it was okay.
Right. And, you know, I mean, people were taking the stand, like his friends were there, taking the stand. Their stories, like, not matching up. You know, one of them basically, one of the guys took the gun, took the gun from the victim and hid it, and basically said, my homeboy was dead and someone had to pay for it.
Right.
Yeah,
and that's all they wanted was to get paid. And that was the initiation. That was the first thing they was trying to do. That's the first thing that came out of their mouth. You're going to get paid for it. But Suge didn't bite into that. Suge didn't bite in because it couldn't go away now.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't pay off, if you pay off a witness, now it's witness tampering, which is a whole different situation.
It's a whole different situation, but they was getting at Suge as if we're going in and tell this story if you move back with that. So it's like, no, fuck no, I know what happened. So Suge really believed in Snoop, and he didn't bite into that.
When you heard the verdict, not guilty,
I was downstairs, we was in the cafeteria, and one of the young ladies, the lawyer, something to say they just found Snoop not guilty. And we all got up, beating on the table, yeah, right. So we was happy he won the case. We all went to the elevator, waited till he got out of the elevator, came down, and we walked him and his him and his pops came out to the limo, at the back of the courthouse, and the cameras and everything was there. We talked to him. Right after that shit, we went and had big ass lobsters, fucking potatoes this big. We party. Like mother.
Yeah, I mean, Snoop really dodged a bad one with that one because although it's clear what happened, you don't know, how these trials go, right? I mean, clearly the prosecutor felt that they had a case that they're going to win in order to take this to court. Otherwise, they would have either dropped it or offered Snoop some little slap on the wrist deal. Snoop would probably take it.
Snoop, I don't think David Kennedy was going for that. They wanted it to be squashed. It was done. The deals they came with, the whole nine, they weren't taking nothing. They weren't doing nothing. We already know that we finna win this shit. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, Suge was good luck. Suge made it happen. Just like with me and my brother case, me and Timmy caught murder. And we sat in comfort court at the jailhouse, and he got us out of that murder. We wound up with self-defense, and we were lucky because the little boys told that this guy is, he got us out here jacking for rims. So, through the rest of the time, we was lucky. We dodged a bullet. But if we didn't have that help from Suge pushing that line real fast, we'd have sat in there and we'd have been doing time.
Right, you're talking about the self-defense shooting. And from what I understand, Suge put up all the money for Snoop's defense and everything.
Yeah. He made sure he got him out of jail. Now, Suge done a lot of bad shit, man. And hurt a lot of people. But the people that surround him, that's near him, take care of him. He made sure Snoop was good. Whatever happened after that, should just show his hand.
Well, I interviewed Track recently, who was King Von's manager.
Like and subscribe to the channel
And he
because
was
we're
actually
bringing y'all the real hood news as it's going down. We bring y'all nothing but the facts. And you already know I'm about to break down the list of all the songs that he done created. And you already know I'm about
when I talked about the interview was how similar chain events
and you already know I'm about to break down the list of all the songs that he done created to help people follow the situation. If you're an R. Kelly fan,
Wando
anyway, like and subscribe to this channel because we're bringing y'all the real hood news as it's going down. We bring y'all nothing but the facts and only the facts you heard.
ran up on him, started
And you
punching
already
him.
know.
And the same way that Tupac ran up on Orlando, and and essentially shortly after both situations, both aggressors. And when I explained the situation to Track, who got shot in the leg in the process also, he said, yeah, he said it did remind him a lot. I mean, a lot of people, when the second tape came out, and you saw the fight and everything else like that, a lot of people compared the situation to how Tupac died. You have a guy who ran up on someone who he had an issue with, started punching him, and shortly afterwards, he ends up getting killed. So, you think that's a fair comparison, or no?
Bro, it's past fair. It's kind of crazy, right? Like, it's the same scenario. And Vaughn is like the same type of artist, same type of guy. Like, it's just the same guy that must have had a plan, and the plan got to be probably bigger than we all know it is, because it's crazy how that's the scenario kind of feels. And he's really Tupac of the generation. Just content, storytelling, creative wise, putting you in different places and really knowing his background and his level of talent and the way he carried himself. Everything just like that. So if anybody would look at it like it's crazy, I wouldn't have. I kind of look at it like, wow, it's crazy how it played out with Pac, but definitely the same comparison.
Yeah. Pretty much all of the situations, the little cat in Texas, both three, all of them are winding up the same way. They get this little beef, they fight, the next thing you know it's on site, or they do it right then and there. And they just not getting it, man. And can't nobody tell them you won't. You know what I'm saying? People getting a kick out of watching these young cats, shooting at each other live and all of this other shit. But, they falling into the trap.
Yeah, I mean, King Von had absolutely no reason to put his hands on anyone.
It's trying to prove a point.
Yeah, I mean, and it, like, when I dug into the story, like, it was allegedly over a girl, like, NBA Youngboy's baby mother, who, Quando is affiliated with, was hanging out with King Von, and guys started some sort of weird back and forth, and it's not even Quando Rondo's girl, but he just riding for his man.
No.
Now King Von felt like
got a bit of a problem. Some asshole got
he has to respond somehow, but it's like, man, they could have just minded their own business. Like, everyone was making money. And look, King Von is dead. He had kids. They don't have a father. Track got shot. Quando Rondo's man is being charged with murder.
Everybody lose.
He's out on bail right now, but unless they could prove that maybe he was a security and maybe he was defending his client, maybe, but chances are they're probably going to throw the book at him.
He's going to jail.
Quando Rondo has problems doing shows now. And then, since King Von was technically a bigger artist at the time, like, all the King Von fans are basically, like, kind of ganging up, and now people aren't listening to his music as much, and he can't perform in certain areas, and it's like, there's no wins anywhere. Everyone loses through various degrees. No one ends up on top. Everyone loses on every level.
Like, when they start seeing that this is a cycle in rap music, then maybe they'll stop wanting to have a beef with each other. We don't have to fight each other to make music or be booked on the same concert, the same tour. Y'all purpose is to make money. Just like I explained to them guys about Tupac. Your purpose is to make money, not to be a thug. You ain't got to do that shit no more. You got money, and they not getting it.
If you're making serious money and you're still angry, I just don't get it. There's some sort of deep-seated problems that are happening. You should probably get there. Seriously, you should get there.
It's our lifestyle. A lot of us ain't had money, and when we get it, we want to be out there. We want to flash our rings. We want people to notice that we got money. We want people to know that I got 80 grand in this bag right here. I can go buy what I want. Then, how do people look at you? Everybody want to be around that thug. They need to start showing you don't have to be a thug to make music.
Yeah. You
don't have to be a killer to fit in. You don't have to. But everybody think that that's the way today. If you ain't no thug, I ain't fucking with you. That's bullshit.
Yeah, man. At our age, it's silly.
It is.
It really, you look at it and just go, like you work to get to a point only to just go backwards. You know, like what was the point of all the work? You might as well just stay down there.
Man.
You know, like
why do it?
Why do it? Save yourself the trouble.
You got money down there, you did now. Your kids ain't got a father, they ain't got an uncle, mama done lost her son. You can't do nothing for your family at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Snoop did an interview recently where he basically said that after Tupac and Biggie got killed, he stopped rapping.
That's what he did. Because now he up close to this. He see it. He done talk to these guys. You know what I'm saying? Now both these guys are dead. So I can understand where Snoop coming from. You know, I don't blame you for changing it. I don't have to be like that. You know, everybody could have followed that cycle. But a lot of those guys was ready to go and didn't want to be around that BS. Didn't want to, couldn't make music like that. So you can't blame them for wanting to separate themselves.
Yeah, no, I mean, I talked to a few people, and I remember the difference. This operation is designed to attract police attention, so keep your heads down. Got it? Just about how Tupac talked about death so much. So not just occasional line, his entire song.
Maybe he knew it.
Yeah, you know, his last video, he's in heaven. His last album cover, he's, you know, on a cross, with a bullet coming out.
Right.
It's just a shame that also said that I think spiritual wrong is in a clock. He knew he was
I'd heard that. I had heard that he had this sort of drive in the studio where, like, I gotta hurry up and get these songs out because I don't have a lot of time. I gotta hurry up. Like, you know, I heard him get angry at, like, producers and other rappers if they took too long because he had this urgency about it.
He had to express himself.
Why do everybody got to go to heaven, though? This is what I don't understand. Everybody do videos about being in heaven. All of us ain't gonna make it to heaven. Do a video where you sitting here having hot tea with the devil.
Well, that was actually that.
I'm serious.
You got a good video in hell, yeah.
Man, every funeral, heaven gates are open for you. All of us are not built or ready for heaven. We ain't prepared.
You know, I think one of the funniest stand-ups I saw, George Carlin, says, at every funeral, at some point, someone always says, you know, he's up there looking down at us and smiling. But how often should you really say, I know he's down there looking up at us? Because I don't think he made it to heaven.
If Charles Manson died, everybody gonna say, well, may the good Lord bless his soul. He in heaven now. And you know, I ain't gonna talk about nobody else unless I put myself out there. I don't know which way I'm going.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm trying to change my life and my lifestyle so I can at least get a shot.
You believe in heaven?
I believe it's something, a higher being than what we have here.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I believe in there's a God. Yes, sir.
Well, I interviewed this guy named Scott Ross. He's a famous private investigator.
Wow.
He's worked on a lot of cases. Worked on the Michael Jackson case, the Bill Cosby case, and he's basically part of Tom Messero's team. Tom Messero was the lawyer who represented Michael Jackson, represented Bill Cosby, and was also representing Suge Knight. How did you get on that case?
I got a call from a young lawyer who was representing Suge and wanted me to have dinner with him, and I did. And he said Suge Knight would like be considered, and one thing led to another. And for 7 months, I represented Suge Knight. Then I had a falling out with various people, and I basically withdrew from the case. But Suge was always decent to me. Very bright guy, very creative, a lot of leadership ability. Very talented man, and always treated me well. I have to say that. But there were some differences that developed. They're confidential. I'll leave it at that. But I only have decent things to say.
And ultimately, something happened between him and Suge. He didn't really want to get into it, but ultimately he left. Well, it's funny you should ask that, because in our interview, Scott Ross said that Suge was actually considering exposure to Tupac.
But Suge liked to just talk, and one of the conversations that we had was he was trying to figure out how to raise some money. He said he didn't have any money. And again, we needed experts. For example, we needed his eye expert, we needed his doctor, and they're not going to come in for free. And in order to do that, he was talking to me about trying to sell either the information, do a book, something about the Tupac shooting. And those are the types of conversations that we have.
People call Suge a lot of shit, but I don't think Suge would put himself in that type of situation, knowing that he's going to jail. I can't see
Just one.
Suge telling.
I thought the drug laws are keeping us full. Come on.
He did a lot of things. He's a motherfucker, but be honest, you know how I feel about Suge Knight. Just keep it 100. I don't see him doing it. So, but if they say, if the lawyer said that happened,
with the private investigator,
the private investigator, who am I the judge?
Okay, well, number one, you're not exactly finding the cure for cancer here. I mean, everyone already knows who it is. Suge just happened to be one of the 2 people that were in the 2 cars involved in the shooting. So, he was like, he was in the car with Tupac.
Not just about being in the car with the murders, but he was more involved than people think. It was the conversation and all that shit that led up to that day, or led up to the demise of these 2 people. My hands ain't clean, should I say. So it was more to it than that. See, one thing people don't understand, Suge know a whole lot, knows everything.
Right.
But Suge came to talk. Because if Suge never became himself, and 99.9% of the bullshit that was going on. So Suge could never talk.
So Suge can't just do an interview and say,
he can do, everybody understand, everybody already knows Orlando.
Right, exactly.
But Suge know that Suge can't just say it was Orlando Anderson. You know and I know who's ever interviewing him gonna go way deeper into the situation that, well, who is it, Suge? No, Suge gonna have to explain, he's gonna have to elaborate way more than what by just saying Orlando Anderson. And he knows that. But he cannot, 99.9% of the bullshit is bullshit.
Professionals.
So he can't expose anybody or put anybody out there. That's why when people say Suge telling or told, it's bullshit.
There are some schools
Suge ain't saying shit to nothing about nobody. can't afford that.
Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, supposedly, book in the works. Documentary film in the works.
I can see in his book he's talking fucking or some shit like that. But I don't see Suge kick nobody out there because Suge is under certain guys. Now his stay in prison might turn be an extra 40 years or a life sentence if he did that. Suge can't afford that anymore.
Well, unless he doesn't go proper. Right?
And then when he come home, then what? There's still no shit. Like without what you had and don't have anything.
Well, it's not like Suge was really balling out of control when he got locked up. I mean, Suge had already lost that road. He was already, in a situation, obviously.
He bought one money's car.
He bought one car.
He buying women cars in prison.
Okay.
So, where do you think he getting his money from?
I've never actually spoken to
Well, I'm going to say he got good friends like Ray J, and I'm not going to say that this is what these guys is doing, but he got good friends like Nick Cannon. He got good friends like Ray J. He got some good female friends that who he supported, they're supporting him now. They're in his corner. So, that's a good thing.
Yeah, and recently Harry got out of prison. Yeah. And there's actually a picture, go ahead and show it. It's him with Dr. Dre.
Now?
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
I dig it. But me and Harry actually spoke.
That brother is a businessman, and he just got caught up in the twist. I applaud him. He out. He's trying to get his life together. What's left? And now, mind you, this man has been in prison for a very long time.
Yeah.
Haven't touched, haven't seen, haven't did anything in a very long time. When he was supposed to get out and Suge was on the street, I said this is going to be a bad thing if Harriet would have got out. With Suge on the street. It would have been a problem. I think Suge could walk the streets after the bullshit he played.
Yeah, but Harry knows much now. He don't want to go back.
I can understand
You
that.
know, I don't see the two of them ever getting into it. There was a lawsuit which Harry won.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think if he was on the street, Suge would have paid him. But there's a quarterback. There's a come on, man. If Harry would have got out, and I can't speak for him, but I don't think Suge would have paid him. He wouldn't have had no choice but to pay. And I just say it would have been bad luck. We go from being business partners from talking to chopping it up on the phone every other day to don't answer the phone for him. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so let's just kind of get into the story. Harry allegedly financed. Right. There's also another guy. Story I heard, I think, from Reggie Wright. And he touched on this. Actually, a much higher guy than Boss Man. Basically, who knows what really happened? You know, that guy went to prison, got out, you know what I mean? So Harry was essentially the face of that. And you know, after helping out with seed money to launch Death Row, you know, there was a special phone in the studio, I guess a Solar Records studio, the red phone that he would call to speak to Suge or whoever else in Death Row, Facebook, his operation. The whole thing with the guy, the producers, talking on the phone, and the Suge and the sister with him. That was all over that same phone. It all goes back to the Harry story. And ultimately, by him pistol whipping these guys, he ended up kicking Orlando. That's why he had to send back to prison, because he was still on probation from that situation. So Harry O's story runs deep into the whole death row.
Did
you ever actually talk to Harry O or no? Okay, so that was Suge's thing. But there was a hard, fast rule that, okay, this is...
That's the phone that you talked to.
Yeah. At what point did Suge say, you know something, fuck this agreement? I'm not gonna honor it anymore. There we go.
I believe when he came and felt like the boss, when the money started, when he started seeing his money, that's when, he had to get some shit back. When Suge put himself in that pedestal, it was pretty much fuck everything everybody was doing him. And the way he wanted to, he was the boss. So I think when he started denying certain individuals, and he felt there was no need to give this individual and that individual monies for a certain individual, he started running into problems.
Well, there you have it. The lawsuit happened, and ultimately, Suge lost because he didn't show up to court.
He lost the mind of his
Yes, it is downstairs in the yard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, he lost death row. Yeah, because of the whole Ariel thing and so forth, and ultimately, it all got auctioned off, and now Mattel's toys are
I'm
all
going
over.
to say this, a lot of people don't believe that people have hidden agendas. Should never use drugs, should never smoke nothing, should never do anything pertaining to alcohol, tobacco, nothing.
Well, he smokes cigars.
Yeah, but now he did. Now he just got into that drinking. Never seen shit. And using drugs. That was his demise. That would trick him down. Because he wasn't sharp right here no more. He wasn't thinking no more. You know, you just got too relaxed in him and did the same thing that you probably did, but people realized it or not. He wanted to be part of the goddamn homeless situation, the security. And he should have stayed the businessman, the CEO. He should have held on to his title and start doing all the extra shit. He should have been like,
Well, I remember you mentioned on your podcast that you took sides in the MCA with DJ Quick beef. Yeah. Explain.
I was a blood. DJ Quick was a blood. A was over there, you know, doing his disrespect. He was a crip. So I would just ride with what I believed in.
Yeah.
I didn't care about what MCA then was doing. I was riding with the homie, which is blood.
Right, because Quick was the first rapper to claim blood on an actual record.
Yeah, they put it out.
Yeah, Eazy-E wasn't saying that stuff. He wasn't saying Kelly Park Crip or whatever.
No.
He was saying gangster
Yeah.
in general, but no one was specifically because Quick is what set is he from?
Treetop.
Treetop, exactly. So he was a treetop, and he was making reference to that and so forth.
Right.
And he was the first rapper to actually do that. As a blood yourself, when you heard that, how'd you guys feel?
Oh man, it was great to be partying and then you hear Quick. Me and my homeboy Master Ron used to hang on that side of town when he was just DJing at the house, and he used to give Master Ron tapes that he used to do. So we used to listen to his music, and Quick was hard.
Yeah.
So when that beat came out and 8 was doing his thing, I'm telling you, I got shot at bumping quick shit.
Yeah.
You know, and I had to hit a corner real fast because I'm bumping it. I guess the Crips didn't like that song. They knew you had to be a B-dog to listen to that. And we felt the same way. We listened to 8 shit and he dissed it. It's only crack.
Yeah, you fast forward to 2020, and now you got a show with MC8.
Man.
And him and Quick squashed it.
They good.
But Quick was actually at death row for a while.
Yeah, he was with them for a minute.
Were you there when Quick was there? Or no?
Yeah, I told you I was always around, but not. See, I didn't have to do the physical shit no more, because once Buntry was in there, man, I don't have time for this. I'm not going back to prison for the shit that I was doing and doing with them. So I had Let Me Ride Hydraulics that I was focused on, and then, when Quick was hanging, some of the cats, like some individuals in the group, in the clique, was hating on him. You know what I'm saying? And he spoke on that many times about certain individuals in there. But he was always a cool person. He was always a cool cat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, DJ Quick has been mad at me forever. I'm not quite sure why. We had an interview scheduled that he didn't show up to, and then he said a few things about me over the years, made some remarks about me, and my thing was always like, whatever your issue is, just get on the phone and talk about it. Right? Because I'm a fan of the music. I think the interview would be incredible. It'd be historic. So whenever I see, he said something about me like a month ago or something, saying I should be pepper sprayed or something weird. And I'm always like, and we have some of the same people in common, and I've always been like, just get us on the phone again. Like, let's just have whatever he has. I think it was some article we had posted like 10 years ago or something. Like
him?
Yeah, I think so. I heard something like that. And I'm like, whatever it is, it doesn't sound like it's very serious.
Do you remember the article?
No. I think actually, hold on. What I think it was, I believe that his daughter went to prison for, I think, accidentally killing their baby. Killing his daughter's baby. And her and her boyfriend, I believe. Let me just look this up. I started putting out weird shit. So here we go. So there was a story. This was back in 2013, right? This was early in the Vlad TV, business, where his daughter was charged in a first-degree murder charge that led to the death of his 2-year-old grandson. Okay, and I believe that we, just like a lot of other outlets covering the story,
these are exciting times for the company. If you want to expand, SecureServe's updated with an opportunity to source and resell high-value vehicles, and some garage space in the buildings become available on Dynasty 8. Stop by the office soon and I'll show you.
And this is where everything go wrong. A lot of people comment on shit that we don't supposed to be talking about, but then don't think the other person should be offended by it. Now, don't be just mad at Vlad, what Vlad said. Be mad at everybody that was voicing their opinion on your personal business.
Well, it wasn't an opinion, it was an article. It was a news article about the situation.
Oh, so you didn't say nothing?
I never spoke about it.
So why would
this is the first time I'm actually speaking about it, period. It was a news article, but I guess we were one of the only hip-hop outlets, maybe that were reporting on it. So he didn't want anyone reporting on it. But he'd actually spoke about it himself at one point. So that's what I had heard. That's, and I'm looking at an article right now about it, where it was an interview that, he did with, like, Hello Beautiful. He said, I don't like to talk about it, but I'm supporting her. It wasn't her fault. She didn't do all that, that's all I'm going to say. So he's, probably feels bad that his daughter went to prison for a situation that may have been an accident.
Right.
And we reported on it. And he's still mad at me to this day. I don't know. But like I said,
that's where it gets twisted. Now you got to, okay, here I am on the outside thinking in. So was the report basically speaking on that he support her 100, or was the report bashing her? She killed her. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to speak on his situation like that because I know he don't want to relive that scene.
I'm actually looking at the article right now. It's from June 11, 2013. DJ Quick's daughter charged with killing her toddler son. That's it. It was a very standard article, about what happened, about the police case. There was no opinion about it. It said the couple was charged with first-degree murder and child abuse. You know what I'm saying?
Did you know him at the time?
I had met him briefly when I was rolling around with Game, and he was DJing for Game. I remember we were at MTV, where we were all smoking weed in the MTV bathroom, and we all got kicked out of MTV. And you know, he was allowed to stay because he was actually DJing for Game at the time. But that was our only real interaction. I don't remember having a conversation with him beyond that. And this was like maybe 2005.
Maybe I think y'all should talk.
This is what I'm saying. It's like this is what I was told is the problem. That he's still mad about this article from 2013, a standard news article. You know, and I'm actually looking at the article, and there's no opinion at all. It's literally stating the facts of what happened. You know, which was actually sourced from an actual news site, an actual local news outlet. So I don't know, but Quick is welcome. And like I said, we have people in common that's spoken to him and said, no, I don't want to talk to him. It's like, okay.
He good people, but you should just give him 5 minutes of your time, man. And me personally, I wouldn't try to explain a situation that's that old. If that's how he feels and he stands on that, I'd let it go. I wouldn't force the issue, but I mean, it just sounds like a misunderstanding. And I would like to know why you're mad. You know what I'm saying?
I would like to know too, because we literally had an interview scheduled. It was with him and I believe Problem had a joint album, and the interview was scheduled. And we had explained that both of them need to be there in order to do the interview. And they're like, "Yeah, cool, we're gonna both be there." And then like 30 minutes before the interview, DJ Quick doesn't want to do it. It's like we'd already booked the studio, we already booked the cameraman, it's good time, researching. It's like, all right, like we need to be playing around with each other's time and money right now. Right. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, yo, we should just get on the phone and have a conversation. So you could tell me what exactly you have a problem with. Right. I'll be very open if I made a mistake along the way to correct that. But I'm not going to apologize for reporting on the news. Because this is what we do. This is our job. Right. Just like I can't tell you to stop producing music. You know, or working with a certain artist. Well, it just is what it is.
I think it's valid. His reason has to be valid, whatever it might be. Especially if it's been 8 years now.
Yeah. So,
I mean, if you can get that line on him, I would talk to him.
Yeah.
But he had to be willing to talk.
Some people aren't willing. That's fine. Yeah. It is what it is. You know, at the end of the day, I'm a fan of his music. I've interviewed people at Sugar Free that he was the reason why they had classic projects together. You know, I was a big fan of what he did at Death Row. You know, what he did with Pac. He's a super talented dude. And it always annoys me when I hear stuff like this where it's like, oh, so-and-so hates you for something. It's like, we just open. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just crazy. But whatever. Everyone has their own life.
There's a lot of people out there feel a certain kind of way about Vlad, man.
That's right.
I don't know what your role is, what you giving these people, but
who knows, man?
And I don't understand it.
Who knows?
And I say every time I sit in this chair and I have a conversation with Vlad don't come at me with that. I need you to tell me who the whoop is. We don't talk like that. So where do you people getting it from? I see a different Vlad, man. I don't see watch Vlad. Vlad can be. I don't see that.
Right. I've never filmed you with a secret phone.
That's why
I've never gotten in your face.
I've never seen that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
it's not me.
You know, everybody's perception is different. Yeah. And some people think the same way. I would say you're very successful in what you're doing. Some of us can't get to that point. At that point, we start to envy and especially the shit we can't emulate. We get mad. We don't like that shit.
So people bash it.
And they think, well, where you just taking our culture and there's so many black people sit here in the chair and do it. We don't have to sit here. If we felt that way, don't go on Vlad.
There you go. And you know, like to kind of make things sort of full circle, because I remember I helped squash the beef that you and Bosco had. Right. I got, Bosco apologized on camera for saying some things about you. You then sent me a video accepting his apology. And Yeah, man. And I remember when I sat down with Bosco last time, or maybe the time before. He had just finished his celebrity boxing league with Gonzo.
I never saw it.
Right. But basically he was like, hey, Gonzo wants to squash his beef with you. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, because Gonzo had made some videos talking about me and so forth, so I just blocked him on Instagram. I never said anything, but I just blocked him. He's like, yo, he wants you to block him. He wants to squash him with you. So I'm like, let's put him on the phone. Got him, put us on speakerphone. He apologized for what he said. I said, cool. And I brought him in, did an interview. And there you go.
Let's see what you
You know what I mean?
That's how man's supposed to conduct their business and have business accordingly. We can't be running around here like we got skirts on and just stay mad forever.
Right.
I can't be mad at you that long.
Right.
It's just ain't in me.
It takes too much effort.
Yeah, like with Charleston, I ain't not finna walk out this door and be feeling like I need to have a grudge with you or worry about you. I ain't mad. All that shit is just too much energy, man.
Well, and this interview just dropped today. I did an interview with Gene Deal.
Okay.
You know who that is?
Gene Deal, yeah.
Yeah.
And Reggie just go back and forth. And I always, I check in with him from time to time to see how he's doing with medical and all that. The last time I talked to him, he told me, I'm done with all this shit. I'm tired of people talking about me. Man, don't let them people stop you from doing what you're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you back at it, huh?
Yeah, we did an interview. We did a really deep, in-depth interview. And, he was there when Biggie got killed.
Right.
He was a puppy scar, which was right in front of Biggie's car. He's the one that turned around first, helped Biggie get out the car, pulled the body out, and I guess chased after the car and everything else like that. And, he feels that it was, the dude with the bow tie. Mm-hmm. He said he saw him beforehand, and then he said the C's said that the dude with the bow tie was the one who did the shooting and so forth. When I talked to Reggie Wright about the situation, he feels that Poochie was the one.
This is some of my best work yet.
So according to Greg Kading, Poochie killed me. That's the story. And Poochie was an associate of Sugar.
Whatever the story is, the greatest thing is what happened.
So what is Simon Says Publishing?
Simon Says Publishing is a publishing, music publishing company that I own.
Okay. So there was a rumor you tried to take the publishing from Death Row and transfer it into Simon Says Publishing.
Mm-hmm. I did buyouts with a lot of people. That was mainly what I did was I bought them out, bought their rights, and paid them. And from the company called Simon Says Publishing.
Okay, so you were buying out people's homes?
Yeah, I was just paying them off, getting paperwork cleared up.
Okay.
And getting everybody caught up.
And Poochie is now dead.
Right.
Did you know Poochie?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you hear the theory that Poochie was the shooter, what is your take on it?
Right on. Okay, you dead point. See, how do I say this without saying it in a fucked up kind of way? Everybody at Death Row had a certain talent. Was a certain kind of way. Some cats had no tolerance whatsoever. Some cats was in the fame for the paper. And the money was good, doing certain things. So, Reggie was there. Gene wasn't there. Gene can say he can't say he saw the dude pulling the trigger.
Correct.
He just say he remembers seeing this guy with the bow tie. Around. That's his truth.
Yeah.
And he did see this.
He did see this.
But that don't say that that's the man that did it.
Right. And in fact, I remember, we did these things called deep dives. We released these videos that digs into this whole story. I believe the guy's name was Amir Muhammad. He was accused of it. He's like a mortgage broker who lives in LA somewhere, who said that he had nothing to do with this whatsoever. And then it sort of digs into the whole story, like the guy didn't even even brought up his name or brought up the description, was like a crazy person. Like, it breaks down like the original accuser who's in prison at the time, like in the middle of him getting cross-examined, he like ran out like the room and ran into traffic.
Here you go. They was quick, and they was coming from all different places. They're quick to spend money on people to say they seen this, they know this, or somebody told me this.
Right.
That's not accurate shit. But yet you ready to put somebody in jail.
Yeah. And that guy, Amir Muhammad, doesn't even want to do interviews at all. He
just
wants to be as far from the situation as humanly possible.
You're not wrong for that.
Because I guess he was one of the, they try to tie it in because I guess he had visited one of the dudes in prison, and they try to put the pieces together. But when you heard the Poochie situation, I mean, number one, was Poochie known as a shooter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a hitter for real.
Okay. So doing something like this would not be out of character?
Not at all.
Okay. Had you heard anything else to actually...
No. Everybody in their right mind that was there know what happened. But ain't nobody going to say Poochie.
Even though he's dead. Well, I mean, Reggie said...
But now that he's dead, I mean, everybody can speak on it and whatever now. I'm surprised they haven't came and said they know who did it. But the hood talks. Everybody knows who's doing what. Especially when it comes around death row. So, yeah, everybody knew who did it, why it was done, and, some cats are still applying the fact that it happened because we lost Tupac. So, just in retaliation of that, it is what it is. That's how they felt.
Okay, so in terms of the streets talking, the rumors, is Poochie the name that comes up more often than not?
That's it.
So if you were to bet,
I win a lot of goddamn money.
If you were to bet Poochie or Amir Muhammad or the government,
I win a lot of goddamn money.
Okay, by betting on Poochie. All right, well, I guess there are a lot of interesting stuff. There's a bunch of pictures someone sent me of Poochie and everything else. Stories. And, someone has said some story about how, they were in the car with him and someone else were like kind of laughing about it or something like that. But who the hell knows? It's one of those things that's probably
people out there that know more than everybody.
Right.
Everybody trying to put the pieces together of what happened with both of those situations, and it ain't nothing to put together. Everybody already really know, but the people on the outside don't want to believe that this is how it's going down. They want to believe that the FBI is paying people or getting rid of people, certain individuals they sell. Man, come on, this is street shit. This war was going on between Death Row and Bad Boy.
Right, because if it was ultimately proven that Poochie was the one who did it, then that ties Suge into that conspiracy.
Yes.
Right? Because unless you could prove this guy just completely went off on his own to take matters into his own hands, you have to assume that it was probably a payment involved or something, or it was done on Suge's behalf or whatever else, and that's why the story probably stops at a certain point.
Yeah, it had to die.
It had to die. Yeah. Well, as I was kind of going through my notes this morning, you had done an interview on the Breakfast Club at one point. That's when you guys first signed to Charlamagne's Black Effect. And after the interview, Trayvon Lane actually did an Instagram post, which is now deleted, about you. And, I'll just read it real quick. He said, everyone hit me up a couple days ago asking if I saw the Breakfast Club interview with James. So I looked at it. First of all, James was never part of Death Row crew. He and a couple of homies worked for Suge the year before. He wasn't an MGM that night, which you established. Nor was he in the Foot Locker, which
we already know.
Which was already established.
Fight.
Yeah. He was only around during Club 662 or Street Trial, which was the homies at channel. Well, on some every day he was not there. James, let's talk about how you churned on the neighborhood. Why you don't talk about down the
Shipments come in three sizes. You're a wholesaler, so you don't differentiate over what you're holding.
I
You
had a
just buy
chance,
whatever's on
and
market.
let me say
You buy
this.
small.
I ain't never put myself in a
Minimizing your
situation
outlay and your risk.
and I wasn't
Or
there.
you can buy big.
I ain't never
You start
said
stockpiling
that
quickly and
I hung out
offloading
with
to the
Tupac
wealthier
like
buyers.
him. Certain times I hung out and saw Tupac,
It's on
it just
you
wasn't
to
my
vet the
vibe.
product and to get
You
it
know
to
what
the
I'm saying?
warehouse.
Why would I be
Dealers
there
can
when
be
you was fighting? You wouldn't have got your shit almost snatched if I was at the mall. It wouldn't have happened the way
So
it
this is your
did.
summary page. It gives you an overview of your holdings.
Only
The
662.
warehouses
If
you
I
own,
wasn't
you
there,
can have up to 5.
none of you
How
cats
much
would have
stock
ever
you've got
been there.
and what your capacity is.
Trayvon and
The
none
more
of these
stock
cats
you
knew.
hold,
Nobody from the
better
hood knew
negotiating
Suge.
position,
None of these
and the
dudes.
higher the resale
Buntry
price.
didn't even know Suge. And Suge lived around the corner from us. That's how tight it was.
I said, what? They said, Chrissy got shot.
Just like her dad was like,
It seemed like forever
they went to the
before
hood
they
looking
brought
for
Chrissy
Trayvon.
out of
People
the
got to tell
house
him,
on the stretcher,
well, I'm in the hood.
and I asked what she
You know
was
what he over here for?
and the answer
I left.
I got was
This man, I'm living.
not yet,
You
but
still
we're
ain't
working on it.
you ain't in the hood. So, I'm
No,
gonna
not us out. So when I got there, they had already taken
I'm
Chrissy.
glad I didn't see Trayvon.
Well, I mean,
I went to the
see the
hospital
trade-offs, you know.
where they told me that she was dead.
I never expected anything like that. I always thought my kids were all dead.
I just couldn't believe that my baby was no longer breathing.
Well, yeah, I mean, your brother reached out to us also.
First
you know, I remember I hit you up saying just giving you a heads up. You know, someone
Just had a kind spirit.
shot in the back of his
That dream was
surprised.
she wanted to help. Whether she was a nurse, a doctor, or something, her mind was
Trayvon, man, that was just, who are you?
She got a very short grass leg. I never got to go
What do you
to
need?
the prom.
I think I learned to not speak on certain
Doesn't tell me
individuals
what you
as
want.
they-
There's
they-
nothing to
they-
tell
they-
children.
But when he said
Took
that,
all of that away.
fuck you, what reason do I have to be mad? He
Christy's
pretty much
brother.
explained
Jason Legault
I'm ready
everything
for
that I
said
was
he
saying
didn't
already.
recognize
No, I'm
the
with
people
you.
that were
But
inside
what
his
he
living
had,
room.
Tupac child, I mean, Snoop
The
child,
guy was the shooter.
662.
He was 16 years old,
Man, I'm looking
and
at
also Alberto Herrera, also known as Yellow Boy.
why would I get mad at his bullshit?
Jason Bordeaux was extremely specific about Mr. Haynes and him recognizing him because he lived in the same neighborhood and could identify him by his height, his voice, his mouth, even though he was wearing a ski mask. That definitely gave police a pretty strange shot to piece everything together fairly quickly. On the night before the shooting, Mr. Haynes and Mr. Herrera and a couple other individuals were over at Christie's residence. They apparently saw her mother had quite a bit of cash from being a waitress, and they apparently decided to come back the next night and get that money. They say there were 5 people. Yellow Boy Herrera was standing at the doorway with the gun. He was still looking out. Deion Haynes was standing by my daughter. And he told
Juicing is for winners, friend. What's wrong with you?
waiting for them to come out.
He went at the mall. Everybody know I went at the mall. Shit, he never said he went at the mall. Never ever. So he says, he wasn't there. So, fuck.
This is true, yeah.
Man, come on, man. James ain't never put his name on
People's position at the trial was that Mr. Haynes was the sole shooter in this case, and he shot Christie one time in the head.
Well, listen, Trayvon has an open invitation to come sit
Man,
down.
why you don't go to the plan, man?
Was found guilty as charged.
I'm trying to get him down here.
I'm gonna tell you, he's a couple of times I meet down there, man. So come on, Trey, let's go.
One
Listen, I'll have
person
security
died
there.
that day. I felt bad.
100% safe. You know what
But
I
I
mean?
know
I'll
in that state,
take care of
my
it.
son was safe.
You know, I feel like he's almost like, out of all my interviews, sort of like the missing piece.
Well, you know what? Trey, I'm more trying to just stay out of the way because he ain't trying to take up the nuts. He had some shit that was going on. So
versus
listening to everybody
neuroscience
else,
with the rule of law.
you might be
saying
tricked
that
into
no
saying something.
juvenile under the age of 18 can be
He
sentenced to
pretty
life
much said,
without
I'm
parole.
still with
Yeah, we have to stay away from it.
And
Still,
unusual
there's
punishment
comics
violations
on
that he
Instagram, and
all the
you know, I mean, he's
cases
coming out with music from what I understand.
he got if you're sentenced to life
Yeah,
as a
the music.
14-year-old, you're deprived. There's one court called the hope, and the court really wanted to focus on reestablishing and changing.
I was promised that I would never have to worry about being kicked ever in my life.
Dion was 16 years old.
But I know he had a studio right next
His
to
immaturity is significant in this case.
his auntie.
Dion chose what way his life was going to go. Christy didn't get that choice.
He still not fully accepted responsibility for his role in this crime.
He spent all that time in prison. I mean, you took his life.
No, it was never really
Christy,
This was
where's
just like,
the rest
I
of us
think it was
now?
like consent or something, like, it's actually.
No matter who you are, being yourself can be tough when you have severe asthma. Triggers can pop up out of nowhere, causing inflammation that can lead to asthma attacks. But no matter what type of severe asthma you have, Aspire can help. Aspire is an add-on treatment for people that proactively reduces inflammation, which means you can have fewer attacks, breathe better, and relieve your asthma symptoms.
You know what I mean?
So you
He's got
can
17 songs.
whoever you are. Aspire is not a rescue medication. Don't take Aspire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions like rash or an eye allergy can happen. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Sore throat, joint, and back pain may occur. Avoid live vaccines. By helping control your asthma, Aspire can help you breathe. No matter who you are, ask your asthma specialist about Aspire today.
All busted up plastic with more cheddar cheese plates. Tremendous. Stupendous. Yes, you got new beats. The beats are not pretzels. Status pretzels have gone to beats.
Early on in his arrest, my name was trending for
Real love
fake article saying
wanted my own space.
literally Vlad was trending.
Even more when he said it. Real love begins.
Yeah, later on,
It's the epic gets to know you better.
Vlad TV is nowhere in.
No wonder every 14 minutes someone finds real
I
love.
don't even want to interview with him.
Here for real love.
You know what I'm saying? Which had nothing to do with his arrest whatsoever. And what happened was, we had actually obtained the audio bail him, that night bail, and actually give the prosecutor say that it was
Well, let me tell you, Dion, one day, so as Dion was coming back, I was eating no candy bar. I said, I know he eating my and he said, this is all the lady gave me.
That's the really see these this is something that's happening a lot.
When Dion was first going to jail, you know what I said? I would have this time. And I no problem, well, I didn't do
They
it.
know the
But I
staff
just
not
want to see him at that age, though.
They know he's an entertainer.
It's kind of devastating.
They know that these charges aren't exactly going to
For
stick.
Dion to be sentenced to come home, that would be great.
Just like everyone else. This name is so much more valuable than someone knows. So they basically have these guys up on legal charges.
We just want to come home, so hopefully we have a little bit of life left to move this family. We ain't gonna have time to run.
Stood for the proposition that it was cruel and unusual punishment to sentence a juvenile to life without parole. Some 16, 17-year-olds take risks and commit crimes which they have no type of remorse necessarily because they're bad people. It's just science. Their brains aren't developed and they're not mature enough to take into consideration the risk. My client attested to that. What his journey was from a 16-year-old to a 45-year-old.
You know people that got that up for that?
Yeah, I love to tell jokes. He loves his family. And he really loves exercise. Being doing sports. Jeff was very, very good at that. My parents separated in late age. My dad was alcoholic.
I don't think it makes sense because these cats out here ain't really doing it like that. You got some of these guys that make money in their impoverished neighborhood with certain things, but they're not there. And then it takes those guys you give them shit to say what's going on with this. Everybody doing it. Everybody getting it. It's like that's the ticket these days. People act. You'll go to Saturday. Motorcycle clubs is getting personal. Just because they're allowed to do certain things, they'll give you the RICO Act. I can't do this, can't do that.
I mean, RICO's so loose in its definition.
As a way it used to be and why it was designed.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like, I interview gangsters all the time. They can try to get me on this. Oh, you're affiliated with Highway Bloods, these Crips, Genovese Mafia.
Like, all it takes is somebody to say that you're doing this and doing that.
Right.
With them,
I've cut checks to people. They can turn around and say this check was to put a hit out on somebody or to buy some drugs.
And you're going to go to jail.
And I would get caught up in the RICO. And I'm sure people are trying to figure out, people are going to watch and say, oh yeah, that's a good game. That's a really good game. But, I mean, and the problem is, I just feel like once you hit a certain point, like, you really can't affiliate yourself from nothing. You really have to go above and beyond to separate yourself from any sort of illegal.
We all should know that. Why go back? You still, see, a lot of people don't know that you can go back to the hood. I'm going to the hood to visit. I'm going to the hood to help out. I'm not going to the hood to kick it on the block. I don't have to do that no more. You gotta know the difference of where you're at now. We try to climb up out the hood, and then as soon as we get in and we get out the hood, we got the homies make you feel like this is where you're supposed to be, or you ain't shit because you left. Think how you want to think. You don't have to live a certain kind of way. You don't have to. There's nothing wrong with getting out of there. But it draws you back to your roots and puts you in every time. Everybody that goes back to the hood.
Like for example, I interviewed Biggs, one of the three founders of Rocket. And we talked about a situation when I remember reporting on him. He went to prison for some sort of weed going on, right? So I brought it up. I said, what did the co-founder of Rocket Records, what is he doing? And explain to me why he get involved in some sort of weed operation. This is back when weed was legal. I mean, especially in New York. He goes, no, I wasn't like that.
Was a certain person with guidance beyond this individual was.
Now, knowing that one of the guys was wired, so I was wondering the Reds. I don't remember the details. One of the two guys, he was just helping out some friends. Next thing you know, he's doing years of prison. So, I mean, number one, why are we going wrong?
Sell to the dispensary. They got more than 30 deliveries. But in that time, it takes 3 to 6 months to get up and live. So a friend of mine actually connected with somebody, and because the month of reason that we're going to do a deal, it's supposed to have this done. That's a conspiracy.
Buy a house.
Yeah, they
California.
yeah. They was like they were like I connected them with like this security. So good, we got
Literally, like I forgot how many years he got, but he got years in prison.
Probably was a setup. They wanted his ass off the street some kind of way.
But Biggs wasn't like, I mean, Biggs had his background decades before, but I mean, he was a co-founder of Rockefeller. He was an active partner of Rockefeller Records. He was part of Jay-Z's success the whole time.
And who benefits if you go to prison?
That's
if they take him off the streets and put him in prison, who benefits?
nobody.
Nobody had to regulate him, nobody.
Yeah, but he had already sold Rockefeller by this time. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, like, Biggs is like I know Biggs. Right. Shit. He got caught up just helping a couple friends out. You don't do it again, right? And I would always think about that situation, right? It'd be like, you'd be hanging out, whatever, and it's like, oh, yo, my girl, just, she gets some coke. Got some? You know what I mean? I'm like, if you think first of all, well, yeah, we just help out my friends. And I'm like, no, what the fuck am I doing? Hold on. I'm making a phone call. Yeah, I'm going to call to someone I know that might have coke, and now I'm part of a conspiracy. Fuck that. No, I don't know anybody. I don't do coke. I don't know anybody who has coke. And just do not ask me something.
Right, just be straight enough once you get to them.
Yeah, actual age. That's how I like to say it. Actual age. A person who has $1 million in bank is not a person. Right. You know what I mean? And we kind of touched on this earlier. The whole dissing thing. Basically, talking about smoking the ashes of the dead person, or someone cares about. And this thing, I feel, originated in Chicago. If you look at what's happening in Jacksonville, Florida right now, like, it's a big thing. A bunch of people dying from both sides. And when he comes out recently, we saw him call to myself. He literally lists like all these people that killed. And I'm going down the line, and I'm like, you mentioned this person, and I mentioned the age, 18 years old. You mentioned this person, 18 years old. This person, 19 years old. This person, 17 years old. He's not laughing. He's like, well, this is just, people outside take it seriously, but this is just what we've always done. Fulio's did the same thing. He rapped about this one dude who got killed and he got shot the same day. You know what I mean? And it goes back and forth. And for people like you and me, this is such a new thing. Like, when Ruthless and Death Row were beefing, no one was talking about it. And, Dre and Snoop this Easy this the back, and this Luke this the back, and so forth. But at no point were they talking about don't kill him. Well, I mean, not even kill him, but talk about someone who's already dead. No one ever talked about Big Jake who got killed. No one was talking about Wolf who got killed. And even when Biggie and Pac got killed, Biggie could have started dissing Pac after the fact. He never did that. In fact, I heard from Gene Deal, which I never knew before, is that when Biggie got in that really bad car accident, it was right when Tupac got killed. He was so unbelievably upset over the situation that the car ended up just being it off. You know, I mean, you know, when you see this in 2021, and like I said, like, you know, a lot of people looks like you're clear. Everyone takes a break out. You're on the wrong place. Bring the transport to the junkyard. I remember some LA dudes were like, yo, like, cut that shit out. Like, that's some Chicago shit. Stop bringing that shit to LA. When, coming from your background, when you hear this type of
I'd be pissed off. I just think don't nobody got respect. And like I said earlier, you guys really close. That's one thing we didn't touch back then. We didn't tell on his head, we didn't touch the church. We had respect. These cats right in the church, these cats is totally different from my days. So don't nobody really care about gotta have any respect about the dead. And it just it rubbed me the wrong way. I didn't get that. You can talk about the dead, disrespect the church.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of stories about, I've actually interviewed people personally involved in these things where like you were to be shot at places like these in Chicago.
And when that type of person that got killed, there's been incidents where churches got shot up. But I don't think they just shoot a dead, they shoot because they know this is where the certain people it ain't walking in and start tapping the casket. They just don't care. Man, somebody got to tell them, somebody got to show them. And they finding out the hard way that people my age and right in front of me don't like this shit. You know, there were so many people on the videos when they saw this little boy get killed in the car. And there were so many, and then it was crip news that really felt bad about where gangbanging is going. And really said, man, they discussed it behind the gangs of the day. You know, and it's just sad that it's not there. You know, these cats don't understand. I probably don't even know and give me the pass is. But you with your mama or your girl and your baby, that's a no-no. These cats today will shoot you holding hands with your baby and your girl. They just don't have respect.
Yeah, so that's happening to you then.
Yeah.
You see one of your enemies, say the family.
I see my enemy, and matter of fact, one cat, me and Lee can't forget. I had him dead to right. Oh, what you saying now? That type of shit. Oh, in the name of Jesus, he pulled. I didn't shoot it because he pulled the Bible out of him. I mean, it's funny today, but I have respect for the Bible.
So, because he pulled the Bible out,
you pulled the Bible, man, I ain't with that no more, I ain't doing that. And right after this interview,
so he had a Bible on him.
He had a Bible in his driver's dash.
Oh, in his driver's car. Okay.
And he grabbed it and he just, man, no, man, I ain't with that. I ain't with it, no, I ain't doing that. And because you got that Bible, I'm gonna give you a pass. But if he didn't have that Bible in his windshield in his car, he wouldn't be here.
Well, neither might you be.
But I want to be here because
you might be doing life in prison right now.
No, I had him dead to right. Walk away, no problem. If I went to jail, that cat out there would have told him. That's the only thing that's going to send me to prison. I called the cat at the store. He with his mama. Fast. And that's all it was. And he did just like this.
He flipped you off even though...
Yeah, I got a pass before.
Oh, really?
A couple of them.
Because you were
with my daughter's mother, Damon, and with my first son mother at the Vermont Drive-In. It's a girl, okay. That's how I go. That's how I went back then.
Yeah.
They don't believe in this shit. They believe in what they say, putting your face on the t-shirt and shit. It's just.
Here's my last question for you. And me and a close friend you know, when you look at any, you know, any neighborhood where there's a lot of crime, there's always this rule of, you know, no snitching, no telling, no talking to police, no cooperation. More often than not, though, is that when you look at things over time, the dust settles. Usually, the main guy usually ends up cooperating and telling everyone else.
Yeah, because of the time they're given,
right.
That's his way out.
Exactly. So when you look at and you know, this is not an actual law, or you know, this is something that just people made up and they run with it.
What's
right?
that?
No stitching, no cooperating. Yeah. But when you really think about this, is it really just designed where the head guy uses that this make-believe concept in order to protect himself, and ultimately uses that to sacrifice the people underneath them? Because do you see where I'm going with this? Do you see where I'm going with this?
They took the concept of snitching to a different level. Everything you do, standing next to a police car, you gotta be snitching. Back in the day, snitching was seeing that paperwork. You know, you can't just call a motherfucker snitch. Trust me, I know. You can't just say, oh, that motherfucker a rat. You don't have no papers, you don't have nothing to say that this motherfucker told on you. Today, the police use it because they know if they tell you, I'm gonna give you finna do 17 to life, you ain't gonna get your accuser on the stage, because they coming out and pleading and taking deals. That's how it's so easy to get you, because you don't want to go all the way. So, but the name that they use, that's the motherfucker. He snitched on you. How he snitched on you? A snitch is normally have to sit in the stand and say, yeah, that's him.
Right.
That's him. A snitch, your name has to be on some type of document from the police that you can obtain from your lawyer. If they done took snitching to a whole different level. And there's so many different levels you can get your ass. A snitch. You don't have to go on the stand and say, yeah, that's him right there. Or get that, sign your name on this paperwork. You ever talk to the detective? You signing your name. You ever talk to the detective? You sitting there drinking coffee and eating cookies. So the generation today believes everything that you do, you have to be a snitch, or you have to this.
Right.
But you have to have paperwork, or that dude have to actually go to court.
But like I said, it just seems like when you look at it at a high level, you know, it almost seems like a way that, you know, you use to sort of deceive everyone who ends up looking. Because all these, you know, if you got a guy in the neighborhood who's like the kingpin, right? He's supplying all the drugs, he's moving millions of dollars through him, and so forth. He's keeping a lot of the money for himself, yeah, everyone else gets their piece and so forth. All these dudes get caught up, and they don't want to snitch on him. Even though they could probably just they didn't really even do much compared to what he's doing, you know, but he's convinced all them not to cooperate in order to save him.
With the street code.
Yeah, loyalty. All these guys underneath him don't cooperate, but when he gets caught, most times he cooperates and drags everyone down with him. You see what I'm saying? So you're protecting someone who most times won't stand up and do the same for you.
Your loyalty is in the wrong.
You know, so the whole thing of it, man, is just like, and, you know, and I know people that are stood by and they've done all this prison time. They're so proud of themselves for not doing it. And I wonder also, you know, how much of them, you know, when people don't snitch, how much of that is integrity versus fear of if I do and it's found out, that I'm just scared of the repercussions of people finding this out, as opposed to
50% of that is fear. The rest of it is, you know, pretty much. I want to show the homies that I'm loyal, that I'm down with it. I'm 100. And there's a lot of men in prison because they took the fall for a certain individual.
That's what I'm saying. And you're taking the fall for someone, and by doing that, you're ultimately choosing this man over your own family. And if you have children, you've now taken away their father.
But they understand that, though, right? The cool part about that is that every man that's from the hood, live in the hood, knows that he went through this, he can't come back to the hood. He can't be a part of this, or that 15% chance of him getting killed.
Yeah, and you gotta take it. And on top of it, when you wrap it all up, when you go and you don't tell, you do your time, when you come out, there's rarely any sort of real reward.
Oh, no, there ain't no.
You see what I'm saying?
Still doing his thing. He gonna look out for you. The only reward to that is, oh, that's a big homie. He's solid.
Right.
You don't get no.
There's no big pile of cash when you come out. You know, does your family get taken care of? Some, but it's not the mafia that actually really does that.
No, it's not really out there that take care.
And let me tell you, man, every drug kingpin I've ever talked to has always been the same story. They had a bunch of money, you know, going in, they put, you know, like freeway put a bunch of property on people's names. And you got out, still in their names, they're not trying to sign it. All the money you put aside. You got life in prison, you never get out. You need one get up, that money's gone. You know what I mean? And it's like, there is no reward for them. And I just feel in a certain type of way, because God's advocate is richer. Well, I just want people to look at it realistically, because it's your life. And I feel it's a mind fuck to a certain degree.
You know, it's a mind fuck because a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people that's walking up to the that they've been told today that, you know, snitches is this, that, which that's not what snitching is. You know what I'm saying? So you got cats that believe their loyalty and will get them to fear, which don't get us nothing. You know what I'm saying? Human time. You can't call me a snitch. I was just lady a snitch, and she told the police that she saw this young man kill himself. They can't. So they go their sound backwards, and they actually believe bullshit that they've been taught and told.
Right. And it's all bullshit. Once it gets to the court system, all of it gets thrown out the window. No, the judge don't care about it. The prosecutor don't care about it. You know, you can't get, yeah, and if you can't afford a great lawyer, you're ass out. You know, feeding to some shit that you may not be done. Right. Just because you're too scared of the big number they're throwing at you, don't try.
There's a lot of us.
Yeah, man, and you know, like I said, I remember BG Knockout even said he realized at one point that while he was sitting in prison that he had to ask himself if he was in the gang. Children. He's choosing the gang over his kids.
The thing that I try to, you know, the thing that bothers me about my own situation is like, you know, I have to think about because like, why would I leave to come to a place like this? You know, that's the thing that I try to talk to my young homies when they're in here. It's like, why is kids growing out? It's the greatest stuff, but it's like different types of product. So, you gotta snap out of it.
You don't have sitting in jail for this game. I'm not a father. My kids are growing up by themselves. And, you could say, well, my mom and my dad, that's not true. But, especially if you're a boy, that boy needs a male role model in his life.
We make that choice. Once we get caught, we make that choice. 9 times out of 10, they ain't gonna let you go because they know. So if I choose not to tell them, I know the consequences of that. I know I ain't gonna see my family for 15 years. But to be a big homie and solid and all that, you shouldn't fuck up. To keep your name from being slung in the mud and shit, you shut the fuck up. So that's pretty much just a street code. That's the way the street is. Yep. And there's too many people in prison behind not saying this or saying that, and that cat ain't even taking care of your ass.
Right. And let me tell you something, right? If you feel that this, if you feel this concept is really rock solid and so forth, look at these multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar companies. When those guys get caught doing some shit, they all cooperate. Right. There's no code in these billion-dollar situations.
You see that with the Donald Trump shit.
Right. Everyone turns on each other. Everyone cooperates. Whatever else. Right. So people making the real money, they go along with the legal means. Right. And these guys that are all broke are sitting there with these imaginary ideals that are getting them 15 years. Right. So just think about that as you go along and think about your morals and values and everything else like that. I'm not advocating for snitching and so forth. I think on certain levels it is point blank wrong. You know what I mean? If you're involved in a crime and you tell on someone to try to get less time by putting all the blame on someone else, knowing that really you were largely responsible for it.
Let's make this thing happen.
Now that's where I feel it's morally wrong.
In other words,
I don't want to be the pilot.
If you act like Nino Brown, you're out of line.
Right.
Other than that,
right. But if you're just sitting there protecting someone because that's just the code, and I'm going to take all this time over some shit that I was barely
Why is the
involved
prisoner
in.
getting 30%?
I think that Mr. Haynes
you're ultimately, grandmama told us, shut the fuck up. Never say nothing. Well, you better stop being a tattletale. Don't tell on your brothers. And you grow with that.
Donna Riley, who is
Took it to the extreme.
mother, would like to make a statement to the board.
Bob James, man, always a pleasure. Make sure everyone watching the Gangster Chronicle doing good, doing well. That's what it is. Until next time. All right.
I forgive you for what you did, but I can't forget. You still claim
Yo,
that
we
you were
got
always
hip
thinking
hop
about
history in
people
the building.
That's not true.
Once the bus is secure, Demolitions is driving into Sandy Shores. The pilot's going to LSIA.
Calling for a fire.
Here we go. Okay. Two teams. Transporter, officer, and the ground team. To start with, you'll collect our bus from the junkyard at Sandy Shores. Demolitions, you're the perimeter team. You'll be hijacking inbound lifeboat transport. Pilot's going to LSIA. Wait, I'm gonna put up some smoke in a nice crowded public place. I've given everyone an AP pistol and a special carbine, so there's no fighting over who's the favorite. Demolitions has got a jerry can and some sticky notes too. Let's get to work.
Thank you.
You've paid them off at LSIA. They'll open the gate and let you on the runways.
This is Roundup for Lawns. This stuff works. This stuff kills weeds down to the root without killing your lawn. This stuff works on dead weeds, crap, and smoke. This stuff works for up to 3 months. This stuff works guaranteed for money back. This is Roundup for Lawns. This stuff works.
When it comes to safety, who has more IIHS top safety than Plus
highest level of safety in America. Subaru. When it comes to longevity, it has the highest percentage of its vehicles still on the road after 10 years. Subaru. And when it comes to brand loyalty, it's JD number one in the automotive industry for 3 consecutive years. Subaru. It's easy to love a car you can trust. It's easy to love a Subaru.
I think Harvard were accurate as well. It's not that was real life. Did we get a lollipop after?
Whoa. Whoa.
In cases involving the resentencing of a juvenile life under Michigan law, the court has to consider such factors as punishment, rehabilitation, protection of society, and deterrence. Looking at this situation, applying the law, there's no doubt in the court's mind that there is a substantial rehabilitation. There's no question that he needs to be honored and commended for the things that he did on his own, with that mindset that he was never given up. Probably the most challenging factor is the defendant's participation in the offense. This court agonized about what to make of what the defendant says about not having pulled the trigger or had the gun or even have been in the house. Whatever rule this defendant played in that, he was convicted of that crime. That is a judicial fact that is inescapable and incontrovertible. And that, I think, is all that needs to be said for that factor. This court has determined the appropriate sentence to be as follows. The defendant is to serve a term of incarceration with the Michigan Department of Corrections for a period of not less than 30 years nor more than 60 years. He is to be given credit for the amount of 10,181 days, subtracting any days that would not apply to this charge and would apply to the felony firearm charge. To the defendant, Mr. Haynes, I hope you understand why I did not go with the absolute minimum. You will note that I have gone toward the lower end of those guidelines. I do wish you a prosperous future. Please take advantage of the opportunity that will be given to you at some point in the future. We're adjourned.
I feel good about the rule. You didn't give us the determination that we asked for. In reality, obviously, you want this way to come.
I'm in the air.
However, I think you can get this over under the circumstances. You got the weight of the world off your shoulders. So, celebrate. He's going to come home.
Not tell the truth. He does not care.
We got a problem. Air traffic's red flag the plane. They're scrambling jets. Pilot, if they try to shoot you down, run a piece of maneuvers.
Hey, I need y'all to hurry up.
Need to hold up those jets until the ground team get Reshkovsky out of the facility.
He has got an education.
Hey, I need y'all to hurry up.
perspective whether he made the right decision or not, because I'll know until he gets out. I just hope she can find some peace. I really do.
Play with your dad.
I have been through so much emotional turmoil. My heart has taken as much as it can take. When the pro-board calls me, I'm going to tell him I'm not going to fight as pro because I can't do this anymore. It's time for me to let go. I don't want my every thought to be on Deion Hayes. I love my daughter. I'll never forget my daughter, but I want to remember her now with love. She went crazy ever since she went away. Every hour of every day. And she went crazy. I can see the love shining in your eyes. I kiss the rain till the sun shines through. And I miss you like crazy. I miss you like crazy. After once again, Chrissy.
Oh, I've travelled all over the country talking about saving with Geico. But that's the important bit, isn't it? Showing up, saying hello, fancy a nice chat. Then we talk like two old friends about sticky work. For seconds, we get like, oh, yeah, insurance.
What?
Take a shower.
Okay.
called what happened, bro. You know better than me what happened.
So I talked to Tom. I talked to him. And I think I don't know his tune. For people that don't understand, like, Tucci. Okay. Yeah. So we had just did, so obviously if that came out, that means Dedication 2 was out. So it was right after Dedication 2. Arguably one of the biggest mixtapes ever. You know what I'm saying? No, the tune called you. He called you. He was texting. He was texting. This sidekick days? Yeah, Blackberry sidekick. Yeah, it was around there. And then, so mind you, he's on fucking fire. Yeah. You know, I'm on another level with the tapes, and then, you know, beyond me just being on another level, it was, you know, the two of us. Yeah. You know what I'm saying, going in. So, Gil, you know, I did say that to Gil. I'm not going to deny that for sure. And then I started scratching my head when I heard that shit on the Cannon. Dang, oh, this could get different. So I don't remember how the conversation started. I don't remember if I brought it up to Wayne. And I told him, like, yo, FY, I'm about to do a tape with Gil. Like, you know what I'm saying? So this happened. You know what I'm saying? We just doing a tape with some other shit. He was like, I mean, you can do what you want. Me and you would never do a tape. Damn! It was over. You was like, Gil, listen, man. This right here, listen, you hot, Gil, but you neighborhood hot. I'm on Dedication. Like, this nigga doing it right. Like, man, y'all gotta acknowledge it together. You wait. Gil, he's hot around Period. Nice town, but he's not Louisiana hot. No, that's different type of hot. That shit was not that Dedication. Like, I heard that shit in Philly, in Germantown. That shit made my day. Just on my mom's block when somebody rolled by, I knew how big that shit was. So, nigga, I thought I was scorching out, nigga. There's levels of blockage, you know what I'm saying? You say you scorching out? Yeah, you scorching out. I might put the blockage down, you fuck me. I'm asking. Shit, I mean, I wanted to do the tape with her, so that's something. You shot.
That Star's own, definitely a part of the golden era of hip hop. These folks, those seeds, the Flag TV, seeds, what up? I'm good. Good to see you. Been a long time.
We never knew.
Out of there.
That sounds like
And speaking of people coming to your neighborhood, I know in 92, like 91, 92, Mr. C, he gets his hand on Biggie's demo tape, gets us over to the source, which we know at that time the source was
on fire.
Source was on fire.
They used to have a source van run around with big ass speakers, remember?
Yep,
They used to come through Avenue, bumping whoever album came out, like, yeah, source was it.
Yo, so when Biggie turns up in the unsigned hype section of the source, did y'all start, because you was like, yo, you know, we young at the time. We don't know if this is really going to happen, but that's a major step because unsigned hype, that was one of the premier articles in the source that everybody was looking at. So was at that point when Big turned up in the source, was y'all like, yo, this could be real. Like we could really, really take this thing.
I mean, you know, we was excited, but we wasn't too excited. It was just like, you know, it was dope to see it, but we looking like, all right, little page, all right, you know, unsigned. We're not thinking nothing gonna come from that because, you know, we wasn't really seeing people get deals from that. People blossom like how they get from us. You know what I'm saying? It ain't, but that got the attention of Puff. You know what I'm saying?
That's where we go.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. That got the attention of Puff, so it did work out. You know what I mean? So he come back like, yo, Puff when we come to the office. You know, we all knew at this time, you know, Puff was Puff was Dan, Larry, you know, Andre. So we knew who he was. So it's like, yeah, that is, you know what I'm saying? Like
titles and your fingertips. Great. And watch TV on your TV today.
yeah, I didn't go with him to that meeting, but you know, D-Rock, you know what I'm saying, my brother D-Rock with me. And that's when it was like, okay, this shit, you know, this shit is something. He came back, he was all smiles, like, nah, he ain't shoot me down. He trying to sign me. Like, what? He trying to sign me. That's when shit was like, all right, it's gonna be something. It's gonna be something. Say nah, say nah,
This shit
That's me blowing like a bubble. Like this, it was just the you sucking. You know, don't we ain't saying that because you from the hood. You know, like nah, bro, I just don't think I mean, so that's why I'm just the literally just the whole concept. Every day I go to that song every week for hours.
And that was a hard song. And even as you was going on the verses, that brother was gifted.
Saying body after body, and then body and son is my black man, John Gotti. Finally just over there. I'm a mold.
What's good, YouTube? It's your main man, Damon. Episode number 23.
You know what I'm saying?
Episode number 23.
Okay, everything's going good, but as you know, things go good. It's a yin and yang in this world. It got to balance out with the bad. Tupac comes back into the story. His run, shot, parts. What was going on? Onto the terrace?
Yeah. He's actually the first thing out of the city. Okay, I'm saying we just got signed. And it was our first thing. We didn't report for the you know, of course, I'm the part of the
I ain't here to boast or brag about Soulja Boy, but let me tell y'all this story.
You know what I mean? Shit lit. You know what I'm saying? So, me and Nino just doing the church. So, let's go. Let's smoke. What's the and you gonna rub a water tank. Me and him just sitting there just having
listening to Soulja Boy. I believe I was in middle school the first time I heard Soulja Boy, and I'm telling you, as soon as I heard that,
you know what I mean? And some told me to look over because it, you know, of course we high up. You know, I'm looking over and I see like two dudes walking up. I see the bandana. He's always wearing that bandana and shit. So, of course we've been hanging around him a few times. You know what I mean? So I didn't know what to see. We didn't stretch too. God bless you. Stretch it well. God bless you. And I knew that. So I could just see it. You know, I'm walking on something like yo, I'm yelling like, yo, wow. He put seeds. Who that? I'm like, yo, it's seeds. Those seeds. What's up, man? Those seeds. Yo, what's up, old nigga? What's good? I said, yo, what up? Where you going? I said, where y'all at? I said, yo, I'm coming downstairs. I said, yo, come around the corner. Oh, you know how to tell us on 7. So, yeah, 48. You know, it's on 7. So I'm like, yo, come around the corner. Come around to the corner, and I'm going to come downstairs and get you. I go back in the room. I said, hey.
First time I heard Soulja Boy, and I'm telling you, as soon as I heard that,
regular shit, like, okay. That's when me and Nino get to the elevator. Go downstairs.
But Nino, crazy for this, Nino heard the shot. He was like, you heard that shit? I don't get nothing. That's a bomb ass piece. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? But Nino heard it. And when we got downstairs, you know how narrow elevator for the hallway is. You know what I'm saying? When the door opened, the first person I seen was tall. And he was moving his feet from the door. But I'm thinking, like, when I see that brother, I'm like, this is a drunk plane? And when I was about to walk out, two dudes came and he gonna step back in, and they just open the doors. I was so paranoid and nervous, I'm getting the door open. I'm like, the door just did, they like this. And the door finally started closing, and he went back to it. Started just like, grabbing niggas up and all trying He didn't come upstairs. Never came back up. Right? 6 minutes. But we all like, fuck that. We're going downstairs. Anything could be going on. You know what I'm saying? Downstairs. What is it that's coming to that stuff? I didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just acknowledging him because that's the homie. You know what I'm saying? I see him, I'm acknowledging him. And I came downstairs to come get you. It was just so musically, like everything was simple. Nobody
Soldier boy, so.
Who shot you? Just to clear the air. Was this record made Yeah, I mean, I wanted to put that question out there just to put the rest. I mean, that record was clearly made before that incident even took place.
He snaps on you, right?
My grandmother
You
took
can
me to visit
go
him
search
in
it,
jail.
Google it. Like I
My
said,
grandma was
everything
going
on
to
YouTube. I'm sure
love who
YouTube
he
has
was
everything.
in
I'm sure
spite
it's on
of
there. It was on there
what
before.
he had
You
done.
can punch it up.
I remember on one particular visit,
All right,
my
so
grandma and I were
Pop
driving
eventually
away
gets
from
bailed
prison,
out,
and
heads on over to
comes
death
to the
row.
park, and she said, you know, the most painful thing I've ever
One
done in my life
incident
is
that
leave him
now
there.
the
I told
fire
her,
is starting to flame a little bit higher,
Grandma,
right?
someday I'm gonna be a lawyer.
It started out
forever out of
as a
prison.
little, just a little spark. Yeah. It's really starting to blow now. Was you there for Source Awards when Suge got on stage and said the whole, you was there?
He is
Y'all looking forward to Tupac got released.
generous.
Yes.
And is worthy of being loved and is
What was it
worthy
like?
of
Because now this is starting to feel like it's bigger than just two people.
Do I think that
Now it's starting to
William
feel like,
had
all right,
been raised in a loving and
once upon a
caring
time,
supportive
two
environment
artists
that
might not be seeing
he would
eye
have
to eye.
committed
Now
this
you got two
offense?
record execs.
No.
And it's feeling like it's
I
turning
don't
into
think so.
first and post. So when Suge did that, did it catch all
He
y'all
was
off guard?
born
because
to a
we
very
didn't think
young
it was
mother. I believe she was around
illegal.
19.
I didn't know him and Puff had no we didn't know about issues and situations like that. We didn't think nothing because while we was there, doing rehearsals and things like that, we was actually singing.
His mom had a lot of mental health issues, and if you go back, it's not
everything
just
was all fine.
hers.
We thinking
Probably
everything was
almost
all
6
right. You know what I
generations
mean?
back.
They had other issues going on.
Love my sister dearly, but she struggled with depression.
DJ Quick, it was other shit going on in there. Bone thugs and speaking, I think the devil at the time. Easy shit, like what? It was cordial mutual. We didn't think nothing situation. We didn't know what they were trying to sign to. This and that. We didn't know nothing. Everything was all love until he got on that stage and said that shit.
Alcohol and other substances were the everyday out of breaking that
shit could have went different in there.
She would go away and be left to his own devices quite frequently.
Brooklyn niggas? Biggie niggas? Or not? Niggas. They trying to get all their popping. But you know, Puff, they really trusted Puff. Puff word right now. We're not going to do that. But if you see Puff on stage and did something else. But then yesterday, I was like, yo, I got love for the brother. It's cool. Misunderstanding and what he said up there, but
Necessary.
you took the way to work.
She would leave him and his sister alone for days, and he would have to clean her bottle at night. He essentially became a caretaker for his younger sister. There were times that they had no food. They were starving. And if there was even a morsel to be found, he gave it to her.
Your name is mentioned 3 times.
He didn't have a father. It's just like men. His mother often had different men.
It's like I said, in relationship. Relationship that same thing. By myself, I had to take him stuff for big. You know what I mean? I could drop him on some shit he needed to make right up. I jump on my horse.
His mother, she also had many suicide attempts.
One day I spoke to him, he tried to commit suicide. I tapped him, like, yo, I'm leaving, dog. Man, knocked out, but that's no. He always like, yo,
he tried to commit suicide when he was a child.
Yo, so
as far as
when
what
was you
trauma
the
Rivers
first time
experienced,
you heard that record?
I think it's what trauma he hasn't experienced.
Or was your phone blowing up? Like, yo, you gotta hit.
I wasn't really no real phones and shit like that, but you'll get the word. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody said something, move down the wayside, and I think you reset the call.
11 or 12,
somebody played,
and I got placed in a children's hospital for suicidal ideation.
It wasn't unexpected because I knew it. I knew it. Something there about something. He's gonna speak on it. So we already kind of knew it was going to take it. So about this shot to so I didn't think he was gonna go that hard.
Started to develop rapport with the adults that were there, and I was starting to engage with figures.
And
it was much better to have been in places like that than with my mom.
I feel we like, oh, we got
this is a kid who was failed by the system. This is a kid who, on one occasion, begged
pissed.
not
He
to
was
be
like,
released back to
anybody
his
doing
mother's
record
house.
responded to that shit. So
By the
I
time I was 14
was
years
turn
old,
around.
I
I
lived
will not fuck with
on
you.
the
You
streets
guys
more
doing
than I
records.
lived at home.
You know, Dream Out got their own on. They rap. They,
I was
yo, you
always
do that shit. I'm not
in
fucking
band. I was
with you.
always
I just
using
think
drugs
Big
to
told
cover up my
attention was like, yeah, he was heated about it, but you know,
At the
his
time
thing
of the
was, I
crime,
want to get up with you.
if I wasn't hired
I want to see if this energy of
I was trying to get
because he
hired
knew Pop just as well. Like, I mean, Pop could do
Kids
something like
that
that and then
don't
turn around
have
and go,
someone in the home
me and
that
my
is
big
helping
bro, I was just
set
tripping.
some type
You know,
of
I said
example.
this,
A lot
and
of
I
times
think
we'll
Big was
end
just
up
like trying to
together.
make that opportunity
Get
available
those
like,
groups
before we go
together.
on and make the city worse.
Got
You know,
drugs
and make the
involved, and they're
situation
not
more bigger
sleeping,
than it is.
and
I
mental
want to try
health
to do
issues,
something.
and almost
So
dissociated
Big really asked
in
the whole
environments like that.
stand
You know,
up.
lots of bad things happen.
Yeah, and we was ready to do it right. Black was ready. Kim was ready.
I don't know if you've ever experienced
Did y'all have a record? I heard y'all had a record called "Dig 'Em Up." Is that real?
This delusion came upon me
Unless somebody
if
snuck
I
it.
killed this man,
But nah, nobody did no record.
then everything that was wrong with my life would
Nobody
have
did no record.
fixed.
Our whole thing was, people talking street shit like that back in the time. I'm from some New York for one of this shit. So I'm not, you know, big thing, but it's really a real situation. I'm not gonna take it. I'm not gonna take it. But listen, we gonna see each other. Let's just see each other.
The first ever Genesis G70. Proud to be named Trans 2022 SUV of the Year.
Like that was Big Foot. You know, Big was mad. He was coming to my thing. Coming at me like this, like, you know anything about me? You know anything about you? My mom said, you were my daughter stayed at. Like, you know, Big was more hurt than anything.
Siblings,
I mean, so that's why I didn't want
we've had a lot of fun with it.
I've had
wonderful experiences.
I'm
really glad to be able to.
Yeah, that's it.
Give Storyworth Story and take a lifelong mission to schools at Storyworth.
It was a diss record. That was also a hit record. Like,
yeah, you walk in the place, my friends.
yeah, just because it's dope.
Even to the day, I don't see one for down. You know what I mean? And I laugh at it. I'm like, you know, no name coming up. It's like Drake saying your name now. Drake jumping on the song right now. This shit's true. Alright, Tupac said what's good. It's one of the biggest motherfuckers. Like, okay. That's how I had to take the good. You know what I mean? Like, you know, that's just what the game was like. It's like competitive. You're supposed to be mine. They spoke how they felt. But you know, once we took that, you didn't have to go that far. Go that route. But that's just what it was.
It was just a perfect storm that
Yeah. I mean,
a very tragic thing that didn't
like I said,
supposed to happen. It should
with the
happen.
good, the bad always is right behind it. You know, Big get to work on the second album.
If you want to
like
talk
I
about June
forget.
15th, we have to
Yeah.
start June 14th.
From what I hear, he was in the studio recording
So I didn't
Nancy
sleep any of that night.
when the word got out that
I
she
had tried to
Tupac
commit
was
suicide
shot.
not too long
Was you
before
with him that
that.
night in the studio?
And said to the girl I was doing
Yeah, I thought that was the part you said, I thought that was the
told
day
us about this
that
place.
we was home.
No, when he got shot.
Yeah, it was fire. He ain't got till 5 days later. Yeah, I was there when he did that.
So how did y'all even come to learn about that? Somebody just comes to the studio and like, yo,
Yeah, you know when there's a bunch of people in the studio and shit, and somebody came in and
they saw Michael there.
Tupac started shouting babies.
They were
Of course,
talking
you know,
about
back in the day, you know, you didn't get the word quick as you get the word now.
Yeah.
So, obviously, wherever it's going to experience. And here's someone, somebody can hit your phone and tell you the stories like that. Thing, it wasn't like that. You know what I mean? Somebody had to get that word from like high up and that shit. Somebody put it where that shit traveled over the world. Yeah, so we got that word.
They asked if they would shoot his gun, and I went and sat down.
yeah.
They started shooting his gun,
Wayne was that
this delusion came upon me. If I killed this
got history with
I would
somebody.
have a
Outside of all the shit,
relationship with family.
somebody
I'd be a
disappeared.
good man. Like, it was just overwhelming.
We wasn't out there with
And,
shot. We
I
weren't
walked up behind him,
We
and I
didn't
went
want
in
to
and
out.
out, and I pulled the trigger, and then
So that shit definitely hurt, man. Because like
again,
all this shit going
I pulled
on,
the
you
trigger.
can't even be there for your own. It's like
Details.
in a cordial situation, you understand it. It's like, you know, like, oh shit.
He was twitching, he was
just
moving,
shot.
and I thought he was dead.
Yeah, like when
I
Pac
thought
did
somebody when I
pass,
yelled, I
you know,
said, hey,
Faith said that she remembered Big calling her, and he was actually crying about it.
they teared up when we sat there and like we watching this nigga just moved to Glenmore, we just moved to Jersey, and you know like we had a big screen TV and that shit came up and I called him down and how to move. Like, yo, Rabia, come here. Like, yo, look. And he just sat there and just stared at the TV. Just like stared at the TV for 5 minutes. Just sat there.
Drugs and alcohol, that's just an excuse. I mean, maybe if you
So even through it all, it was all love. Like,
you actually doing it, and the way you did it, from what I'm told.
Having a ball with somebody being cool with somebody, I have a falling out. Something happened to me, you don't get a chance to fix that situation. You know what I'm saying?
So offline, they never got a chance to meet or never got a chance to get on the phone and just like, yo, this is what it really is.
Successful he would be if he were to be given a chance at release. And so a lot of our experts are more focused on looking at his behavior within all the correctional institutions that he's been in and how much he has changed from when he was 16 years old to present.
He was going to fix everything.
I got my
This is what the outlaws told me. Telling me something outlaws.
2 years.
And then, if you look
That
at the
really made a
research, this is
foundation
something last year.
trying to
Then you started to like, you started to open up to me. You know, I was talking with him, I crazy stuff about Beyond.
He was now complete. He's been able to stay on top of that. He's getting the counseling.
I believe right now, I've been for a little over a year. Really,
So,
the reason that I'm able to stay over right now is because I have hope that I'm going to
we didn't feed it to us. We didn't have nothing to bounce back on. Alright, fuck that. They said this and that. You know what I mean? Like, the white guy was
So
like,
much fun with
he took that blow, he
it was
come
so
back at
much
you.
fun to go hiking with, boating with, rafting, backpacking.
They didn't get a chance to sit down and kick it. So, yeah, definitely.
It was a free spirit. Mike was extraordinary.
During the recording of that second album,
We were engaged
you were
for
big, get
probably
arrested for
about 3
weed
years.
possession.
This is
Called
around
out you
the
possessing
time
something like
that
that.
we were
You
writing
can't
that
go out
record.
and choose a Chevy Lumber. Yo, but she was like, yo, are you kidding me? You know Notorious B.I.G. now. What are you doing in the Chevy Lumber?
But you know, it would give you a loan spot. We giving them a fucking Lexus truck.
I said, all right.
That's when they had the Lexus Land Cruiser. You know, he come out the precinct, I start calling stuff. So they told it off and they took us home. And then the next day we go up there, I'm like, I
It was kind of one of those turning points in your 20s where you realize, is this the person that I'm going to move forward with in life, or is this going to be my best friend? And we ended up being our best friend. Mike was the perfect person for me to be with before I had to go out there and have a real job and have a family and take care of him because he was so much fun. He was so full of life.
Before we even got out, I hit the back of the bunch.
His friendship.
The brakes was shot.
I miss
Shit was on the road.
not being
They
able
never
to
drove
say,
before.
here's my daughter.
So he understood none of my language.
I have gone on and raised 3 daughters, and I've been around a lot of 16-year-olds through the years, and I don't think
I just ran into the
cell phone and mindset. I don't know if he is mentally capable to live in society. It was such a cruel and careless killing. Such a violent death.
That turn,
there's a back
car
in
just
his soul that I don't
he wanted to skirt all the way to the other side of the house. And get into a ramp. Boom!
I think the court should try to get my case because
he was stuck in the car.
throughout my entire prison career that I'm not a violent, homicidal person.
Yo, you know Gene Hill. OG, Gene said that accident was a result of Tupac's death because Big was so upset. He was so devastated that he got smoked out of his mind.
You see your kids, they got smoked out their mind. They had an accident in the bed.
So you're saying the accident that happened when you gave the little seeds, the car accident, was almost a side effect of Tupac dying?
Yeah, that night. It was like we heard news, it was that night. You know what I'm saying? He gets smoked out of his mind because, yo, the kid was hurt. You know what I mean?
It's no second sound like the roses was bad. Because he had bad brakes on it.
Don't take aggressive. It's free. I'm telling you, don't drive, operate function, or do other dangerous activities. And no regulation. Wasn't born in that problem. Just got the total. They shut us for the trouble around the bend. And that shit just started with the base. I wanted to take a rest. That was it. Maybe he wasn't driving, so what would it do for him to get sent to Tupac? He wasn't driving. He wasn't in control of the car. I was driving. And that's just goes up to what happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was in the yard. Usually when they go on the roadway, like, all of a sudden coming back from the thing. I don't know. When I sat down, I got on the phone.
How long was being in the hospital? Because I know he shot his leg.
And she told me that she was going to take my case for free. I was because he had in the state of Arizona, they fight against this stuff. So I really can't think that anything can change.
She was able to
Also back. So for a while he was in the wheelchair. For a while. And then by the time we started getting hypnotized, that was the first time he actually
I worked for him pro bono.
So he volunteered
To take his case out of
Yeah, that just showed how prolific this man is. He took that incident and one of my favorite songs, Long Kiss Goodnight. Crazy verse. You still tickle me. I used to be strong as Rick would be. To low C's triple me.
First of all, shut me down. I mean, I ain't eventually I'm gonna have to take care because that's why it's not like I feel like it's more interesting. It's like, hey, what do you want to say? That's how I want to be.
They just said, we're taking these cases and reversing them and all at once. So, in that sense, we didn't know that we were being truly considered by the court.
How? Today, the Supreme Court ordered
Yeah, man. I mean, y'all got hit after hit after hit coming around that time. Lil Kim, she dropped her debut album, Hardcore. Yo. Okay, you didn't know who came up with the concept of that album?
that was big and cool.
Iconic album.
There's nobody. He was Jimmy Mafia was that was big. That's why we didn't. That's why we didn't sign it out. Of course, he could have said fuck. Yeah. He said, "No, I'm not taking it." That's the first thing we go there. They going. That Mafia, we know something happened. I got something wrong with it. And that's how unfair it is. And I never shot a video before.
Just don't know how there is also to
I got some people that you tell me I can go. And that's how I can go.
So that involved what happened in this case is that the court will gather more evidence on the issue of whether he is a person who should be considered to be a eligible offender. Based upon that evidence, they will try to make a determination. I think it's the likelihood that the determination that he is and should not be released.
Unshot as you play his anthem, give money, all that shit. Just got to keep it right there. I was tested. They succeeded. First artist, first year. Out the board. Because I think the music spoke for itself. It's the music. The right concept, the right idea.
Is he mentally capable?
How did you get on that first single?
That
Kim's
question
album?
has to be answered to me.
The Crush on You. Was you always on that single?
I was the only one on it. You listen to
Yeah,
her
but
album,
you-
but she didn't even know it. And that was all the setup. I mean, it wasn't supposed to go on.
I 100%
They were
believe
just
that
like,
River deserves a chance to hopefully present to a judge that that person who was involved in that horrible incident is not who he is.
Try to rock.
That's one of the reasons that happened. Hopefully we'll get rid of it.
Or with what I'm on. So that was the whole setup record that he had for me. And we wound up going on Kim now. And after those times, shook shit up.
Hi, River.
The radio started playing. Crush On.
Yep.
This is around the time of Big Bang. So Crush On, the video went out. Passed it. You know what I mean? So
COVID is once again rearing its head.
Our numbers
it's a
continue
place.
to
I did
increase.
one day with
Arizona, they're going in the wrong direction. There will take some additional actions today to contain
all these radios.
In between the time that he last had his court date and his new court date, we are now faced with rising depression.
Can't just shoot video.
Unfortunately,
Right
impacts
there.
on
Can't
the
just shoot
time
video.
when
It's a season.
happens.
And that's how, you know, she wanted to go in there, put her verses on it, and we shot the video.
the Silverado.
But it was just, that's just how it happened. It's like, I'm gonna get Caesar right, he's like, you know, he's next up. But he's right on Finn album, because he's up next. Yes, so. He's gonna be going around. And he was going to go that's how he's gonna put my album together. But I think he'll come next. That he's like, yo, you gonna be a hard stuff. I'm one of those guys. I'm gonna make it like going for the shit. High school, college girl, college girl. That's why when you hear Crush On You, it's a play through songs.
Yes, yeah.
When you see me on the video, every girl is bringing up Freddie. I didn't like it.
You didn't like Crush On You?
Hated that song.
Get out of here.
I wanted Jimmy Lee. I wanted Boy. I wanted Bradley Dixon. I wanted this one. You like, shut up. And look what happened. Biggest record to this day. Shit still ring on to this day. So, you know, it was just like he knew what was what. You know what I mean? I was just into it. I wanted the cool shit. You know what I mean? Like, you know, outside, I see my homeboys doing all that shit. Go for that. Come with this. But then that's the record that.
And so things are going
Shit,
back to
boy,
where
shit,
they
like, so
slow
which one is
down
like,
again.
you know what I mean? So, it was the right path. But that was the record that was just set up for me to sit up. I was up there. Came out.
I just wanted to let you know so you could start digesting that and
Yo, you know, I gotta keep it in Brooklyn for a second.
I definitely think it is worth the wait.
As the
and
world
to be
knows,
able to hear from every
Jay-Z,
situation witness
he's
in
bringing up
person,
around the
all
same
of our
time.
experts in person.
Big and Jay got a classic record, Brooklyn's Finest. Was you there when they recorded that record? Because it really feels like them two, you know, they friends. They both from Brooklyn, but it feels like, yo, I'm not letting this dude come harder than me on this record. Like, what was the vibe like in the studio for that?
It was dope. Dope vibe, you know, energy. Until that beat came on. Gold on one side, Ben on one side. But they get together, share some champagne. Champagne, you go right back in the corner. They go back in the corner. I'm in the back talking to Tata. We rock over there talking to Damon. And then, but, you know, it was a vibe. But at the end of the day, they both got to sit there and concentrate because they was like, he said the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what the vibe was. They went there just going, went there and went bar for bar.
Yeah, I mean, they both came so hard.
They respected each other too. They was cool, you know what I'm saying? They had history too. So, you know what I mean? Like, they respected him, he respected Dion. But, you know, that's, I think that's what any artist has to do. You know, artists be sitting there, they didn't need to write with each other. They both so dope, you know what I mean? But they both know, you can wait for me. We get my mind right. can't have respect.
I don't have no
That's what we used to do. Everybody crack jokes about each other. I think they both set their corners. So they can really get focused because they both respect each
It
other.
doesn't matter.
They want to make sure. Look what happened when you wanted to break this fucking record.
Yo, did Big ever tell you he felt like Jay was nicer than him?
Yeah.
One of the things that
So
is
he actually
so
said,
incredible and special
see,
about
that's why you gotta love him.
we love
Big is
on the
so
other hand,
dangerous on that
we're all
microphone, but
dysfunctional,
he still give it up.
I look
we
at
really
like
do
this.
try our best every day, and I think we're trying to break the
That time, I
generational
was like,
curses
what?
that have kind of existed in our family for so
Because
long.
he said that line
You know, I
in
certainly
that presence.
am trying,
Take the fleas off my knees.
and this is going to
You know,
feel
I want to catch the lines like that because I know, but the lines are just. You want to hear you say some of your lines? He ain't got, he don't got you, my nigga. That's just how, they were just humble like that. Just a humble, cool, you know, he was just cool like that. But, yeah, that's how he felt. I said that one time, and people was like that, I'm like, I'm so, it don't take nothing away from that. It don't take nothing away from that. Big is my number. That's Jay number one. I will tell you that. Yeah. I don't think it was back in the days, artists would say they was the best. If you knew somebody that was nice, especially if he was your man, you would normally probably would say that. You know what I'm saying? But after Big died, what whole shit? I'm giving up my brother. You know what I'm saying? And Big, those other people that was like, busy. He was busy too. You know what I'm saying? Big was just, he was just all about this.
You know, knowing that his time on earth was so short, I'm grateful that he was able to go off and do all the things.
You know what I'm saying? But always say the same thing. You hear some shit about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah.
One of the conflicts I have with this whole scenario is the fact
you know what I'm saying? That they was, that's how much they respect each other.
is not fully developed to understand the consequences of their actions. I know that as a mother, I know that as just as a human being. Having said that, it was such a
So
cool and
first single,
unnecessary
second
act.
album, Hypnotize.
Why would they do that?
During that time,
why would they participate?
is it true that Big was mad at you, was upset with you for something? Like, you left some pictures of him and some other girls in the bag, and then Charlie Baltimore found out, and everything just erupted from there? How real is that story?
It's super real. I told you. I mean, we was, the hotel we was in, I think we was at the Four Seasons. We was like 4 different hotels. We was at the Four Seasons. And he kept telling me, I have my own room, of course, and I'm working in his room. He kept telling me to take his bag out.
Really grow into a man it's not dangerous.
Stolen. I go downstairs, get around, do shit, bags it up there next day, same old shit. One day I was downstairs, and she must have got that. I just remember D-Ron banging on my door, like, yo, come on, you come upstairs, I'm gonna pack your shit. Pack your shit for what? He's like, you gotta get out of here. Shit, get out of here. Like, yo, Charlie, man.
Presented by Smartwater.
They got into a story.
Just chicken. Just give me one chicken.
Bacon?
Oh wait, there's too much hot sauce.
Pack your shit up.
I actually like
Go to the hotel with him. He's sitting up there barefoot. Nigga, didn't I tell you to take that bag out? Nobody told me that. I was like, yo, why she look in my bag? He like, that ain't the point. She would have went in your bag, but the bag wasn't in there. I told you for days to take that bag out.
In his hand and his heart.
He was like, yo, I'm seeing this.
He'd been stabbed 5 times. I felt for it like that.
You know weed too. But the boy got room no weed, I got the blood. So I go downstairs, I got a room in
Stabbing boy multiple times with the intent to kill him, and that was premeditation.
Which learned
So,
Justin was
he didn't sit there
diagnosed
2 days.
and his
He wrote
mattress,
his own
I don't
bread,
know how many
sit his
times
own-
practicing.
But whenever he had to go somewhere, he just wouldn't say nothing to me. You gotta go somewhere, I'm in the car with him, he just won't say shit. He hop out all quick, go sit over there.
Try for a second chance.
And that lasted for about 2
No jury
hypnotized.
has never found this permanent.
And they probably do that whole car.
If Justin got out,
You know, they get chased, that shit was like 2 hours. They wouldn't know. But they take that shit for like 2 hours straight. So we all just sat on set waiting for him to come back. When he came back, his shirt was wide open. He's walking with the cane. Shit. He comes up and digs in his pocket. Like, you know, didn't roll up. Alright, not bad no more. We always brothers. We like, yo, I still came back from the trip from we don't know what the fuck you doing.
get on the street
You know what I'm saying? He come back, shirt wide open, he walking on his joint, he burns with it. Yeah. Hold on, man. Hold on, bro. I love you. You know what I mean? And then right back to the site. He's right back to the resident. I mean, I just learned my lesson from that. And I was wrong. And I was like, I was like, yo, my shit be bad. That shit be bad. Right. Especially he told me to take the bag out 3 days ago. That was solely my fault. Take $10,000 rent that they wanted. That shit going over without me. So I had to go look for that shit 2 days later.
Did you find it?
Hell no. So I was just like, that was like real hectic. He liked it that he was something himself, so why not? That's how we was leaving those different hotels. I guess everybody was in hotels. He was in LA and
What was the vibe like being out there?
it was cool, man. It wasn't the bad as what people think. It was love, like they love you. Other people don't know that. I mean, they should know. They saw it. You know what I'm saying? He from it. You know what I mean? Like, he was
asked me to drop my daughter
love being. Of course, we would have little situations here and there with
So I dropped her off.
She said quiet.
And then I was late about 10:30 that night. I get a call from mom, and she's frantic. And she's get down here, get down here, get down. At that point, I'm thinking, it's her alarm, she's hurt.
He was like going out so frantic. You know, he was going to bar 85. He was going to the clubs out there. People embracing us, showing love. It wasn't the whole city. I hated it. We had a situation with certain people. That don't mean the whole coast don't love you or don't feel much. We didn't feel that. At least Big didn't. Because at the end of the day, we go there with him. If he say go, you go. If he stay, we stay. Big wanted to stay. I always tell people that why anybody don't know why y'all stay so long. Why didn't tell him to go home? He's the boss. We're here because of him. And if you feel like it's no threat, if he wants to be here, it's our job to stay around. So, if you want to stay, you stay. You love to stay. You know what I mean? He wanted to be there. He loved them. He loved the vibe. But he loved them. He loved to work them. He really enjoyed it. He wasn't thinking about leaving. He was there for 2 months before he left.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know.
Yeah, he was there for like 2 months.
So, on the night that he passed, you're in the car with him. Everybody's at the vibe party in LA. You know, the party is jam-packed. Everybody started to leave. Walk us through those final moments, just being in that car. What was the vibe like? And obviously it turned into tragedy. Just can you walk us through that period?
I mean, it was fast. You just said, drink blood, having fun, hypnotized like crazy. Love. You know what I'm saying? They said they cleaned the club out, fire hazard. We just started to leave. Look, Big was still in the camp. So it's like, all right, everybody tapped each other down. Come on, y'all. Everybody gathered up, walked out the building. Our truck pulled up first. And the security, everybody got in his truck. The big joint pulled up, we got in the truck. And we got in. I remember D-Rock grabbing Big head.
Back, boy. You got me. Back.
Who all was in the car?
Me, Rock, and Big, and a homeboy chief that was driving us around. And we started dealing with him. Yeah, so we pulled out the joint. And nothing big. Like, we're not seeing nothing. There's nothing that make us like, okay. Just, like, shit, we've been hanging out there for months. I'm not thinking of nothing. Get out, pull out clothes, pull out behind him. He blow past the light. We stopped at it. We stopped at the light. I see some chicks. Going out the window, yo, mom, what's up? Yo, so you know, apologize. Rolled up, started popping in the car. Didn't say nothing, didn't yell nothing. I got down in the truck. So that shit stopped. We all hopped out. Everybody drove over for big. We all went out back. We all went out in the back of the truck. We all peeked around. Big door was all ran back to the day. Stumped over the car. So by that time, Buck had his truck that came back. We all just talking to him for a second. Everybody said, let's get the car. He's got the car and just drove to the hospital. Lights, not purged. We just trying to get to the hospital before it starts.
Did you know in your heart, yo, he ain't make it?
Nah, because you know, when I last time I saw his eyes still open, he's looking up. He's looking. He's shocked faced. Shit. He didn't say nothing. All that shit's happening. But we got to the hospital. And they was only going to take about 4 or 5 people. They got to get him out of the car. There was a wet stain. The stain. And I guess that's saying they say, you know, when people go, this shit. Shouldn't get some type of thing. I'm still not thinking that though. They took him in the hospital. I didn't go in there. Stayed outside.
Why?
I was just stressed. Crying, school, you know what I'm saying? Like, a bunch of shit going through. I sat up there. Everybody was pulling up now. Brad came, she gave me a hug, talking. A lot of people came pulling up. And like, maybe like about 20 minutes later, somebody pulled me in the hospital. And I knew something wasn't right. When I came inside, I see Mark Pitts on the floor, like he was spitting. And they was like, no, you gotta leave him back.
Justin was charged with murder in the first degree shortly after.
Everybody was just sitting there. You saw bust out money. Saying like, what you mean that big? They wasn't, you know, thinking, they were headshot. No shot like that. You know, you just got shot in the side. What you mean? That's the worst day of my life. Craziest day of my life.
Yo, do you remember what you was talking about when the shots rang out?
Last night, I told you, Rock just wrapped him on the head. Like,
That was it.
Yeah. It wasn't even that much time. That was just so we got in the car. Pulling up, we'll be back. Should have said he was just like his neck back, like smiling, like 2 minutes later. That shit happened. We didn't get a chance to talk about it. Nothing. She said, so we pulled out at that night. It was like right there. That car just rolled up and changed our life.
Wow. Who called his mother?
He robbed. That was the next thing. I called sobbing and crying. We all were sitting there, everybody. He don't call him his wife. Phone to one hand, to another hand, to another hand. So you got to mind. Going on phone. Picked up from the airport the next morning. It was illness, man. We brought her back to the hotel. And she walked in a big room. Her stuff was supposed to be at Round Hollow Beach. Get a suit. Suit from the bed. She came in there. She was calling his name. Christopher?
That shit broke me down. I wanted to walk into the hotel and punched him. The whole hand with people. And I was wanting to kill myself. That shit was right next to my water. Cut right in. I took my hand out for a big ass blast, still stuck in my moms came over and took it out. Went back to the same hospital we just said for hours. Got stitched up. But that was the shit that broke me down. She came in and just seen us going with it. It was like, son, that's it. So it's great.
Yo, again, G Deal, he said that you told him at the hospital a Muslim shot Big.
He was seized at the hospital. He said a Muslim shot Big. And I said to Paul, with the blue suit, white shirt, blue bow tie, he said, Gene, how you know? I said, that motherfucker walked out.
Is that a real statement?
I said that that's the glance of what I saw. I saw those. A lot of works on those type of people here, doing security. It's regular police too. That was the only glance I caught. I get to tell that person from what I saw. You know, I mean, I didn't see much of it. Nobody don't look at nobody shooting somebody. Car came up. It's no time to look at. Hey, yeah. No, just from a glance, I saw a whole. That's what I do. That's what I saw.
What side of the car were you on? You on the passenger side in the back? Right behind. And your window was down?
Yeah, but I was just sitting there hollering at some female guys, hollering at some chicks that was on the curb while we were stuck at the light. That's the reason why I got a chance to get that land up because I was still out. But it was happening that fast. It was like a car blew up, that shit just started firing in my truck.
Yeah, one theory is that a guy named Amir Muhammad was a shooter. I'm sure you heard that name. There's been movies that have been put out since that have been released. And then there's another theory that a guy from the West Coast named Poochie might have been the shooter.
Yeah.
Do you have any theories yourself?
Nah.
None?
From that one to the Amir one to the Poochie one, it's like when you start to believe in one, another one comes. Start to believe in that, then another plot twist comes to, you know, it's been 25 years now. I kind of just gave up. So I gave up. It's like, I don't think I would get justice for what happened. And who knows? Maybe it's a street justice that got done without me. Who knows? But I don't know what story to believe in. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, at this point, I'm just like, man, come on. You know what I mean? Because I'm still in tune with his family. They tired of it. His daughter hate hearing these type of stories. CJ hate hearing these type of stories. His moms hate hearing these type of stories. His moms want justice to this day. So when it comes to things like that, I will always step up for her. As for me,
only son.
Yeah. As for me, I'm tired of reliving it. You know what I think I like telling this story over and over again about what happened. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like reliving that shit. As you get older, it don't get no better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you know, it gets harder more to tell it because I understand more about life and I'm like, damn, you know, my boy was that joke that was like, he was really trying to avoid all the shit that caught up to him. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, just trying to be peaceful, trying to bring peace, chill out, look out for people, look what happened to him. And it's just like, I think they spent us on purpose because they didn't want to solve these things. I think the same thing with Tupac too. I just think that they felt like these two rappers glorified that lifestyle. They should have known it was coming. Look what Tupac was rapping about. Look what Biggie was rapping about. Look what they was actually doing. Live by the gun, you die by the gun type of thing. I just think they didn't really give a fuck. Yeah, you know, let me tell you something. But I bet you, in this day and age now, that would have happened, you would have found that. We're talking about now, these days, you would have found Tupac and Biggie right away. You know what I mean? But you know, a lot of people that didn't want to talk before started talking now. That's why the story is, it's hard to believe. It's like, oh, this person is there. Now he's speaking up for 15 years. Should I believe that? Or maybe he's I don't know. It's just like, you know what? My choice I made was to, I'm over. His family called me for something like that they need me for. I'm scared to it for them. But I kind of just I lost my faith.
Speaking of standing tall, man, Brooklyn really showed up because when Big's body was thrown back, that was, I mean, did that even, for you, I know that was a rough time, but to see the way Brooklyn showed out and just really stood tall for B.I. during that funeral, did it touch your heart in a different kind of way?
Took a lot of pain away that day. You know, we went from sitting there crying over a casket to come there and see these people that just, I mean, he no doubt when we left the funeral. The funeral park was only there now. The city blocked the whole, shut down the whole FDR to take us a straight path to Brooklyn. And we get there. It's kind of started from downtown. You'll see a lot of that. It's kind of started from downtown. We got to my block. Talking about people on top of cars. It's cars that smart. Motherfuckers on top of cars. Bikes, top of the roofs, hanging outside their window. Yo, what the fuck? That just gave you a whole different kind of emotion. Even for his mom. So she was like, yo, when I saw that. And then right before we got to the corner, somebody throwing that hypnotized song. But that's what he wanted. It's not allowed to let him shut it down. He smoked that shit. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that definitely gave us some comfort, to see like, man, he loved me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you don't really feel that love and see that love when you actually going through things and you actually get through it. Of course, you see it when you do shows and you go around. You know what I'm talking about? That was a different kind of love. You know what I'm saying? Like, to see them look like, you let the kids out of school for that. They can come in there and pay their respect. I watch some of the kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, people was actually out there, man, just to see them people in tears and crying and risking their freedom, get locked up, and, you know, like, they showed their love for me. You know, that definitely was very comforting, like, for the family, for us. We needed it.
Yeah, man, it was crazy because a couple of years later, in 1999, you released your first solo debut album, The Wonderful World of Caesarea, and your boy's not here to see it. He's not there to be part of it. Jay-Z showed up on that album, on a song called For My Niggas. How did that song come together?
I mean, from being B.I. passed, I was like, yo, listen, you family. If he ain't here, I mean nothing. Home was still like tight with us. Like, nah, my family. And I was like, y'all want to get you on this joint. And he was like, I know you're right. He came to get his house. And pointed that joint with me. And we did it. He thought the idea of hook to was like, nah, you should hook like this. And I was like, well, he loved the record so much that he was like, yo, nah, this is pretty important. That's how he came about. He was like, yo, nah, man. You're going to play. Whatever you need, I got you. No brainer type of shit. Like, I mean, all the artists came through like that. Redman was on that album. Tony was on that album. 112 was on that album. Mace was on that album. Busta Rhymes was on that album. Puff was on that album. G-Dep was on that album. Shit, man. You know,
Kim, obviously.
Kim was on the album. Kelly Price. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, people really came through for me. I mean, and that's something I wanted to fulfill. He didn't get a chance to do the album. He wanted to do for me. He was
okay, so I got a question then. Why was Big not on it? Why wasn't no Biggie verses? Was there nothing left in the stash? Nothing that you just had something to say?
There was just a lot of stuff with the politics, I think, at that time. You know, every record, they didn't know what they were doing. They used stuff for other albums that was coming out, or everything. I don't know. I totally forgot what happened, but I mean, of course, I get some intro and outro, of course, of it though. But everything gets wild. There was just a lot of politics at that time to get Biggie music. It was hard to get stuff. You know, back then time, we still talking about 99, so it's hard to find reels. And Bad Boy wasn't trying to give them too much stuff that they weren't really on the project. So I kind of just like, this my name. That was my test right there to see how I really do. I felt like he was there with me on that album. All the times I would write songs around him, everything he taught me about how to write, I actually utilized in working on my album.
All the stuff I was scared to do around him, I started to do on my own. Don't worry about saying to do this shit, just like the way you say it. You know what I mean? And I started like, all right, everything he to talk. I ain't gotta sound like him. It's gonna be dope though, but it's all about how I say it. Get a flow, get a melody. I started to, everything that he was teaching me then, I actually was putting into the and I had a team around me to help us out with this. Trying to do my R.I.P. to my brother Bristow, he just passed away from cancer. That's the first time I started dealing with him. He was like 6 songs in the house. Yeah. That's when he just came around. Bang had gone to the house and he never left the house for me. He became official that went to the mom right in the So I had a lot of help too. Kim was helping me jot down. Kim was writing rhymes for me, activate. Like, I had to do features and stuff like that. Kim would jot verses down for me. You know what I'm saying? And she was helping me with the project. So whenever I was caught up with stuff that I was just starting to write, I had a lot of support. And producers wise too. Even the company production. Of course, Buckles on the too. I love Carl Thomas from the house. I had Carl Thomas say something. Yeah, everybody. And with the proper group that supposed to have gotten in 99. So let me tell you something. I get more props about that album now than when it was out in 99. Like, people like, yo, you find a classic. Yeah, just classic. That's one of the best albums. One of the best slept on albums. Yeah. So it's good to hear that. I'll put out one good project. Happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you definitely part of golden era of hip hop, right? Be able to put out the classic album. That's just the cherry on top.
I'm working on part 2 too.
You working on it now?
Yeah, Jenny Kiss is helping me executive produce wonderful part 2 too. I'm just trying to get the right, people, I want to get a spin off of that. I don't want to talk about everything I've been. I still want to keep it quiet. He got to send us some tracks and still contact me. So I really want to try to get something. And also get some new people and some flavors for it. Just love that album. I was like, nigga, gonna help you? Not you, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's my brother. So, I'm excited about that.
Yo, switch topics for a second. I was talking to Vlad offline. Vlad was like, I got a chance to really hang out with Seeds in like 04 down in Atlanta for a BMF. You remember that? Yeah, he was like, yo, we got a chance to hang together. What's the big you, him, Big Meech, all of them was down there. He was like, yo, Seeds is my man. He's a good dude. Yeah, C's always been a good dude. I was like, I didn't know y'all was hanging like that.
Yeah, I know. I definitely remember meeting him from time. I ain't know him from the that's I used to be out there like every other week with him. I was hanging out put a lot of stuff. Blue at that time, Blue was rapping. Shit, so that's what he was trying to do. Just stuff. Hang out. That was a good dude right there. Still is a good dude. That's my partner.
You get a chance to watch that BMF TV set?
Yeah.
What you think about it?
I like it. Because, gospel form, just giving you detail and just about their life, just for what it was. It's dope. And I think watching his son play him, he's looking exactly like Beach. I remember seeing that kid when he was super dope. You know what I mean? Like, so I think it's really dope. To see a story like that get turned around into something like that. You know what I mean? Like, what they were doing, it's like a man. The story came back around.
Yo, what you think about how accurate and what you think about the acting you played?
I think the movie was cool. At that time, of course, I think everything, some things changed. Being a set, I realized how like some people just had to wait just to make the movie more.
figuring out what really happened, but this didn't happen, but this did happen. They did feel it. So I would say like 60 of it was real. And I liked it. You know what I mean? Because I feel like they gave a different standpoint. We didn't focus on the mom didn't want to be focused on the drama. Everybody used to be in the end about it. She wanted to show people herself, his personality, his charisma, how close he was, his family. You know what I'm saying? Like she wanted to show who her son was. That was her movie. And you know, I loved it. Because I thought that came across well about who they was. And after that play, that's my little brother to the day. John Jeffrey, that's my brother to the day. I felt like I was corrupted because I was smoking. I had to teach him how to grow weed. I had to teach him how to fucking shorties and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But he was professional, super cool. We had the weekends off. And every weekend, he did the Reeboks in the city. He had his father, a bunch of his friends, my friend, would go play basketball and just kick it. Super cool dude, super sharp, talented. You know, I was happy to actually have an actor that was an actor. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else that was in there was kind of like their first time around. Brandy, Anthony Smith, you know, the one that played Dave, Victoria, like all of them was like they get like their first or second ball. Well, homie that played me, I had some movies. You know what I'm saying? He already doing some stuff. So I was like, you know what? I'm legit. I'm cool. And then just being around him, he was just a super humble dude. But that dude just didn't train. Yeah. He was playing that role. And still doing to this day. I'm just like, that's why I love that kid. That's my little brother.
No, that's dope. In 2012, you and the Outlaws reached the early. Y'all squashed the beat after years. How did that happen? You know, also, how did it come about? Because I know y'all made a record.
Yeah. We did the record for K-Slave, but how we got together was a phone call. And I was talking to someone. And they kept saying my name. And
Save Justin out there.
Young Noble must have been around.
He shows my house.
Yeah. He grabbed me. Look. Young Noble, I was like, look. He's like, this season? I'm like, yeah. Young Noble, Outlaws. I'm like, real aggressive. I was like, I heard you, my nigga. He's like, yo, so what's up? So about a situation I had with a baby before. And it started off aggressive. And then we wound up talking. Before you know it, we talked for 2 hours on the phone, just, you know, airing shit out with each other. You know, that's the first time I really got a chance to actually speak with him. And, you know, of course, it started off rocky, but before you know it, we was talking. I got a conversation in with him, you know, I talk to my people, see what they think. Like, I'm talking to my people, see what they think.
I get on the phone, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, you know, what it's gonna be, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, see each other, we just out, you know what I mean? We on the phone for a minute, like, he was walking on each other. You know, I guess we just got on some grown man shit and started sipping through shit. You know, we talked for a hot minute. You know what I mean? It was like, I felt the depth in his voice, and he heard the mind. You know what I mean? So we wound up talking. I told the homies, like, why the dog over a little sleep?
Ever since that day, me and him, then I told him, kick it. You know what I mean? Like, I was letting him know things that he didn't know. He went back, he was like, there's other people that was like, yo, we cool with it. My people was cool with it. And then maybe like about 4 years later, something straight forward. It was like, yo, I want you to do a song that I'm
That's it.
missed it. I said, yeah, and he ain't like you took the full round. Mine is time. But then once you start to realize, well, so much money change lives. I just feel them like your friends, like your body, or somebody says something to about recognize. You know, they shouldn't be that way. These younger boys should be, they shouldn't be that way. I mean, they're dying left and right. Yeah, man, like it's different, though. Yeah. And I hope it helps. I definitely, that's something I definitely want to do.
Well, speaking of burying the hatchet, you had a chance to bury the hatchet with your sister. Not your blood sister. That's your sister. My blood sister. Yeah. You and Lil Kim, I thought it was real big. You know, at this party for Ben's 27th birthday. Yeah, grabbed the mic.
Yeah, I remember that. We didn't do it for 2 years. This year coming.
Yeah, and you buried the hatchet, you did it publicly, and you know just how did it feel to finally put that behind? Because y'all listen, like you said, you might not be your blood sister, but that's your sister.
That's why the situation is so. That's why I asked so personal. It's not about nothing courtship, none of that shit. You know what I mean? It's nothing to do with it. My apologies was I wasn't a good brother to you. I made some bad mistakes. That was just the perfect time. They planned. We were all having a great time. You know. And I just know the comfort she needed because I know. And I wanted to let her know. I wanted to let all the people around me. You know what I'm saying? And I just felt like that's what I wanted to do. She deserved it. A lot of times, they died. She held me down. And I wasn't acknowledging that I was supposed to. And then we had all those situations that kind of separated us. A lot of people that separated us. We was two stubborn people that was so. And, you know, just let God work. One day she hit me. We talked. Nothing ever happened. She had a plan that she wanted to do dinner. She said she wanted to bring. She wanted to cook Big Hot back together. And put this hot back together was getting all his people together. And we all got together. You know, me, Jimmy Mafia, D-Rock, C-Cut. He locked up 16 years, so he was home to be there. You know, that's our whole team, honey. Us, you know, like everybody that we started with was at there. So I felt like that was the whole time. And I wanted to do it. I'm saying I just felt like that was a good time. Just for life, just because we had a little falling out. The love was still there on both sides. You know what I'm saying? Just that, you know, we were just, you know, people, you go through shit with your family, you don't speak about it. I didn't speak about my brother for 4 years, you know what I'm saying? But the blood, the love is still there. I'm glad that happened, man. You know, it's my sister, and I love her to death. You know what I'm saying? God let me never live.
Nah, so am I. It's clear that there's a lot of love in the crew, especially between the two. So, before I let you out of here, I got 2 last questions. Number 1, what's your greatest memory of Big? And number 2, I mean, it's 25 years since Big passed. Why do you feel like even to this day, Big is still so loved?
All right, well, the first question is my favorite memory of Big, you said?
Yeah.
I never really shared this one before, but one time we was in Jersey. At the crib, I was in the beach. He was on the phone, talking to somebody. Lay down in the bed. And I was in the crib doing something. I forgot what I was doing. I don't know if I was dancing. I don't know if I was in this young shit or something. And he was, whoever he was talking to, he was like, yo, this little nigga just got this little cracking me up. Stop me feeling like I got a little brother. And as a kid, that touched me. You know, because everybody used to fight for the attention for it. They wanted to be. This when he just got his crib in Jersey. I have a room in it, but I'm a good money. You know what I mean? Like the way he just treated me, it wasn't like I was a little nigga. Like, I was a little nigga when I needed to be. Shit going down, hold my little run by his shirt. But it's time to get grown. I can grab the champagne, pop the champagne too, but I can jump on that stage. You know what I mean? I'm grown enough too. I can grab the magnums. And I go upstairs and I got 4, 5, 21 girls up there lit. You know what I mean? Like, but that was the first time that when he was like, you know, like, he embraced me. My son sometimes, my brother sometimes. It's my homeboy sometimes, you know what I'm saying? It's my nephew sometimes. Like, you know, he was just like that one moment right there. That made me feel good. You know, it probably didn't make nothing to him thinking about it at that time. He just on the phone grandma with somebody. Like, this little dude stopped to feel like I got a little brother. That just getting on my nerves. I was in there doing something crazy, but I never forget that. That just made me, you know, it made me feel appreciated. It made me feel loved. Like, I'm like, he really fucking with me. You know what I'm saying? And why I think he's still here for 25 years? Because nobody do it like 25. I love a Drake. I love J. Cole. I love a lot of new artists. Not like me. Not like this. He's still saying lines. He still got lines. You still catch him today. Trying to push 700. They ain't made it. They ain't make a 700 yet. You see what I'm saying? Like, no, man, it's like, it's rhymes that still sound like today. I could go up against any rapper bars today. That's just different kind of music. It's different kind of energy. And I think the blessing of him with the footage, Eli Cameron's footage, I think that also helped too. You see these documentaries, you get to just see him, personality wise. You get to hear him talk. You get to hear his mind state, what he's thinking about. He was doing shit. I think that just added on to it. Because you get to see the transition, not just hear it, you get to see it. When you watch the documentary, you see him go from the fatigues with the BD Big Daddy Kane, Star, from the Daddy to the Coogee, Kango, Pinky. You know what I mean? Like, you actually watch his life changing. You watch what he did for us. You watch what he did for us. When he was 24 years old and got married. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just think it's just, I think it's just everything about him, all in one, like music, just timeless music. You know, we could tune his music like for 25 years, that's crazy. Like, turn on hip hop, still rock the same way. 25 years ago. Don't want story to tell. People will feel like it's just certain things that just meant to be that way. It's just music-wise, you want to judge the music. The music is just immaculate. It's just timeless. We're making records like me and my bitch. Tell the story about you and the chick. About missing. Like, you know, them type of songs and shit, storytelling, content, they're meant to last. They're meant to outlast the average. You know what I'm saying? Because it's something to it. It's something that you're going to live with. Like, yo, man, I went through that shit. I can say I went through that at 44. A kid 24 could be going through something like that now. And like, yo, nah, that age, I'm not going through that right now. I'm 24. You know what I mean? Like, nah, I don't even lie. That song resonated because my father, because my uncle played. You know what I'm saying? Or hey on the radio. Or you go on, you know, social media too. You know what I mean? They won't let it down. You know what I'm saying? Like, you go on social media, you see them big pictures. One, they got no, look at Halloween, you see all these Tim duos, they duos, Tupac duos. It's just like, I think social media is kind of brought their life back into. So that's what the frivolous shit going on. It makes you look at all this corny shit going on right now. What's your Tupac? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Because it's just so much corniness, so much fakeness that it made you just appreciate them, especially niggas talking. You know what I'm saying? They just really just like put it down. So I just think that music is just timeless shit. people will never get over. I think as time goes on, it's still gonna get better and better.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something, C's. You know, I appreciate you. I love the stories. You know, thanks for really coming in here and sharing, man, giving us so much insight into what it was like living through this amazing time in hip hop history. So I appreciate you, my brother.
You're for a lot of it, bro. So I can't thank you, man. I appreciate you, man. Shout out to Glad TV, man. Doing great things on this site, man. Just keep it up and keep representing, bro. I appreciate you all the time, man.
One love, brother.
One love, man.
All right, here we go. Jordan and Pippen are back in the building. You, of course, are Jordan, I'm Pippen. Boosie, welcome back to Black TV. Hey, man, always a pleasure and an honor. Number one, glad you're doing well through the whole pandemic. You look good, you look healthy, your family looks good.
Right.
Yeah, through the trying times. And glad to see a hustler like yourself is still getting through it well.
Right. You know, in time like this, you just gotta hustle harder. You gotta really hustle harder in time like this.
What they were supposed to.
Oh, I see it, man. Honestly, out of all the people I know, I think you out hustling.
Miller and Montgomery wasn't out there. The walk has changed.
I know a lot of hustlers, I know a lot of rich cats, but you're just always on the grind 24/7.
Right.
You know? So, inspirational to everybody that watches.
Right. I'm an OG, so I'm striving to be motivation for those that's looking up to me. Trying to have things, do something together where I'm from. You know, if they look at me, I feel like it ain't no my struggle. They feel like they can make it. Motivate.
Typically sought.
Oh yeah, the way you connect with people is like nothing I've ever seen. Like the way you're honest, real, never really compromise, always stick to principles. I think that's what it is.
Right, and that's my goal in life, man. I'm up here, the coach and all this stuff. I just want to be a realist, mostly. I just want to be a realist. Because the realist going, because when you go, you only live with how you affect the people. You know, they have people with all this money, they have all this shit, they still be looked at like assholes in their grave. Because they, the effect they had on people was such a negative effect, that's what they went down to their grave with, even if they was rich motherfuckers. You know, that's why I thrive on being a realist. You know what I'm saying? I thrive on realness. All the other shit, you know what I'm saying? That's nothing.
There you go. Well, we can't start this interview without mentioning the interview with Tyson. We have to talk about it. I got a lot of questions about the Mike Tyson thing. Now, after the interview came out, and this interview was old, because I remember when you and those things were approached, that was like way ago. That was before the pandemic.
Yeah, right.
This is what, March or something? Okay, so 9 months later, and Tyson did a couple of interviews. Is that before he did the interview with you, and he was telling his family about his daughter, who is gay herself, was like, oh, you're going to do a Boosie? I am flying down to LA to confront him over his alleged homophobia. So, putting that in perspective, when I saw the way Tyson was speaking to you, I think that was the battery in the back. Child, which makes sense. So tell me what led up to this interview and when you sat down with him, how things went.
Really, led up to it. They just say Tyson want to interview you. I'm like, I ain't really know Tyson be interviewing motherfuckers. I'm like, hell yeah, I want to interview Tyson. So, when
when I got there, we got the interview. It seemed like he was passionate about that situation. Like he kept going back to that situation. And I'm like, I'm telling him like, I don't agree with it. But the interview was weird. It was weird. I even asking him questions, and they took a lot of stuff out the interview. And it seemed like he was passionate about it. And after that, me and his daughter went on interview. His daughter came and interviewed.
Fuck all that. I'm working.
She's like, Dad, I want to interview him. I want to ask him some questions right now. I said, come on. So she got in there. She always said, do you know how many people are? Do you know what's going on? And she was saying something like, do you know what's going on in the transgender world right now? And do you know how many people are committing suicide and dying? So I would tell her, do you know what's going on with black people right now? We're getting shot down. They got so many single mothers out there. And when she would shoot that at me, I would shoot that at her. So basically, she was saying the things that she was passionate about, and I was saying the things that I was passionate about. And she couldn't feel me. And I guess she was saying I couldn't feel her. But I was telling her I have no ill will towards that. But I was telling her, you're talking about that. Well, I'm talking about this also. I feel like this is a different subject that's supposed to come on. So we didn't see eye to eye, so she got up and walked out.
Okay, was Tyson in the room when this was happening?
Yeah.
Okay. And I remember he talked about this, I think, on TMZ. He said, he was kind of concerned over you and his daughter kind of going at it because he's still the father. And he was worried that he might react himself if things started to just kind of get out of hand. Was he pretty much cool and controlled?
Yeah, he was cool. Like, Mike was cool. Like, after the interview, we took pictures. Like, he was straight. You know what I'm saying? But, like, I'm a G, bro. Like, I feel if we're in here, I'm going to speak my mind. I don't care who else. This ain't no boxing. This is an interview. And she won't talk to me. And I'm gonna talk.
I would not be scared.
I'm gonna talk. And we just didn't see eye to eye on the situation. But after that, me and Tyson was good. I didn't see his daughter out.
I have raised my children. I'm 53 years old.
Me and Tyson.
I lived a good life. And I'm not gonna live in fear.
How old was the daughter?
I'm not.
I don't know. She like older, like 20.
Okay. Now, in the interview, Tyson was kind of questioning you, said, hey, why do you say these types of comments? I think at one point he even asked if you were gay yourself.
Yeah, I told him straight as that. He kind me out guard like, I don't think I'm straight as an arrow. I'm straight as an arrow.
There were times that just.
But like Mike was like, he kept on going to that situation about, I asked him one question. I was like, how do you know people are scared of you when they come in the ring? He was like, shit, just like, when they come in opinion, the one gonna get fucked in his ass. I was like, damn. I'm like, what the fuck? He just said he left. That's it. Mike crazy, man. I'm like, how you know the man when he scared you to do that? Like, shake it. Just like when the motherfucker walk in the pig. I'm like, damn. It's good, though.
Oh, yeah. Mike, listen, we just did an interview with Mike, and at one, Zab Judah did most of it, but then at one point I hopped in and asked some questions, and Mike got a little annoyed with me over this one question I asked him. This will come out later, but I remember talking to him, and I could tell him getting kind of pissed off. And I'm thinking my security ain't gonna be able to get to me in time. If this really happens, if this really goes down, we were in the boxing ring, and my security was outside the ring. And I'm like, yo, Mike lunges at me. I mean, I don't even feel Zab might try to jump in or something, but Zab can't take Mike. You know, Zab's a middleweight. Mike's a heavyweight. But anyways, yeah, Zab ain't gonna be saying. I mean, he probably tried, but I mean, it's Mike Tyson, man. It's one of the baddest men to ever step in the ring. Period. Legend.
Please watch where you're going.
He's killing it. I mean, still, honestly, Tyson's still my favorite boxer.
Right. I was watching Tyson when I was a kid, so everything to the kid
He was like a superhero. I mean, think about what the biggest boxing game was.
Mike Tyson first time I got it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Right. So if you ever get to the final stage when you actually fight Mike, he just kills you in one punch. It's so. An interesting story. We actually talked about this in our interview. He didn't admit to the actual number, but when he signed that deal for Mike Tyson's Punch Out, he got a sum of money up front and never got any royalties. And that game went on to sell millions of dollars. It actually, like, Nintendo went from like 800 million total sales to like 1.3 billion. And he never got royalties. It just goes to show the type of deals you sign are so important. And ownership is so important that you're just thinking, okay, I'll just give this up on check, whatever. They'll turn around and make billions and billions of dollars on it. What do you think of Tyson versus Roy Jones?
I don't know. I probably got to see them working out. I probably got to see they first 20 and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? I think Roy Jones would beat him if he got lean. Because my Tyson is supposed to lean. Shit, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Roy might be. It depends on who taking care of their body. They both, you know what I'm saying? So I think it's going to be who take care of their body. Who can last the most. And once you get tired, I don't care how hard you hit, that shit gets soft.
Right, but they are doing 2-minute rounds. So.
Oh, okay. So if
Tyson kind of got a bit.
I don't know. It's
going to be good. We're all going to watch. And Tyson does smoke a lot of weed. That's true. And he's in the weed business. He actually mentioned to me that he has weed banks. Because you know how you have the weed company, you get started making capital. That's why you keep all the cash and the safes and stuff like that. He's actually created his own banks that actually work with the companies where he's actually drop off the banks. Sort of. CBD.
Yeah, black pipe. I'm going to be the king of the CBD. My sex all I got is real good. I got some sex all. Remember I told y'all sex all. I had the addition, black value. I got the sex all. I got the anxiety gummies. I got all. I don't talk about it. About it. I just. I teamed up with some guys to see if we got the new product. I was shooting it out there. They made about it, I wanted in and see if we did it. If anything doing that type of numbers, I gotta get in it. If I'm gonna do it. So, nothing took it. So, we made some power moves and we got it running. And now, you don't really see me get kids running shit out and my products speaking for itself.
That's what's up, like I said. Well, I think the biggest news right now is, and I guess you guys had texted or talked right before it happened. How well did you know about it?
I actually been up. I had seen him a couple times. I actually been up. She was trying to look like his son. And they got killed. He was back and told me, I'm on it. Back out. Get it?
Oh, we wanted you to come out to that lounge?
Like the hookah lounge would tell you come out. Everybody was trying to get me to come out. I was in the hole. Damn, right? Like, everything happened. I probably talking. So,
Yo, what's the deal? Yeah, that came out. I've been talking to his manager about doing an interview with him. He wasn't going anywhere. Set up another. I was trying to take. I was a fan. I was bumping the album all week. Dropped a hell of an album. Heard a lot of shit. And still don't know what's going on. And then,
yeah, so.
Well, I get to the background. Granted, not all the details are here yet, but from what I understand, this is sort of what it is. Quando Rondo is inside. And there was like a picture where King John posted a picture of he said there was no beef. But then Quando Rondo away, and now there's some sort of shit between those two. What do you see, like, they ran into each other, a fight broke out, and then one of the dudes just pulled out a gun and killed him. Over nothing. Over nothing. Young boy got like 8 baby mamas. He's not even with this girl. That's not even right. That's what I could be wrong, it could be harmful. We don't really know what happened. But this is the story I heard. And it's like, God damn, man. 3 people died that night. 3 people. Everyone's focusing on Bond, but 2 other people died. I think at least 2 other people got shot on top of that. I know his manager got shot as well, but they survived. And it's like, damn, man.
They took my boy out.
I mean, regardless of what led up to it, whether the story has said that, what it really looked like, it looked like a regular ass fist fight. At some point, one of the dudes, that might have been going their way. You see that a lot.
Yeah, like it's a fight. Every fight. Fight. They don't fight. That's a normal thing. Fight somebody, you shot.
Yeah, a lot of people start tagging. He talked about how, we all know, guys that tell you, hey, we don't really love, they disrespect us. We all know that. We may have been those guys and put for it. You know what I mean? For all intents and purposes. But no one really says, well, after we whoop their ass, they might pull out a gun and kill them. So let me go ahead and, tell my mom, this is what I got some stash. My closet. My car to my sister and everything else like that.
Yeah, you can go out there and tell you, like, somebody got down. But they don't think about it. But
So what if the investors won't get their money back? They're making art, right?
Yeah, what else about it? What the other person would possibly do. Yeah. Before they would say something along these lines. I ain't looking your way.
I'm not in the business of making money. I'm in the business of making shrimp.
Tonight I'm gonna be key with that. This time, key. So, what I want you to do is, I want you to have a private collection. You have all the drawers. Your sister had a car, but she gotta go to school. I don't want to catch you up. Tell mom I got some money in the ad. And tell everybody I love her, man. I'm gonna make one stop before I drop that, like I went here in the girl house. I'm gonna kiss my baby, kiss my woman, let them know I love them, and then I'm going to get cute.
Because people don't really just plan it all the way up. Bond didn't think that he would do that. Probably quite a dude. He probably thought, okay, just a fight. But, happens all the time. What's the big deal, man? No one's getting, no one got hit with a stick or a bottle or anything else like that from what I saw. It's just a fist fight. You don't expect someone to turn it into a triple murder. But it's like you can never underestimate anything.
Right. Sometimes, yeah, people get funny. Sometimes big funny, like, snap the tank. It ain't a shoot. It ain't a fight. Snap the tank, like, that's just rap. Everybody got somebody outside. They not there. You right behind them. And you take $200,000 out of the tank. But if they there,
Such a sad situation. But now you see the different camps kind of go back and forth. OTF people saying some shit. One of those people saying some shit. The other boys people saying some shit. Everyone's getting kind of dragged into it.
Yeah, it's not like, it's a new wave now, like, know what it is about that. You know what it is about this. So, you try to stay like, fuck it. That's the only way you respect it. Girl, you gotta stay like, fuck this. That's what she, you know what I'm saying? I like walk like, just walk like.
What do you
I
think?
just don't like to see. I don't like to see this shit. No, I'm gonna get that with blood in jail. That nigga like solid. So I don't like to see this shit.
Oh yeah, unfortunately, I don't think this is over. I think this is going to keep going for a few more instances. Too many people are hurt. King Von had 3 small children that he left behind.
That's what hurt the most of all those kids. When I look at pictures of somebody with their kids, it makes me put me in my feeling like if I was dead. You know, I look at the pictures and feel like if I was dead, how my kids would feel right now. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up the most. All the rap people in the industry who lost their, all the kids who lost their famous fathers, you know. Sad. Everybody should do something to help the kids. Everybody gets kids, children. That's what I feel like. That was should be put together to help all these people who died. Kids, children out. They want so they just move on. Everybody. Kids, they can hurt somebody.
Yeah. And the person or the camp that did the shooting needs to keep in mind that at one point those kids are going to grow up. And they're never going to forget about that shit. And given an opportunity, you might have someone walk up on you and not even know who it is. It could be so-and-so's son.
Right.
So-and-so's daughter.
Yeah, what's the name? Brunkston.
Brunkston, yeah.
There you go. I mean, that's so many person. You know, it's no way. Don't know who get back to this one might be son. It's great.
Well, right after the whole situation happened, T.I. put up an Instagram post and said, Atlanta, Crescent City, Black excellence, live to each other, live together, stop coming here to kill each other. That shit is played out. Handle your beefs, your city, thanks in advance. Now, T.I. went and denied and said, oh, it's not about King Von, I'm just talking about it in general. But the timing of it, the wording of it, makes me feel like you know about this post?
I saw it. Damon's found.
Yeah, I mean, neither one of those guys are from Atlanta. Ron's from Chicago, and Mondo's from what? Savannah. Atlanta is an intersection. Atlanta, so, in this case, it's local. It's not a big city. It's not a lot. This particular situation, but shit, man.
No! What the hell?
You see some shit pop off like this, you feel like, you know, Atlanta is still a place where you gotta be careful.
I'm feeling so now. I'm feeling so now. I'm ready I ain't had no problem. I ain't no home, but, you know, ain't lying. It's a lot of shit around here. Stereotypes and shit like I can take myself 60. I can take myself. This is scary. Talk about time to take myself. But I'm pretty good at it. I'm really careful. Idiot! I don't have to be ready all the time. That's what it's all being ready. You got to get the job to do it. Nobody has to do it. Every night you go out, I go out. And I do get a little crazy thing. I'm just saying, go all the time. All the time. Really angry, especially you know, $10 to $100. You got a club, talking gangster rap, and you got ops. I'm like, hey, you making money and stuff like that. Y'all like, hey, you gotta take it from here, like, you don't gotta have it. You know, hey, you know, it's longer than a long time. Like, to that, like, that's the life you gotta live. Well, why was with the shit? Why would people online go back and forth? Said some shit about him. Said some shit about you. I'm sure one point, right? 2020. I don't remember you being in the rap. Nah, you back in the game. I never did rap. I like you probably heard my name, but I never did something. You never heard something. I never made something. You know what I'm saying? I was all rapping and all that. Like they got me. They never been on school. I'm not trying to put you on the record. I feel like I ain't gonna put you on the record. I don't want to put you on the record. I don't know. I'm not good at that. Ain't my style. I'm not good at that. It's never been my thing. I'm not good at that. That's not my thing. That's I don't know how to rap about. I know how to rap about what I see. I'm not good at rapping about somebody just throwing in here and things like that. So I'm not going to get on that level of throwing shit around. Right. Usually the dudes who are the best at that, they're kind of like comedians. Like 50 Cent. 50 Cent will like say some funny shit about you and make you look silly on some comedy type shit. I don't do that too, but I'm doing that as far as a part of my humor. I'm great. But as far as music, I'm speaking real. This is my pain. This is my life. Shut up. I'm going to do that. Right, but what I'm saying is, besides the music, I've never seen you going at somebody back and forth. You know what I mean? People with someone, and you know, people talk shit. People talk shit about you. People talk shit about me. I don't respond to shit. Right. I don't respond to nothing. Right. I feel like if you're gonna talk about me, I just gonna keep doing my job. You're gonna have to keep seeing me doing my job. I'm not going back. Right. Most of the time, I don't feel I'm
they doing this problems. You know, it's if you're not gonna hurt people like Richie, I'm only worried about somebody out there that all that other stuff. I've been talking about my whole life, man. Like, Boosie, I was the person ever. So, what they say don't make me shit. So I don't know what to say.
Yeah, because they're trying to get you to respond. Because they know when you're a bigger entity than they are, if you respond, then it's like, oh, now I got to put some fear on it. So I'm going to talk about this for the next 10 years. This is going to be my claim to fame. Oh, he responded to me, and I'm going to make a song out of it. Instagram post. I'm going to get my homies involved. I'm just going to turn this into a whole campaign. Now that they're going back and forth. I don't do that, man.
They have a certain problem focus on deterioration. But they really have love for you. But it's that one or two persons who cross their line to deteriorate. And because he's going at you so hard, he's gonna get clout. All the people you affected in the wrong way is gonna take his side. And he knows that. And that's how people clout chasing get on. All you do is find a big fish and drag his tail.
Let me just say this, right? You and I have been around in this game for a very long time. I have yet to meet a single human being who said, let me tell you how I became rich and successful. I started hating on this dude, and I just kept hating and hating and hating. Eventually, the millions came. I've never heard that in life. That may be part of their story at one little moment in time. But everyone who I know that's got rich was putting out something that was dope. They were creating a great product. They were doing a service. They helped other people get money. They did something and created a business. You've never heard of anyone blowing up with just hating. I've just never heard it.
For real. Right.
It just doesn't exist. And especially if you hate on someone that's just bigger than you, they're just gonna sit back and they're gonna pull a few strings behind the scenes.
Yeah, they
won't even know.
Stretch around with y'all. What's wrong with the girl? I'm the type of person. I just gotta be a real one and speak how first of all. That's what's second of all, by going to this people because I'm a different person. And anybody got more than me, they my motivation. I'm happy for it. Because they're motivated to want more. That's why I'm always getting red. Like people way out more than me, I'm happy for you. You are my motivation, nigga. And God ain't gonna bless the motherfuckers who hate on the motherfuckers he blessed. That's people not happy. People not happy for the people who have it. You're not happy. You gotta be happy for the Beyonce. You gotta be happy for the Jay-Z. Like a lot of people are not happy for the ones that I'm telling you. It's not that they're not looking at them as motivation. They're looking at them as ops.
Right. Because let me tell you, when I see videos of your house and everything else like that, there is absolutely no jealousy in my heart whatsoever. I say, wow, one day I'm gonna get some shit. And I always say this, if Lucy did it,
when I came home, I was home alone. I first came to Georgia. We found somebody to the state. And when I walked out to the state, I went crying. It was different between right there and the state shit on the jail. When I saw this with my own eyes,
black man that have, it was straight motivation. But it was straight motivation. Money got
As it should. As it should.
4 years later, I got her neighbor.
Right. I mean, because Ross got a hell of a house.
Yeah,
Got a hell of a house. As it should be. But not everyone thinks that way. A motherfucker will look at you and say, man, he should have put me on more. He didn't do enough for me. Whereas you should be fucking, if you fucking with that person, if you're in his inner circle, you should be trying to figure out how you can get on. Because that person fucks with you, they'll tell you the game. They'll show you the steps.
Anybody turn to an enemy, they've been hated.
They've been hated.
They've been hated. But it don't work like that. Because you've been around too long. You're supposed to be nothing but love. You're not supposed to be nothing but seek for love. So it's turning to hate. You've been hated. It's just when time came out, you took the benefit off. When you thought you were hated. That's a scummy ass person.
Oh yeah. And when that happens, man, I know that a lot of times it's hurtful, but you should realize that having someone like that out of your circle is a fucking good. Because if all you get is them just hating on you and talking shit, you got off easy. Someone that's really around you like that, that's really your enemy and it's a snake, they could really make some serious fucking damage.
Yeah, they know it.
Yeah. So you should be happy with it. No, okay, now I know. Now I know. Thank God this is the worst that they can do. I'm done, man. You know, and listen, I think I've been a friend
Yeah, I think that's the point now.
Did you ever work shit out with your brother?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. He's trying to talk. And he got he's a rating. I'm gonna find another about 7. They got 9 more. No, somebody else. My brother. Because I called him. I called and told my brother, give them all my information. Give them all my information. So they can put my life and they trying to say my brother is trying to shoot me. So when we there, they got me telling him, giving him the opportunity for they ain't trying to join. Now they found out that people, those niggas from Ohio and Berkeley, all these other that they got last time. Also, the boys social media account one. And over there, got $5 to drop their account.
He qualifies for the lesser sentence. Only the most incorrigible child could be sentenced to a life sentence.
He went to her
I
home.
want my children to say $5 now. And yes, I had X. I got pain and suffering
I
from
think
it.
he's just evil.
I got pain on my back, so I hurt.
See, I think what people don't realize is that once you make a certain amount of money, you then have to build up the walls to protect it. This is why when you see castles back in the day, they had a moat. Shit around. You know what I'm saying? And they have guards and spikes and everything else like that. Because people know once you get a bag, people are gonna try to come to that bag.
If a populace is
Legally
still
or
again,
illegally.
that is a chance in society.
Lawsuits, lies, whatever.
This is where I play.
Yeah, I never did. I want to go home. I want to get out of here.
First, I first got on the
It must have been
Yeah.
They're involved in
No, right, because I don't know if it's real or not. You didn't post it, but there was a video of
frequency of going to
Bond's rare someone affiliated with him. They got they found out he's dead. They go in his car and fucking steal out his bags and shit out of his
For
car.
her to live on her own because I didn't worry
I
about
don't
it.
know if it's real.
I don't even know if she ever locked the door. Some commentator will tell her not to be so friendly, but it was just her way. She didn't deserve
Yeah, I mean, there was the same kind of picture about Tupac that was circulating.
certainly a scary
You know, because during the autopsy they have to cut you open and then stitch you back up. Yeah, no, I saw that
But
picture.
they say they are just grateful that a coach and a school resource officer were in the right place at the right time.
You know what I'm saying? I would die.
Marilyn and I spent every day together.
I would die.
January 2010, I got in the car to go pick Marilyn up.
Girl, I would die. I would fucking die.
And I was
You know what I'm saying? I'm happy.
when I drove up, the police called me from the house.
You know, oh, my nigga big, dog.
Police had the phone.
My nigga smiling right now.
How else would this right now?
Like, this fucking shit.
I pulled around, and as soon as I got to the other side of the police car, I saw Marilyn laying in the grass. I could see that there was blood. How bad, I didn't know. I knelt down, and she was still
Well,
walking. I said,
some months back, early in the year,
and she said, Malcolm Jamal. For 3 years, this morning, John Guns has investigated a stabbing off campus, one called Andrew. Investigators say the reporters were alerted to the scene by a school coach. They tell us the coach saw the victim, involved in some type of struggle with the man. They said when he sought to help, the suspect ran away.
he actually had a picture of him on his Instagram. Rest in peace and things like that. I had known about this story now.
Me and my mom were running around in the truck.
You know, I know some people.
Because the time no. My mom got a phone call on her cell phone.
Basically,
They cut. My mom panicked, so she got the phone. I picked the phone up from the truck. It's not really what's going on, right? She's like, oh man, I got stabbed with that. My pants.
What I understand from the story, and this is something I talked about.
Hey, I get out.
It seems like they're filming
Sitting
it
by the counter with a can like this.
scratch a lot of guns.
Like this, on this side of the IGA. I seen helicopters flying around. Like, what's going on? I seen Jazz officers put a SWAT team foot up. Like, what's going on? And then the guy on the intercom said, "Come out with your hands up." And I'm like, "What are they talking to?" And he got up. I'm like, are you serious? So he walked outside with my hands up. And they come me down on the ground, handcuffed. They had guns pointed at me. They had canines out there in front of the store. I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, my head's racing. I'm like, what's going on?
Damn, that's just, bro, that's
Damn. It was like a dream. You know what I mean? Like a nightmare. I just never expected something like that. That's what's going on.
What's his name? And I had talked about it before.
I answered my cell phone.
In my early days, like before Flag TV, when I was doing DVDs, I was doing shooting games, I would go to the hood, go to the trap houses, go to the studio, and pull out guns, and wave them all over my camera, and everything else like that. I did this myself. Like I can relate.
Yeah.
Because it's, it looks, the visuals of behind it, you know the guns are real and everything else like that. And I always said, like, yo,
So it
to all
wasn't
the
a
cameramen
scaled
out
up
there,
man
whoever else,
for dangerous
stop with
criminals.
these fucking
It was a
videos
search for evidence and
with these
witnesses.
guns floating around like that.
Because
Because someone's gonna get shot.
I can see blood drops on the floor,
You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
along with a
I
broken
don't know if
knife,
you know the story,
a
but
second knife inside the
Bruce Lee's son got killed for
all evidence shows he was
with a
invited
gun that wasn't
evidence
evidence.
of forced entry. He had related information. He
disrupted the house. He had a suspect who he did not know committed this offense against him. And he was transported back to the police station.
I've been in these right? I've been
To begin to tell us the story, and he was
they basically have all the guns and they were sponsored to make sure
around college.
it's a full-time job. When you go to these little video shoots,
She was described as a good person.
bunch of motherfuckers are pulling their guns out, they're all loaded.
To discuss the books farmhouse.
You know,
And
they're doing it in areas where their enemies might drive by, and it might be a real shooting. Like you said, they have one head. Look at the golden flash on accident.
we got you. His description of this subject was
Obviously was influenced by him.
as if he was describing the food.
Boosie, savage life, Boosie badass, savage Boosie sounds like kind of a mixture of yeah, man, it's sad. I interviewed the kid.
As we looked through the victim's car and we observed money imprint in the scene.
The way he even got on was kind of interesting. He was putting out these videos and no one was really watching.
Impressed him
Some
on the
YouTuber
bloody
pulled it.
imprint in the car
Basically made a
specifically.
video of
He told us he didn't want to talk to us at that time.
music videos with 0 views. And he just so happened to show Little Loaded's video, and that video just blew up off of there. And next thing you know, he gets
I
signed.
had absolutely no doubt he was the single person who committed this offense. The story could not be
back to where he's from.
There was no blood evidence from any
A
subject.
situation like that, I mean, that's probably not a murder. It's probably a
He is observed by the school teacher as
still.
Miss Russell was attacked. Malcolm entered her car with her car keys and attempted to drive away. Was blocked purely by circumstance. The school resource officer brought his car to a stop at the end of the driveway, so he fled on foot.
Well, since our last interview, we had the election. Trump lost, but he's not conceding.
She fought him off. She ran outside. He ran out after her and drug her back in the house and stabbed her again. She was stabbed 7 times.
Right.
Even when looking through his history, there are in
As
excess
someone who has
15
black
contacts
how
with
do you feel
the
about
justice system.
a black?
There were offenses that ranged from burglary and auto theft to arson, no prior violent offenses. He gave no indication that he was just violent. He gave no indication he was remorseful. And where the disconnect was, but there was no reason or justification for Maryland to be attacked by the
I first met Malcolm September 28th, 2010 at one of the Slum Airfield. He was being treated as an adult, so he was not in the juvenile detention center. He was in the adult jail. He was treated with murder, attempted armed robbery, and attempted kidnapping. He was living a mandatory life on the first degree. He said, I don't want to go to trial, I want to plead guilty, I did it. What's the best deal we can get for me? And that's what I started doing, is talking to the state and trying to provide information and get them to come out and they will plead. I wouldn't move.
Always feel like cares.
The Supreme Court said, no, it's unconstitutional to hold a child for life imprisonment violates the
Well, Wade showed the story a few times about when he shot himself.
right to have some kind of
Over
unless a foreign child could be sentenced to a life sentence. And
Yeah, you said that Wade doesn't really consider himself black.
for that.
The Supreme Court.
And, you know,
Let's more say
when we asked about black issues, he brought up the story about how there were white comments saying there's like
I think it's just
You know, yeah, but well, you and I are what made me realize is like, okay, my country's got to spend a lot more money. Because, you know, I gotta keep my salaries low. Right? So I gotta reinvest. And I feel like taxes should be probably $1 million for a black man to make $500,000 every day. That takes 60%. You send a man to federal money, you send 76% of the world to federal money. That's what you do for half of your life. 60% I can't even buy for the drink. I can't go to the bridge. My credit gotta be up to 1,200. Like, fuck! Come on, man. Come on, I gotta bring it down. But no fucking.
I don't think any juvenile deserves a life.
I heard it, you know. They say Trump got all the way.
Supreme Court of the United
Trump got
States
it. Ain't no now. Now we gotta talk about it.
recommend like a special
I'm gonna
project.
build a campaign to talk about it.
Since 2017. And that's when I met
Look, like,
he was very
Because Trump is not going to see
very
at
sincere.
the time we're building
He
this.
seemed like he was on the free path for rehabilitation.
He's trying to say that
He's
Rob
extremely bright.
cheated, the votes are fake.
You know, unfortunately, he
This
ended
and
up
that.
just a horrible circumstance.
I know.
No
I
one
saw
shared
women.
this woman, and there's no question that it was just a
I was playing.
and trying to figure out what was in your Malcolm's brain that said this is something that's okay for you to do. Did he think about that, or did he just react to a situation that he was not able to control? I just cannot figure it out to say what happened to Malcolm. I think a switch just flipped.
Trump lost a lot of people like
It's all about taking the focus away from what client was in the crime scene versus what client is in the larger picture of his life. These crimes don't happen like that. And
any
Trump's case cries out for mercy because
Well,
of the
I would
lack
say
of
this.
justice.
I think that Trump realized
Malcolm was homeless
January 20th,
and he
walks out of the White House.
childhood that was not properly considered to life. Childhood trauma can totally require the thinking process or the lack of it. And that's the reason that these cases are so important, because most children are not
The way he did that,
they're
look,
always still teenagers.
I get 4 more years. You know, stay in prison. Then I get my Pence, the next president, he'll just pardon me.
It's not encouraging
I'll be good. But the fact that he lost by a landslide, he knows that clock is ticking. He got about 7 days. So, you know, my dream is to see him walk out of the White House in handcuffs, maybe hard time. He was thrown into a police car. But, oh yeah, that was jail.
outspoken, and I think she got him from our I found this.
Let's see what happens though, man. Like I said, he's got, and I feel like the wildest shit. I mean, you saw the crazy shit that he's done while he was still president. Now that he knows he's on his way out, he's still going to be president for the next 2 months. I think you'll see even crazy shit. I think you're going to see the wildest shit.
That's an alpha has been run from the prison to Jacksonville, wherever the victims are. That's how we actually learned of these things. It's like all over I don't feel like Maryland has a voice in this at all. So is doing everything. I absolutely understand and agree that things should be looked at case by case. So there are obvious cases, and I think the mountains is one of them, where he should never have the opportunity.
He got away with it. Some sort of revolt or something. He went civil war or revolution or anything else like that.
Composition. I think something that was like conscious commitment to get away with it. You run it in 2024. I'm like, he was going to somebody.
I mean, he tried to run it. In the history of America, you've never seen a president run after being endorsed by the party after the party.
Have been kicked out of
and endorsing them. You were endorsing them.
Right. And here's what happened. So I don't think the Republican nomination is but you could run for minutes. What'll happen is what happened is Bush. There was a race. George H.W. Bush, Clinton,
Wait.
That list is to me
independent. And all you did was split the vote, made sure that Bush seated in the American. That's why Bush seated in the second term. Yeah. That's what's gonna happen. He's gonna run again. If he does run again, he'll just end up fucking up the Republican nominee.
What? Talk to me. I'm playing the fucking game.
Okay, I'll.
What do you think of the whole ice cream?
You don't know how to fucking talk.
remove shoes, no friends. But I'm nothing with American ice. Take part in this ride to our destination. Anyone can find the okay?
Maryland used to shop here quite frequently, and as you can see, there's a sign right there. It could have been somebody in town. He had done everything that was written down.
Well, yeah. I mean, it'd be my
A list of that nature would point to a premeditated
He
act.
basically feels that Trump hips last
I'm
day.
not sure you can fix that.
We had previously met at the grocery store that had to be I didn't have no leg to steal her car. I wasn't wandering really around the neighborhood. I did not plan to get this okay. It's her home.
He's not. He's going for it. Right?
Yep. It was such a mess when he was on the streets. When he was crying, he was kind of sharing his work.
Whoa.
He was not his right mind. He just lost it.
You don't see
It's a photo ops or whatever else.
I just told you.
So I was walking by
I just told you.
Girl Russell, she stayed across
I
the
just
street.
told you.
And she was
I'll give you something. I'll put you on the front of it. You'll be bigger than all the slaves.
So guess what?
But you gonna still be a nigga. I don't even know how to say your name right.
She offered me a piece of cake.
Little Pimp. Remember that?
Oh, but you still, hey, You gonna be everybody gonna talk about you. You gonna take a picture. You gonna be the biggest nigga talking about him.
How am I gonna survive?
But you still a nigga.
In my mind,
and now you look at it as a house nigga.
I said, I can steal the car.
You know? So that's like pimping. I'm crossing you in both ways. I'm bringing you up to bring you down. That is.
Remember the little blow on stage with us? You called him Little Pimp? He didn't get his name right?
It was the knife that you didn't cut. Everything was like
Well, what I understand, Kim Kardashian was trying to do is clarity.
Right.
What? What he's doing, you would see when
I transferred my funds over to the bank.
I've heard about the secret. I'm not going to say that.
Retirement.
Based on what you got, does it seem like you should beat that case?
So I bring in back 4,074.
The guy who's on the no limit closet, he been canning his state. Like
considering
he never had a life.
never have a
Bro.
chance to be raised back in society.
I
I told John that I would be comfortable with him living inside my residence and not being able to. I would not be feel like it goes at the time when I was 17 years old. Came back to the video, we should try to him and his parents like this. She come home and she killed
Mine's probably ain't ready.
I know the state argues his plan because there's some notes.
Why not?
About how to commit a robbery.
Yeah.
But there's no motive
Fortunately,
for why he would have murdered. I can understand it better if he thought he wanted to get money in the car.
Right.
And then his brain functioning so well due to the childhood trauma, which totally rewired the thinking process. It short circuits the brain. Now, that's really one of the most tragic childhood clients that are held to sentencing.
It's no blame. You're going down. So
I did not know after 2000 how bad it was to be released. Life on the street was
see Anderson got a license.
I can't say
Like this. I don't see how you
I felt there was other students across the expense of him. The whole system failed this kid.
I miss it. Yeah, that's on. I see that. Okay, so how do you go on a huddle strike? Explain to me the steps. I would do that. You tell me. They can say put your blade up, push that bitch back, get it up. Go on home strike. Sometimes they put you in the gown and say,
They were brought to
you make them put you in the gown. Put your wife and say, sometimes they keep it.
mother figure to me.
Until I get my shit, until I get my stuff down.
What was the longest time you strike?
I had
I just go home and strike every night. I had people sitting me down there like all kind of shit. Yeah, I'm still ain't like a big dog in that beat. When the play come on, bitch, I'm on home, I ain't nothing. That's what I'm telling you. Yeah, man. I went on home strike for a visit one time. Bitch, I need to see my mom. I ain't even shit this bitch.
Okay. Have you ever actually gone on a strike?
Not really.
When children and families
I played a home strike in lockdown.
found
I ain't. That's all I just played that night.
But I ate that morning. I said, hey, we don't want something out. Everybody know I got diabetes and I can see. So even when I go home, it's like, they be like, the whole, don't know, bro. No, man, the whole lockdown, no, man, gonna get sick. Trying to show respect.
Well, speaking of number one, I'm saying,
No, you shut down it.
But you was doing it. So don't play dumb.
there's something
And his mother was allowed to keep him for a short period of time during which he was abused physically and surrendered to the state of Florida, I believe, when he was about a month old.
Are you still diabetic?
Bitch, because you set my password. Okay, so you set my password to my login.
And you were
I believe I read this
You never told me it.
Yes, I did.
lit a pillow on fire.
He's diabetic as well, type 2 diabetes. His leg amputated, he got on the floor, the kids in the house on fire.
And as the fun along with all that, I was scared. And I ran away for the whole day. I was back. And I saw me, and she wanted to be
That was a hell of a you know, in the interview, he talks about not a little for
I don't know shit about that.
What's your normal behavior when you says I'm desperate, I need love, I need help?
If I ask you a question, give me the fucking answer. Stop playing with me. Dumb fuck.
Between the ages of 9 and 17, there were 37 police reports
Bitch, stop playing with me.
concerning
Yeah.
inmates running away.
It's sad that someone who's such a
Parents failed. They didn't want to return. They didn't want to participate in family therapy. They didn't want to participate in any of the things that the system provides to support families. They simply did not want to engage in any of it. It's clear in the records that she didn't want him. So Malcolm has a double rejection of having been his biological
I just did.
and his adopted.
What's your name?
That's one of the most traumatic things that any child can deal with, especially an adopted child.
Damon Hall 3-3.
And something triggered
Well,
that big
put on Twitter.
in the robbery that led to the murder.
It's the website.
It's a tiny
Well,
white
they
lady.
are an older lady
They'll say
who
it's
may
not
have
me, it's
reminded
not me.
him on some
Take my
level
head, you show straight jealousy.
one of the
Where
most
you guys do that, you bitch.
because he had never received the therapy that so many people had recommended. Here's a powder keg waiting to explode. I don't believe any of this mitigation was presented
Like
to
it
the
fucking
original
like
sentencing judge.
don't see shit back. I'm like, Leo! The world talking about you because what about you? Keep saying it. And I didn't like it. I don't like my shit, bro. Like, I don't like what these things. I don't like any of them. That's just how I do my whole life. That's just how I do my whole life. I done took niggas that take on and made them stuck. I know they have not fucking played. I don't like that. I ain't like it. I just like, bro, keep on fucking, like, what if somebody, I don't know. It's oh, I said, I signed in. I would have turned that way. Like, you niggas.
I just I don't like it. For me, and I hate straight Vanguard. I didn't say he's probably not a hater to the world.
I think that the
But
license
he's
for
straight.
long closure, a lot more.
It might not.
Oh. Take a lot of things in church.
They know, I mean,
They know. We don't know.
they live in the same community. They both live in Hills. Hidden Hills is it's right by Calabasas, but it's a whole town that's gated.
And he should get a second
The
chance.
entire town is
Right
gated.
now he's in survival mode. He's been in survival mode on the outside. His family kicked him out numerous times. They're not going to be there to support him. They haven't been. And they're not going to be in the future. The first time he does something, they're going to kick him out. And then something is going to happen to somebody else. This kid right here is looking forward to the first trial. The only thing that I want to happen is for him to go to sleep afraid and to wake up afraid. When my sister said, when he attacked him, she feared for her life. I want him to be safe every day from now until he passes.
What do you think about Kanye actually running for president?
I put reminders on my face to let me know that these are the highest outcomes. These are the and they stand for righteousness. To remain righteous, to be me, no matter what it is, to be patient, be and in my always and it lets me know that I have a choice. And it's up to me whether I go forward.
Malcolm was raised in a church. He returned to his Christian beliefs, and that's when he decided to engage in more redemptive activities. He wants to have a meaningful life. He is remorseful for his crime. And I believe that Malcolm is somebody that this spirit of repentance is rehabilitation, growth, accomplishments in prison, childhood trauma, just family, the social health has to be considered. And
All my real fans did.
all you understand and explain.
Or trying to stay alive until they turn.
Non-violent.
So who am I personally? When y'all got all the fake ass social media fame and all this other shit. My real fans real Step. Step was only go to the graveyard of Jesus. It's a deal.
We're not saying to the judge you should.
My fans ain't pop out. All of them ain't have money. Pop bottles in the cup.
Hopefully that's what you're saying.
It was wild, man. It's a difference.
I am not prepared for any potential of him ever getting out of prison.
He made sure justice is done.
That's the thing. You think Jeezy versus T.I.?
We are going to
I
the
mean,
courtroom.
I probably got to see T.I. because he has more mainstream hits. And he's got more songs. Streets.
Things were getting pretty close, and then the coronavirus pandemic hit.
Florida and Georgia now among the more than 30
First thing
states
I
that are
thought,
saying home
I
orders.
saw
Courts in Guam and surrounding counties are closed.
Generally suspending in person.
no one wants to see Jeezy versus T.I., but everyone really wants to see Jeezy versus T.I. That right there is a real person.
It's complicated. And our jail is shut
That
down.
right there. But
And courts
from
basically
what I
shut
understand,
down.
Jeezy actually said a lot of
These things are definitely at the bottom of the list.
but I think that's the real versus. But to That's the word.
They're not.
I got a letter from another client today that saying that he's been diagnosed as positive for coronavirus. It's pretty awful. So, I don't know. I was even able to bring Malcolm to his phone and talk to me in the jail on the Polycom. They just shut down all in-person court because of the rise in COVID-19 cases.
I'm talking about, I'm talking about like,
Right now, the Department courthouse is not allowing emergency except in very, very rare circumstances. Almost everything is done by Zoom. I don't think it can be done via Zoom. You need to be in the court and the judge needs to see Mr. Thriller in person. I don't like hearings with major consequences being done electronically. I think it's inappropriate. Because of the pandemic, juvenile cases are on hold. In Malcolm's case, it's not likely that he will get an in-person hearing until next year. See where we can go with that.
So,
well, having got 10 juvenile life without parole resentences and have resolved maybe 4 or 5 of them in terms of who's going to get to court first after COVID. So the homicide cases move forward because pending cases have speedy trial rights. And in Malcolm's case, he's patient, he's anxious.
Right. How do you feel as the CEO of the label to have an artist with a song?
The court case has been kind of erratic.
We have no closure for my mom's murder. It's a perpetual anxiety. We thought we had justice.
And when are we, as a victim's family, gonna have that closure?
But they had to delay it. I was angry. I was very angry. I was hurt. I was a lot of emotion. But that's what God wants. He's control of what God wants.
I haven't been nervous with the process. I'm more so nervous. The Russell family, I think about what they're going through. And what they'll have to go through. Is there any way you want to be here? I want to ask you for as well. Because it was a decision that you made on. And that what I can offer you. Hey, I'll never be the same person.
Okay, so he flew you out the next day, and I assume you were already.
I was gain my freedom back or I don't. Period. And then,
so that was hard to do. That's what he was like, you right? And it's great to see one of your artists go up to this. Is this the most successful artist in the South?
Right.
You sign a lot of artists. People understand, like, trying to run a label. People always say, "Black, you got a website, you got a YouTube channel, just start a label." And I'm like, slow down. Y'all don't understand how hard your job is.
Yeah, you never know who's going to do a release.
Right. You got to sign 10 people and hope one of them will do something. Hopefully.
I hope that
to make up for the 9 people you just lost money on.
somewhere
Right.
down on that thing.
You got a song with Drake in your catalog, man. You try your artist.
We were getting elections. Can I get released from that?
Cross your radar. But
What role does forgiveness
I'll speak highly about you, of course. as well. I like Lucy a lot.
No.
But
It's actually something that I spend a lot of time thinking about. Because I know that my mom
Steve responded back and said, nah, Lucy don't fuck.
would want us to be able to
tell that I made people my song, and they told me that Lucy said,
I can't.
I was just saying this out loud.
My mom.
I didn't take it.
I don't care if he's sorry. I hope he is. Malcolm deserves life behind bars.
It didn't sound right.
2, 1.
That doesn't even sound right. Okay, so
I had so much anger.
Crunchy back that whole.
I can't raise a child that was out all that stress.
When they was out, I was
Eventually,
out.
just forgave him.
I was a baby.
Have that
Niggas
for
was
life.
big time. Nigga, Crunchy Black
I
was
had
something
to forgive Malcolm for what
we
he
were
did.
talking to somebody else.
I had to
Nigga,
do
3
remember,
Nigga, that been done in 30 minutes.
but I
Nigga,
told
no.
him on that day.
Okay. There we go. I'm gonna look y'all up to get over this bullshit because when he said that, and you know something, if this is what he said, this is how cold punching is. And you know something, even though Boosie said he don't fuck with me, I still fuck with him. I'm not gonna say anything bad about him because I like him.
Nah, he was talking to somebody about that's Crunchy Black.
Presented by Smartwater.
Pure
balanced
I'm a fancy exercise bike dude, and I've gone from 0 to obsessed in like 3 days.
I didn't realize.
After like 12 miles of going, I'm taking detox.
Motherfuckers will just straight take
If you
their
don't have
shit.
the right home insurance coverage,
ASAP
you could be
Ferg
working out a way to
has a whole song that's basically a Project Cat song. And I'm sure Project
Get
Cat
all
is
city and be better protected from Maine.
there are so many, you know, or like Black Boy JB, that song with Drake. Drake basically is quoting
What happened that night?
in his verse.
It was horrific.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Kathleen Edsel and Chocolate
Hey,
were out on a date.
They just killed her and David Duran. They tied him up.
You
They
know.
put him in the trunk.
They were talking openly about things that were did to him.
There are several shots that were fired.
And it's all
Sometimes they had 4 times in the ground. It was
that made
execution style murder.
It was tragic, horrible, gut-wrenching.
coming up. Well,
They should be found with his family and society.
What happens if you're wrong? What happens if he goes out and commits the same crime?
so
You
there should
should
be a
have
bunch
to
of
stay
like,
in prison so he takes his last breath.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna have one chance to be what
If I was
I'm
in
just
charge
saying to you.
running this,
Right. So there won't be anyone saying something like that. You know what I'm saying? I know both y'all. Both y'all. If I tell him what Lucy said,
saying that part. So when I ask you what's going on,
there you go.
don't say, oh, you should have did that.
So since last time you lost your man this week,
If you acting like a dumbass, you're gonna piss me off.
what's real?
All you got to say is, you like your friend in there, come home.
it's not good.
Oh.
October 20th.
You call it Mark Zuckerberg.
Halloween
Right?
started. My daughter, Kathy, who was 16, had just turned 16, and her boyfriend Chuck were planning to go to the haunted house. He came out at 9 o'clock to pick her up, and I gave her $2 $20 bills. And so, don't be late.
What did he do?
They left.
Kathy has never missed her curfew. She's always on the time, if not on the show. And our house was just one way.
And I got
being a doctor, we had to get up at crazy hours, and so when she didn't come on time, that was the first big clue.
Wage worse than I on my Instagram. Yeah, I got course, I got all
Then I started calling various
that's
hospitals
wages.
and
My
nurses
Instagram is
and heard of an
take it
accident.
back and give it to them over and over. It's my
The
first
nurse
time.
that
I
heard on
took it back.
radio
Took it from
there had been a shooting in
so you can give other 2 million people their Instagram back for derogatory things they did. And I didn't do nothing to post a girl with an emoji over her.
Ever around that area.
This is
of town,
discrimination.
it just didn't happen.
Something is wrong.
I
Somebody must
remember
be
sitting
saying
in the living
their
room,
name.
I was just
And they're trying to check the time.
and I remember
I started out listening to IG. As soon as I started to put on shade room, my life.
I thought, if I just closed the door,
I can't go out.
they could tell us what happened.
At all, I
So
can't go
I
out.
started trying to shut the door.
You know, so you know, and my black people are starting to tell me that Boost, this man is a racist.
They'd already.
He knows you affects the black community and make them smile every now. Why he's not giving you your page back when he gives all these people their page back? He might be trying to stop us from smiling. So I think I gotta put that in the thing too, man. This you're going too far.
This was a huge
You're going too far, man. You had 10 million followers.
Kathy, that's
You know, you're fucking up my income. I have to
by also a teenager.
you know, not that they're not gonna get paid anyway. But I'm just saying,
As I was talking
you know, like,
about the case, it's something that people are
you're showing discrimination.
today. They would still remember.
You know, like you're showing discrimination. And I got black and white where my business practices that was doing this or doing this.
They were going to try to go
You know.
ahead. They had got lost.
So
they put over.
And I sued him for $300 million.
And when they pulled over,
Only sued him for $20 million. It's not a, what's happening, but hey, it's me.
During
In this time.
living together in Birmingham, they were in need of cash to buy some weed, and what they had planned was
Speaking
to
about
go
money.
rob a Mrs. Winter's fast food restaurant.
What do you think about Dr. Dre's ex-wife wanting $2 million?
Intent that night was to hijack a car, drive it around to talk to each other, and it just happenstance that they
Don't make me smile, man. Don't make me
Taylor
smile.
has a knife, Jordan has a gun.
Don't make me smile.
They look inside.
She needs $1 million a month to just entertainment. She needs, I think, like $200,000 a month. The breakdown was
They
wicked.
drove back across town, clear the other side of Birmingham, to a Miss Winters to rob it. And
I think somehow for her to be that angry, that vengeful, because look,
the cashier
that man is worth,
spooked David Duran
let's say,
away.
Dr.
They
Dre.
did, it went back on interstate. They told us that's when they had the
He's worth
discussion about
$800 million.
getting rid of the
Okay.
potential eyewitnesses who could identify.
You mean to tell me they can't just sit down and say, look, I'll give you $100 million. You got more money than you can spend in a lifetime.
So they knew they were in bad trouble,
Bullshit.
which makes it
They
all the more
drive whatever
agonizing.
else.
You know that.
Damn near any human being is just gonna change. I think something happened.
That's just
Right. He had some kids outside the relationship, he gave her disease, and he beat her ass real bad. Something happened to the point where she's like, nah, fuck it. I'm gonna go to court and take every penny I can get. Hell hath no fury than a woman's scorn.
You know, the voice that all the time.
At this time, Big Lee Lane was nothing but words. The truth was a just isolated road between the Jason.
And kids going to school. That was
This
safe.
is the site of the shooting.
Now you gotta get around somebody and see it's all day. You can't talk over to talking on the phone. When you hood right there, you can't shoot with your friend. You know what I'm saying? You can't run around here all day, cockeyed, running the, you can't pull. You know what I'm saying? All this shit going in a job every day was saving the man. When you come home and you thirsty for your wife or something. Now you sit all day.
big bad
Tired of what?
you looking at.
Richard goes in the
You tired
car,
of sitting
runs
there.
around and Kathy Bates.
You know what I'm saying? That get off your mind with it.
And then
You got you seeing her all day.
during race,
It ain't gonna go right. You know what I'm saying? This corona shit
the first shot
been
hit
a
Kathy in
million
the
ways.
back of the head. She fell face
Break it up.
forward. Chuck still tied to her, pulling him down with her.
Well,
And then during
Futures,
two 16-year-old
was
kids
made money.
lined in the middle of this road right here.
took him to
Fury
court.
shot 4 more
She
times
wanted
into the
$53,000
heart.
a month. She got 32.
Cool. Well, you got a problem. You don't want to be here. Let me. You don't want to be there. So let me know.
And Kathy was shot.
Because that's how you be acting. Yeah, it is.
But since then, 2 guys out of the big one hearts and minds. And that's when they went back to the roast cigarettes, coke, and candy with the
You're going to get it figured out.
out there. Then Richard drove off in the car, but I don't think they realized that Chuck survived.
Play with me.
Chuck was sure they were gone. Chuck was able to get out
If
of the
anything
road.
doesn't
He
go
knew
in
he
that
had
top,
So then we staggered
you swing
down this road to a
That is not
they
all the
called
others.
police came.
If 60%, 30% of that, 40% of that, 60% of that's what's it's no more. And you're not there.
Because 32,000 a month, that's equivalent to 28,000. That's an amount of money that means you have to go get a job. That's not sitting home and just take care of the baby.
Right.
That is supplemental income to what you have to make.
That 10 years, all your baby.
That's what I'm saying.
You
I'm
know,
like, this process all
well,
eventuality. If I got to restart my password, that's 7 more days.
Yes, it's process.
Get that out of here. Don't play dumb.
I don't know.
Jury recommended.
I said I don't know. I don't know.
But then the heart determined that he was basically overruled the jury.
That's what I'm saying.
Sentenced him to life.
It's going to be, I'm going to take it. It's going to be extra shows.
I do it too.
What is it? You
Because
don't
you're
know?
incompetent.
Anything you can say.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't answer. I believe so.
As a father, I was there. I saw it.
Call them.
Their brains are not.
That's what I'm saying. You incompetent.
What done?
Yeah, this was a task I thought you could handle, and obviously you can't.
And that included the lower that you would be eligible for recent housing after decades.
So I like some hard.
Yes.
Every like every
You restarted your password, what did they tell you? Because I remember, when you restarted your password,
He was charged as an adult for capital murder, even though he shot, pulled the trigger, see so many others.
Well, in the Johnson case, he played that lives in a two-bedroom house.
Just not right.
Any jewelry.
If Richard
And he hasn't been making any money off music because
no,
of
man,
it.
because I thought you could handle it. This is what makes me upset. Okay, but I don't leave it to shut it to the wood shit. You was working on it. When I ask you a question, you should be competent enough about it to know. Oh yeah, okay. When I opened up my private bit, they said I had to wait 7 days before I changed the password. I created the password to get into my account.
If he proved that to the judge, that means he had all his assets.
I don't know. It's never a good answer.
I didn't have the phone. It's
You gotta have.
I mean, now, if you want to say that I'm not getting more money,
Okay, so I should be in a relationship with them because they know what the fuck is up.
Tori,
I want you,
This fire is not on treatment for people 12 and over. that proactively reduces inflammation, which means you can have fewer attacks, breathe better, and asthma symptoms.
You don't have to say that to all the people that you
Aspire is not a rescue medication. Don't take Aspire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions like rash or an eye allergy can happen. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens.
If I working on something, you ask me about it, I'm gonna provide you with the answer.
Aspire can help you, be you, no matter who you are. Ask your asthma specialist about Aspire today.
Okay, tax and not working any expensive.
Even if the answer is, you should probably call them and get more information about it tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna answer.
I don't know why your account is logging on because I don't know anything about your account. That's why you need to call them. You can.
What makes the Breeze car different? For Breeze,
That's what you just do. You just put that money in the savings.
20 days of consistent sets. For Breeze
You don't spend it
I put it down.
until you get a job.
I turned. No, I think I gave it to J. Carl. I got J. Carl.
Where?
They used to go out in bags. But I didn't know that one of my friends was playing and they got the bag. So I chased down the witches like, I didn't choke her. I just held her. I stopped her from the bags. I wasn't trying to show
And she was an excellent swimmer. She swam all over the Southeast.
So the judge basically threw jail.
We went from a family of 4 to a family of 3. I went from having somebody to look up to being an only child. I watched my parents suffer for years at the loss of a child.
AIDS was fine.
Just under their junior year.
The difference that she did about the world was, I don't know anything about this.
If you got AutoZone, they're like,
Hey, I professionally get them done. I'm not.
They could do it, did show them.
if you got
They were a
AutoZone,
family.
you can get it for like
He wrote a letter.
What did the civil judgment
When they put me on the head to get outside, I used to die.
I want to die.
I like we just like and it don't show like he argued take this we just stand by, roll across the ride. It's just
He's the back of the ring.
it's hard for me to
Top-notch fight.
forget it.
My understanding.
But you're a street
Okay.
fight.
Hey,
That's
some of that
was more aggressive ones that David Dirk was kind of wanting the legal.
Right.
That
I mean,
race
he's
was
still
like,
he's still trying to be a rapper. That shit. That's he's not. You forget your real job.
Yeah, that's your calling. That's your calling.
Exactly.
I'm already paying to
Exactly.
prison.
Because you know, he's not personally with Larry Holmes.
I've never been in anything like this before. I was terrified.
Larry Holmes is rich. He took all his millions. He took it all back to his hometown. He's in Pennsylvania. He's got a statue. He's got his own street. He bought a bunch of buildings. He ended up selling at a big profit. He got 200 people in his house. In his town, huge mansions, got a big door pool and an outdoor pool. Like, you actually employed more than 200 people in your hometown for your businesses.
Yeah, I did that. I built 2 big skyscrapers down there. I built 5 stories.
silly about what, man?
My property, Larry Holmes' property. I own
I just haven't done it. But I didn't get it because I wanted something to show for what I did. That's why I wanted. That's what
I remember first meeting Richard when I was called by the court. We're going to represent this juvenile. He looked like a 13-year-old.
He what they had to do in sport.
Very quiet, soft-spoken, very remorseful. His adjustment to prison serves as Alabama prisons are some of the worst, if not the worst, in the U.S. They are so violent, it's hard to describe. And yet, during the 30-something years he's been in prison, he's had no disabilities, which is incredible. He obtained over 35 different certificates while in prison. He is the poster child for rehabilitation, all of which he did without any hope of rehab, without even I feel like that Miller would come in and give him that chance. And in 2012, once that decision came out from the United States Supreme Court, the first huge hurt was having Richard resentenced to give him the possibility.
Slavery was like hurts is right now. Everybody was taking. It was like it's everybody was taking. You know, every party you went to,
The judge
they
did,
was
in
popping.
fact,
From the
find
beginning,
They was popping.
he was handling that.
Quaking.
but
You know,
unfortunately,
so bitch,
without
y'all,
a
all
term
y'all,
of years, that's just
you know what I'm saying? You wait all these
Okay,
years.
but you shouldn't be satisfied with being a loser.
now he has
That's a motive. You don't hold this shit
You're
beside
just saying you suck.
a parole board that's going to be fair.
They knew the right one to get. A successful motherfucker. A successful. They done fucked 5 or 6 celebrities like that. But they were the right kid. That's how it was.
You know, I question to those that would want to let us down. What happens if you're wrong?
And you don't even let him out when they go home.
What happens
But you let all these motherfuckers out of jail just to go home. That is a hate crime in this mentality. You know, still look, got something to do. Why you don't let him look at him? Look how you fucking look. This is the wrong. Why you don't let him out? You let motherfuckers out with all kinds of troubles. Like, why you don't let him out? It's a personal matter.
Yeah, I mean, because Takashi's out.
Turn this stuff like everything. I want to get the shot.
Remember that? I was a cover girl in 1988. And this girl remains to Simply Ageless, America's #1 anti-aging foundation. With the healthy power of hyaluronic acid complex. Skincare and makeup in one. For instant wrinkle reduction and
Oh, we rich now.
once a cover girl, always a cover girl. With Simply Ageless. From east to west, beautiful.
There's nothing like that. Stop trying to say something. It's not gonna happen.
Wow. Yeah.
That's not true.
You love milk.
You got a debit card? No, I'm saying, if you got a debit card, all I need is a debit card.
One of a kind pieces made by hand.
R. Kelly's still in jail.
Literally
It's
just
the first time we talked, he ended up getting stabbed. Yeah. Heard about that? Oh, really?
one of a kind
No,
pieces made by hand. Living rich.
I know. I'll call him and we'll get it squared away.
Just think.
If it takes 14
I
days.
grew up in Alabama. As a teenager,
Because I didn't resign until 3 days after you.
Show, birds, houses and apartments.
Kathy and I both attended Upton High School. We've been dating about a year and a half.
He said, I think one of the
That
interesting parts
happens,
that I
Kathy
think
and I,
this lawyer
I
said,
think you freeze. I think your whole life freezes.
if everyone would just sat around and go be
It's
home,
horrific.
everyone was like, what the fuck do you think
For
happened
me,
to this?
the fearful element that night was Richard Kendall's work in his
Local society where it was
Richard
like,
Kendall did the time out. He put his in the trunk, he held a knife to her throat. The leader was Richard Kendall. when they told us to get in the trunk of my car, and they shut the trunk, I think we were just both in absolute shock. And I tried to even tell her, Kathy, listen, don't worry, we'll get out of this. We're just going to do what they say. Everything's going to be okay. And then that thought just kind of leaves you because your mind just starts just filling in the blanks. And you just start thinking the worst. I was shaking, I was cold. Get back to town for an hour and a half. And all of a sudden I realized her breathing got very light. So she passed out slightly.
They feel like raising on their job. They get so pumped up in the head, like they feel like they get to them. That's how they hate.
And we did, the car turned off, the radio went off. Richard Kinder got out of the truck and back to They looked back at David Stern and said, hurry up and do it. They've seen us do it. Well, everybody knows when you do it. That's when I guess we both just gasped for breath. When he tied us up back to back and cinched that knot, he knew why he was tying us up.
Okay, so
after Richard Kinder got back in the car, I was facing David during that time. He was standing there, and you could see the gun, like, it's nervous, I could see him shaking. Kathy, I know, was scared. She touched my hands. I mean, she just squeezed for all her life.
And then the guards,
on
niggas on your truck.
You don't have to do this.
Even the guards, they chop because they have to get their homes around the way. So when you come up there, they have the races and tell you, all they do is they drove off and left us there for dead. Got everything.
This to me is the most critical point of my
10 o'clock at night shift.
I was raised in a religious family, but I never accepted it from me.
So you see
That
that
night,
happen.
knowing that I was
I didn't see it exactly again like that, somehow but I've had seen niggas in the paper stalking child molesters who come to the house.
And
Don't they
in
try
that
to
moment, the feeling came back to my body. I was able to pull myself out of the roads. I looked over at Kathy. I told her I was going to take off. I'll be right back. I crawled down this road, probably, I don't know, half a mile. And finally found the farmhouse. And they called the police.
That's the only way.
That night, I was more afraid of Mr. Kinder than I was David. Short of pulling the trigger, he was a mastermind.
Well, Kodak Black is
During the trial, prosecutors attempted to portray Kinder as the leader. In fact, all the psychological was so immature and so dependent on peer pressure he was clearly following. All of those factors were a result of his upbringing. We found that Richard was totally immature with no role models. He grew up with never knowing his father. He was raised with a mother that can't give him any attention from society, working to support 7 children. Basically, Richard Kinder never had a chance.
When I was a kid, I spent a lot of time to myself. I've got a lot of brothers, but most of them are much older, were pretty much out of the house by the time I was a baby.
right because
We moved around so much and make a lot of friends. We just learned to play on your own.
at the point
Money was scarce. We lived on bologna sandwiches sometimes.
specific card,
Yeah.
but doesn't that in turn
Drink alcohol,
like
drink here.
now it's like okay, now we got
You don't make me feel good. Where all we like to do is feel good to me. I was drunk at home by myself one day, and I think I was 13 years old at the time. And one of my brothers came home and got me next day, and he took me to the put me in the jail.
Yeah, have on the
And the
mass
situation,
separation.
there's nobody knows my brother.
So they can
Later in life, my brother, he was really wrong with him. Like,
you ever find
he with me a few times.
I ain't even fighting
He
on
would
his
have me
rights.
watch out the window for anybody pulling up.
did it because he asked me to do it. You know, he called the murder. I wanted his acceptance. I wanted his approval.
Yeah. I evaluated Richard Kendall in November of 1983. Richard's experiences in growing up, he going on lockdown and abusive older brother who took advantage of him. So once I was father, Richard was depressed and anxious and socially withdrawn and isolated. His thoughts were clouded by his low self-esteem and his tendency to be influenced very much by older male figures. He was hungry for peer approval, particularly peer approval by older men.
I'm 17 years old. They opened up a new place called the 22 Business. I got a job there. I first met David during one school. He had a job there also. He seemed like a good person. You know, that's just what he thinks wrong. Being a minded person. Yeah, they gonna call it tag team. I didn't want to believe it. But the truth is, the man committed the crime.
I guess why
David Durham designed a plan to call him John.
This is Roundup Weeding Grass Killer with Short Shot 1. This stuff works. This stuff works down to the root. This stuff works down to the This stuff works down to the This stuff is guaranteed all your money. This is Roundup Weeding Grass Killer with Short Shot 1. This stuff works.
At Mid-Mobile, we like to do the opposite of what they want. They charge you a lot. We charge you a little. They put that into the lines. We put ours on my lower. So naturally, when they announced that we raising their prices due to inflation, we decided to deflate our prices. And not be shit. If this were one of their ads, they would have it here. So we'll end up with that.
I didn't know there are services in your home you don't want to wait, but a closer look shows there are often layers of invisible dirt like frost. Try Mr. Clean Magic Eraser for a detailed hygienic clean. Magic Eraser removes the message you can see, as well as more of the dirt and grime you don't. Oh, I gotta do everything myself. I'm not gonna erase dirt and grime all around the house. And try Magic Eraser sheets for a deep clean and hard to reach places that you can toss when you're done. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser for a detailed hygienic clean all around the house.
What is your take?
I first met David Durham working at Midwinter's Chicken Biscuit. I love working at Midwinter's shop. One of the managers was talking to me about possibly down the road being a manager. And I really felt good about working there. David Durham, 22 years older than me. He was a real charismatic person, you know. Everybody liked him. I mean, he was still on Joe, like laugh, feel good. I really started kind of looking up to it, you know. I wanted to be accepted by him, I wanted to like me, you know. And we became friends, and I moved into an apartment with him and a couple other people.
Yeah, and the one thing that kind of surprised me,
really started happening.
I've gone through various supportive
They were getting high, and so I started getting high with them over marijuana. And the interest I had at work, like you just put that in the back of my mind, this was more important than anything else than David Durham. We had quit going to work, and the money ran out. And instead of doing the right thing and going back to work, you know, David Durham came up with this idea to get money. He said, we'll steal a car and rob a business. It didn't occur to my mind that, you know, if steal a car, somebody might be in it.
You only have to.
You know, he pretty much told me to get in the trunk.
Those are the only people that should be on your mind.
After we got to rob the business.
Whatever you say,
we gotta get rid of him. He said, I'm not wrong where to go.
Not even the wrong word. I remember when I was in this one court case I had, and I remember the judge.
We got there.
The judge said,
after I had
talking to the jury, he said, when a person's on the stand, don't just listen to what they say, but how they say it. Keep that in mind. So, by Tori talking about the situation, that's not an exhibit in this case.
Richard said, hurry up, let's go.
She talked about it on
Some
the
people
line
are
as
trying
well.
to say,
She's not in charge of it.
of the shooting, which is
He's trying to prove that she's not telling the truth, but he's not he don't have an issue with her legally. He has an issue with the prosecutor. There's no civil suit. So it's just crazy to me how these guys will sit there and risk whatever future they got just so social media might like them.
And I hear shots fired. The one thing in the world I can change was this. That I found that I have got it.
At the time of this crime, David Durant tried to blame Richard Kinder.
While you're ready. You let me know you're ready.
This notion that Richard was somehow dominant. That became the belief. And that belief has never been dislodged. But the truth came out later that when Durant initially confessed, he lied. David Durant made it perfectly clear. He told his lawyer in 1987 that Richard Kinder did not want anyone to be hurt, did not know that Durant was going to shoot and kill these people, and did not want him to do that. And not only did he tell his lawyer that in 1987, but he told him that right before he was executed. Even after Richard's trial, Judge James Hard found without any question he was guilty. And that caused the judge to reverse the death sentence to life without consequence.
In another case, the judge cited testimony from the trial that had convinced him that Kinder only played a minor role in the killing. He said while Kinder certainly was involved in the kidnapping and robbery part of the crime, he was only an accomplice when it came to the murder of Kathy Jetzel.
Regardless of what others on the outside and on the inside think, the lead detective in this case testified under oath that he believed Richard. The judge found as a fact, and he was clearly following it. So how anyone could still believe that Richard was in charge is plainly not seeing reality.
This part we're all in for the next generation. Create a short and show support for LGBTQ plus youth. For every short you create with the hashtag YouTube Pride Challenge,
YouTube makes a digital donation to the Trevor Project.
You want to grab a filter away from you? You know, stay on as options so you get away with this. Serious? Yes. That's a great neighbor. You can block. As far as a great race to fit any budget, like the neighbors, save on is there. Get folks in.
Boss, your executive assistant here. These are exciting times for the company. If you want to
You created a serious price at Marshall's. Anything could happen with a patio like that.
NBA YoungBoy right now, you'd be hard pressed to find artists.
Boss. Hi there.
Bitch, I'll put you.
Have a good day.
Street artists.
I think about it a lot. Every time I take a shower, I hold my body and mind every day. Just because I made it, I live. And my wounds were healed. I have a wonderful family and children. It looks like everything's been put back. It never put back because you lose a piece. You lost a piece of your life. I was a teenager that immediately hit his brother to the most recently, we got arrested for a long time after that. And then the guilt set in. Knowing it was my fault. Always my fear. My parents had trusted her to me. And I had not brought her home.
They have 100 security guards. They have a whole menu of security guards.
I didn't exactly know how to
go out, but you'll just go out, no security.
People would ask me, do you think that Richard was preyed upon by David? Was he in the wrong place?
I'll be in touch if anything crops up. Good luck,
The guy that I met on the street that night was Calvin. He didn't need anyone to think for him. He spoke
What's cooking?
He spoke for himself. He was not at a loss for words.
Hello. What do you need? You got a nice fleet, boss.
Every time, like I say,
I'm still very ashamed.
They're bringing your personal vehicle around right now.
I always very hard. I asked him if he could help me something.
Special cargo ready for collection. Go get it and bring it to the warehouse.
The facts make it abundant. I gotta tell you that Richard is witness. And he has been he's now married and has been for about 25 years. So I think it speaks volumes as to Richard like that. That's what I'm saying. It seems like that. He has a lot of security. It's talk shit and married.
Richard was 17 years old when he participated in the crime, and he's now almost 55 years old. He has received an education. He's held a good steady job. I'm very proud of him. His mom was Derek's sister. He's a really nice guy. When I met Richard, I just graduated from university, and I volunteered to go tutor in county jail. One of the teachers said, "What's your name?" This is Richard Cameron. He was in a separate class tutoring a small group for the GED because he had already entered his GED. I was drawn to Richard because of the way that he was incredibly so patiently helping others. Richard was a truly good person. Of course, I guess I get thoughts about Marion. A man who was in prison, but I always felt that something would happen that he would get out.
I could never think of what she did between these years. I get out of here and get home to her. You know, I will do everything I can to be the husband she deserves.
Once you're an officer, you talk to because it's so hot. Officer. Other officers talking to him. I'm not told. I'm walking. Doing okay. So, my brother, Richard Cameron, he always calls him Ricky. My brother. All right, 7 days. I actually withstood Ricky, he was really good at the time, and I didn't get to really see much of him after that. Oh, so, and just a while after all this happened, yeah, it's all today. That's how Ricky, I had to follow him to see him. I had to follow him to see him. Take him along, see him. Sometimes he was crying, going home, part of their heart was ripped out. That's just how you find yourself at the end of the rain and go. And one thing she always said,
shit out of it. Catching charge. Catching charge. I was catching charge. Just the lower grass. You all the pain I was. And we can only hope it happens soon. That's how. So, boy,
I do think that he has made some changes in his life, but it doesn't change the fact that he murdered my sister.
I told him.
So those consequences remain.
You know how many hits?
I will be at the next court hearing to discuss his release.
Right. You didn't have 8 months, 21.
Yeah.
How old are you?
Moderate to severe black psoriasis. Now, there's sky risk.
It took me 33 years. He is 21. I wonder if that's one of those
Clear skin and sky risk. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin in 4 months. Of those, nearly 9 out of 10 sustain it after 1 year. And sky risk is 4 doses a year.
That's about first thing, no?
Yeah, that's how I'm going. Niggas like,
It starts from the inside. It's out.
No man likes condoms. I've never met a man who said I prefer condoms.
It starts from
can't be solved. Yeah, I like that. Like I said, years every night. I'm going 20 every spot. Like that. They took a series of angry things on to come back. So I knew one guy shot me. I went straight out of the plane. I got up the plane. And I was on the plane. I was telling they say, that's 19. It's 8 nights. Some shit later. So they got shot like I told you, she's really real. Fuck that, niggas stay nice. Keep your strap, all y'all niggas stay strapped. There you go. That's the only way you stay alive, you stay down. You die, you come back up. That's what I'm saying, right? Fuck that, stay nice. Keep your shit, have all your niggas with your shit. Ready to shoot.
They could just been like,
when I heard the story, I was really accomplished a lot incarcerated, and yet comes up for parole, has to serve 2 life sentences, and he passed away another 5 years petition for his grief against the board retained the sentence on the spot and required to explain their decision. It just seems so egregious. That was just a story that I thought.
I had to turn my phone off.
We don't have an appellate process when a person is denied for
Maybe my heart beat funny.
Alabama,
You know, my problems.
they
Then,
all
kept stay James. Then, you know, like, God damn. I'm like, damn, I ain't going out tonight. Fuck down. I everybody like,
So it is
And
like,
listen,
even if you have life support, even though the Supreme Court has given that one, it's just like you're going against the
word about
prosecuting all over.
But the authorities aren't really looking at all of these other factors that they
sorry,
consider. They really focus on the crime and not the rehabilitation and the transformation that they've made while incarcerated. In Richard Hinter's case, I don't think there was anything else he could have really done while in prison to make the case that he's going to be a productive member of society.
Richard had an opportunity for crime. And I'm hopeful that Richard will leave prison. It'll be different. Perhaps he'll get a fair opportunity. But we'll see. I'm very hopeful. And I'll be pretty cool.
Speaking of Baton Rouge, you're posting a picture of the first time.
Not just that. I know I'm doing everything I can, but you got the person and keep hoping. Living in days
Let's remember,
Yeah. I know I ain't lying. I got a back place. Oh. Oh, nice. Not easy to sit.
It's not easy to say, I still think you should take a risk. Why would it 30 years? And the answer for me is it would be that spent. If you can bring back half in 30 years and let him out 30 years, and you can bring her back in 4 years and let him out in 4 years. But the crime has to be his greatest punishment. The two have to be.
It's only
There's an old saying that if you walk 2 miles in our city, people understand what they're going through. And a lot of the naysayers against the parole hearing have not been in these cases. And it should be a long process for someone to be paroled. It's not been. I have forgiven Richard Hinton, but he's committed the crime. And he was given consequences for those crimes. Regardless, the most upsetting thing that's been on the news is he being changed on us 37 years after the fact. The most horrific thing in our lives has lasted a lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, kind of surprising you just don't mind. So tell us that
Pretty by Cook Studio.
And I wonder what everyone's doing on their phones. They're playing with Bank of America. They just come out with writing rules for a second half of
like, I was like, drive. This spring, this nigga like,
So he's saying that happy couples so much.
a police every corner. I'm saying, just that was crazy. Yeah, they moved to take him. They got some years.
I remember she was a 25-year-old girl.
She was
He had already
12 days. We were just going crazy.
The police determined that to stop a neighbor who
Oh,
had
so
murder.
he threw a pocket knife somewhere and she started screaming, and that's when he started to choke her. I was just in the wrong place.
In 1992, Jeremiah went to seek revenge against 2 men because they testified against his brother.
Jeremiah was not connected to the story. Officer Jeremiah was shot him 3 times.
The bullet ended up in his heart, and he died of those wounds.
Okay, but he still got it all the time, right?
Yeah,
was the street of justice. Lives were shattered and torn apart by this. Scott was seriously disturbed. He had trouble with girls, anger, hatred. That's certainly the point of the person towards the girl.
Yes, Jeremiah's time is horrific and it's shocking, but the other juvenile has the ability to change.
I think it's very important for us to show the person that Scott is today.
Why is it in Chicago?
Jeremiah was absolutely on a path to destruction.
Every person is more than their single words.
Yeah,
You know, I mean, look, just like Vaughn, FDGW, shits. You know, he talked his shit. He got that song, Dead Bitches. Where he just all the dead
On
bitches.
April 12th of 1992, my sister Dan called me and said that Lila was missing. Her mother Marcia had called me to see if she was with me, and I hadn't seen her. She wasn't with me, and she hadn't checked in with her like 9 hours. The police got involved in finding her.
Lila, she was a 5-year-old girl that just generated probably a lot of feelings, a lot of police, and it really did challenge my sister.
Word got out like through the news media, and then it was like droves of people just we had a map, and then we just highlighted areas where people were going to search in every direction, north, south, east, and west.
Yeah, but it's a sad situation.
Lila's just in 12 days. We were just going crazy.
Police suspected a crime, but they didn't know to what extent it was going to be.
My mindset was, we're never going to see this girl again.
At that time, before Big Ron got killed, this was Chicago rapper got killed.
Lila's body was discovered in the dumpster 3 single blocks from where she lived.
The fellow who found the body, he was in the dumpster trying to find cans, and there was an arm sticking out. The body decomposing, and the dumpster due to be picked up the next day, and they would never found her.
This fucked up.
The garbage bag, that body was located in all filled with envelopes with the short names. Families knew each other.
They lived directly across the street.
If someone's gonna kill somebody,
She was
it
last
has to
seen
feel like this.
sitting on the porch at the Trump home.
Once the police were able to focus on the Shroud residence, Scott's brother admitted to the police that it was Scott that committed the murder. And so,
Well done, boss.
was arrested
The warehouse is
shortly
filling
after
up.
17.
You can sell stock at any time by accessing the network. Prices depend on negotiating position though, so the more stock you have, the better the price you'll get. Holding is risky, so find a level you're comfortable with and sell there.
Scott's statement at the time was that they were sitting on the bed together. He threw a pocket knife, hit her in the chest, and she started screaming. He was trying to get her to quit screaming. So that's when he started to choke her. He didn't just choke her once, he came back a number of times. She had to be struggling.
Oh, okay. So you didn't tell me it's not still
And then her body was taken downstairs in the basement.
Got a box, kindly shipped bananas in, stuck her body in there, and that's where it sat for 2 weeks. And then he told
now you're trying to say
while he was down there,
they took it to the dumpsters. What that person ends up saying later on.
At the time in 1992, when Scott was charged, he was charged as an adult, and it was still legal to put a juvenile to death, but in exchange for his statement, most of the time the death penalty.
His ways.
With the Supreme Court holding in University of Alabama, I just got back to Indiana, a juvenile coming in for resex.
Without naming any names, situations or whatever.
That they weren't capable of reasonable. In our case, the Commonwealth had given us notice that they intended to pursue lifelong sessions.
What's the amount of money that you earn? What's the smallest amount?
They had to show today's stuff was very unfortunate. And we needed to show the court that Scott was
1,500. There are dudes out there that was
Scott's a rare juvenile that demonstrated
you can't even go to the New Johnson press.
definitely possible for the ability to totally logical and should remain person the rest of his life.
What was it? I just think that was just a time out protection.
This case has always been in my mind over the years. This was a crime of revenge. So in January of 1992, Jeremiah's brother, B.D., also known as Bernard Bourgeois, went to the Highway Market with the intent to rob it. He was armed with a gun at the time, and during the process of that robbery, he ended up shooting Detective Vandermichael and Dagny Vandermichael. They owned the store. Both of them were rushed to the hospital and required emergency surgery.
Yeah, I was severely aggravated. Testify.
I got you. I guess that's that person. You don't have to look at the killer.
This has to be called sealing.
You don't want to say, hey man, listen.
So on the same day that Bernard was convicted, around 5 o'clock, people saw a slight, young African-American man walking down the street into the store.
Jeremiah was walking into the store, saw Mr. Carmichael, and shot him 3 times.
I mean, his
So
mom
it
said the
had
same
enough
thing.
in his heart, and he died of those wounds.
Jeremiah also shot and injured Ephraim Isaac, who was a co-owner of the store.
A lot of stuff. Because that was a weird. Ain't nobody
And then he left on foot and fled, but he was seen by some witnesses and producers were able to put his identity together and to understand the motivation, which was to exact revenge against Michael on his testimony. As a prosecutor, we look at this case as an attack on the criminal justice system, retaliation, violent murder of a witness that we had called.
And it hit the heart of the criminal justice system.
Jeremiah was the youngest juvenile that I became involved with as a trial judge in the adult criminal system. Jeremiah pled not guilty to the charges against him.
That verdict came down 2 hours after the hearings.
The verdict was guilty on both crimes.
There was absolutely no doubt in my mind that Michael got the possibility of parole was the appropriate sentence. I could not think of any other means to keep the community safe at that time. So quite probably he would spend the rest of his life in prison.
My nephew came down and said, he walked in and said, you saved. I said, what? He said, when you took that money from you know, he showed me the money. And I ain't done that. I said, bro.
One of the things that we know about juveniles is that they are able to change because their brains are still developing. Every person is more than their single worst dad. Jeremiah is a great example.
sent someone to prison for life without possibility of release. He was sent them to die in prison. Now, all of a sudden, because of this case, there was a light at the end of that tunnel. And he did a terrible thing. We have to recognize the severity of the crime and the loss suffered by the victim and the family, but also the public safety.
Tupac got killed right after Tyson. Right. No, I don't think I'm coming to
No matter who you are, being yourself can be tough when you have severe asthma. Triggers can pop up out of nowhere, causing inflammation that can lead to asthma attacks. But no matter what type of severe asthma you have, Aspire can help. Aspire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over that proactively reduces inflammation, which means you can have fewer attacks, breathe better, and relieve your asthma symptoms. So you can be you, whoever you are. Aspire is not a rescue medication. Don't take Aspire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions like rash or an eye allergy can happen. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Sore throat, joint, and back pain may occur. Avoid live vaccines. By helping control your asthma, Aspire can help you. No matter who you are, ask your asthma specialist about Aspire today.
Yeah. You completely gave up. Right. Take sure. Kill. Right.
Socks are the #1 most requested item in shelters. Underwear is
But you said something interesting. You said that.
That's why it's incredibly comfortable socks, underwear, and t-shirts. And we donate one for every one you buy. We've donated over 50 million items so far. Comfort for you. Comfort for those in need. Comfort for all. Get 20% off your first purchase at bombas.com.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. There you go.
He said, I took that same energy out into the lobby and ran into Orlando. What was the vibe like in terms of him? Like,
I'm here for you, boss. 100%.
You know, to be honest with you, y'all are more boxes. It's going down wrong. It's going on. Get by the energy. So that's have to spill out into the body.
You know, I mentioned that lessons are taken in minutes.
I'm going to understand that I am sorry. Sorry that you like to be
you know how we are, man.
At the time, Scott was charged. The general sentiment was that Scott was the disgraced individual who took the life of everybody. And then we started dating, and we started evaluating, and we started getting production. And I started realizing that the person that I assumed Scott was not at all who he is. So we felt that the direction we needed to take was a look at the psychology of Scott and whether or not he was Scott didn't start life because Scott Trip started life. And so his young life was riddled with dysfunction, neglect, abuse.
We would stop. The only thing we really found out was he was keeping up at a young age. There was a lot of things saying that he was a truck driver at the time. I know he was going to take forward now. We were in foster care. We had time over the thing to go from the state.
I interviewed Scott 3 times over the course of about a year. He told me that by the time he was 9 or 10, his adoptive father had involved him in sexual activity.
We were there maybe a year or two before he did it again. More sexual activity.
I'm going I'm fighting right now. But if some shit I'm
Listen is a functional abusive environment. I definitely believe that it
Hello,
was
this is Morse Mutual Insurance.
everything.
I'll look into
It
it.
was a video of self-harming, he was cutting on himself. I believe he more than likely had PTSD. And that, I'm sure, led to problems with regulating his emotions and acting out impulsively. It's prompted by trauma.
There was, especially since he had security. That should have been so much. It should have been you know, I almost feel like all they have real security.
I feel like they really know it. What the baby is. You know what I'm saying? Like, now it's just a fact. It was crazy hard. Especially with all the time. He hit them all the time. Like,
Scott was, and imagine that he felt he couldn't admit it. He couldn't pretend it didn't happen and that kind
the
of thing.
whole rap game.
I know that I never put my name on it. And I know I need to go back to it and be able to finish her off.
I almost feel like if you have real professional security,
In my mind, you can't like that fight. Like he did something bad.
escalate to a degree, whether it's just yelling or
He needed to show
words
for
or whatever,
value.
that security needs to just get you out of that fucking building.
Security's no
He currently is an employee of the kitchen. There's no gang history, there's no history of violence. He's only had 4 minor misconducts. Nothing major. He never ended up in
Sad, man.
disciplinary
Sad.
housing
The whole kid, I think it's really
And one of the last things he was doing before his resentencing is he was teaching himself Japanese. And I said, why? He said, why not? Just one more thing to know.
There probably are some people that just because of these incidents come up into my head, but at the end of the day, I don't care who you are or what you've done. 20, 30 years down the road, you may not be a better person, but you're a different person. You have no choice.
The kind of person I think Scott wasn't seriously disturbed.
I keep seeing these Instagram posts, a lot of fucking cars. How many cars?
I always remember one of the pieces of evidence at the bottom.
You don't know how many cars.
All right, let's make some money. The goods are in the truck. The truck goes to the point on your GPS, and the funds go into our account. It's all simple if you don't get ambushed on the way. Good luck.
And had been showed blood dripping from them. He was a young man who obviously had anger, hatred. I believe that he was still incapable of committing murder again.
This is grounded for laws. This stuff works. This stuff kills weeds down in the root without killing your lawn. This stuff works on the end of the This stuff works for like 3 months. This stuff works to guarantee your money back. This stuff works on right lawns and small lawns. And like this, you can call it all lawns. This stuff works without killing your lawn. This stuff works without killing your babies. This stuff works for the rookies and the seasoned pros. This stuff works in Knoxville, Bronx, Rock, Aries. This is grounded for laws. This stuff works.
call, I got like three different that come on all the calls. It's only a certain house.
This is the house where Scott Sherwood family shirt, where I was at the turn when the upstairs building. This is the room that Scott lived in with his two brothers, and this is where Bob was murdered. Very good. I do all the talking to so particularly important to me to handle this defense. I asked him to sign my plan going into the defense was to show that Scott was humbly forcible.
See,
Dr.
to me,
that's Dr. Patricia Gary
I want to be
were asked to evaluate the defendant in 1992
Call
after
me.
being charged. And
I'm ready to work.
indicated that the defendant at the time
I want to be your
severe
friend.
personality disorder.
We got some movie script
Impaired
ideas.
ability to empathize.
I heard you used to be in New Orleans.
And he experienced
Look, I want to be free.
anger.
I got a mind too.
well, you know, I remember Eddie Mike, which I like, was the double. And I asked him, I said, what is it? My time here.
During the investigation, the detectives found out from interviews with Jeff Baker, who was a friend of his brother Pence, that Scott lured her into his room, examined her after she was given the screening. He made sure how restrained her.
What do you think?
I did not see any evidence of maturity in this screening. This was not something that was just crazy, just impulsive.
He didn't just choke her once, he came back a number of times. It's more than just something that's just part of the moment. It's intentional.
He had been at my mom's house during the time that Lila had been missing. He said